And all these guys are doing is trying to stunt that. Like, they're trying to destroy that mobilization. They're trying to destroy your hope. It blows my mind. I mean, this is a 90-10 issue, and Hakeem Jeffries comes out and is like, I don't care about that. I don't care about that at all. I don't like that at all. This other 90-10 issue. We already know one 90-10 issue that Hakeem Jeffries is on the 10% side on. It's Israel, right? And it sucks. It sucks because the reality is that, most voters still vote defensively, and they think they don't have an independent most thought. Voters, they just literally watch TV, especially a lot of older voters. They watch TV and they go, well, I like this candidate. I like these policies, but television told me he can't win. So I'm afraid I'm not going to vote for this person. And we have to play that over and over again. And what's really interesting, I saw something. I saw something interesting, a statistic that bricked me. I believe in like 2016 when they polled Democratic Party primary voters, a tiny percentage of them said that they were voting for electability. By 2020, that number had gone up to 64%. I was encouraged by Michigan leaders getting together behind Abdul, but since then, they haven't done much to help him, and the DSCC isn't exactly encouraging. I know. It's just never ending, man. We have to wait for the boomers to die then? No. There's plenty of kind-hearted boomers, plenty of sympathetic boomers. The problem is the boomers are more malleable. We're not waiting. We're just pushing. Dirty break this time. Dirty break time. Man, shut your bitch ass up. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Dirty break now. Okay, dude, let's do it. Third party now. Let's crack 10% as we fight for ballot access in every district, in every state. Shut up. Shut up. I'm sorry. The election Twitter losers that live in Estonia understand how difficult this process is, a lot better than the fucking fantastical world that LARPers live in. That's it. I swear to God, the election perverts that live in like Eastern Europe, Western Europe, that are dialed in to every goddamn district down to fucking like, Wyoming 3. Okay? They have a better understanding of how American politics works than the Iowan communists who think the only thing stopping American communism from being implemented is our unwillingness to separate from the Democratic Party. We can't even get sympathetic figures in the base of support to vote for the Democrat whose policies they align with, and you're out here thinking a third party movement is going to work. Anyway, that person was just kidding. I'm sorry for going off on a fucking tangent. Anyway. Yeah, the media is half the problem. They will not mention the left without it being a gotcha. 100%. Corporate media plays its role every single time. Corporate media is unbelievably contentious, unbelievably antagonistic towards the left. The only time they will ever allow leftists on television is to shit on them. So you have to be exceptional. You have to be an exceptional communicator. Okay? You have to be phenomenal. You have to go above and beyond. Everyone has to be like fucking Zoran with messaging discipline, with policy jujitsu. Schumer gives permission to abandon Abdul. Chuck Schumer says Democrats don't necessarily need to win Michigan to flip control of the U.S. Senate. A path to winning back the Senate clearly goes through Michigan, but we have a whole bunch of different paths, Schumer said. Yeah. This is why we need Barack Obama, man. We need Barack Obama. Barack Obama, save me. That's it. It's so black pilling, dude. It's fucking one battle after another every damn day up in this bitch. Every fucking day. We have to claw our way. We have to fight every step of the goddamn way with establishment Democrats. Every fucking step. Because God forbid the party consolidates support behind a candidate that is the most consequential race, because it proves the point that if the establishment leans into progressive candidates, even in swing districts, that's going to cause a lot of problems for 2028. And establishment Democrats recognize that. Okay? Establishment Democrats recognize that if the entire party shifted its weight around to push for Abdul, and we brought in the low propensity voters and the high propensity voters that are going to come out and vote for Abdul al-Sayed regardless, if we had a unified front, Republicans would never have a shot in Michigan. So instead of allowing that victory, the establishment is basically saying, you don't have to really push for Abdul, it's fine, signaling that they're not going to lean into that and instead dump all this investment into James Tallarico, which is a far riskier race. If we go into 2028, or not 2028, but if we go into the midterm season with the rest of the party refusing to back Abdul al-Sayed and setting up additional hurdles in front of him because they don't want him to win, and then put so much money and so much effort in the direction of James Tallarico, and then the Texas freaks end up voting for Ken Paxton and he wins by an ass hair, I am going to lose my mind. You might not be surprised to know that the Schumer article mentions you. These people, man, these people, they are fucking demonic. I swear to God. I had a little bit of confidence initially. I had a little bit of confidence that they were going to do a full push behind Abdul. I am definitely worried. It's not like Abdul al-Sayed is a socialist either. That's what's so crazy about it. He's not a socialist. He's a capitalist, and they still won't back him. What are we doing, man? What are we doing? Are we the party? Are we the anti-Trump party? Or are we the pro-Israel or bust party? It's crazy.
So let's address and get your thoughts on the idea of open borders. Do you believe that anybody who wants to enter the country should be able to enter, even if they do it breaking the law?
But Martha, I'm not a supporter of open borders, but I'm also not a supporter of having an agency kidnapping Americans off the street like ICE has, where you have untrained people, 19-year-olds, they pulled off the street and gave, guns to. That's not how we do things in America. I think that we need to have law and order, but the only way to have law and order is to have trained individuals following the law. These are paperwork violations for the most part. The data doesn't show that you have mass amounts of immigrants killing people. Some people show anecdotes and the one-off incidents, but the fact is, we had good bipartisan legislation that Democrats tried to get passed through the Congress, and unfortunately Donald Trump killed it.
Let me ask you this. First of all, as you know, ICE would dispute what you're saying there. I've spent time with ICE agents in Texas. They're hardworking. They're upholding the laws that exist on the books.
Yeah, hardworking to do crimes, dude. Yeah, okay. I don't give a shit that they're hardworking. They're causing chaos. They're a lawless, unaccountable rogue agency operating at the behest of the president, who's a psycho himself. Doesn't matter if they're working hard.
That if you enter the country illegally, and especially if you have a criminal record or a detainer against you, you have to be removed. And when they wake up in the morning and they show up at work, they have assignments that are given to them to remove people who are criminal or who have remove orders against them. Do you have any problem with someone who fits that criteria being apprehended and removed from our country?
Well, I just don't think it's a good idea to take someone who committed a murder and say, go back home and live free and enjoy the rest of your life. If someone comes to this country and they commit murder or violence, we have American jails that we can put them in and make sure they never see daylight again. But the idea that, we pick somebody off the street that committed murder, and by the way, it's not that many people we're talking about here. We're talking about a very small number of people with these criminal records.
That may be,
most people that come to this country don't have criminal records.
Okay, so let's talk about the specific instances where they do, because there have been thousands of people who have.
ICE is not a regular law enforcement agency. They have no crime or criminal apprehension jurisdiction. They pick up people with criminal records from the prisons because law enforcement, local law enforcement, or even at times federal law enforcement have apprehended undocumented migrants, non-citizens, documented non-citizens, undocumented non-citizens. If they've done crimes, it's the regular law enforcement that actually packs them up. They go through the regular courts. They go through the American criminal justice system. ICE does not have a legitimate law enforcement apprehension function. Okay? ICE's job, both on paper and, in theory and in practice, is to follow through on paperwork violations. Okay? We have made one of the most untrained, one of the most militarized versions of federal law enforcement, a law enforcement apparatus that is tasked with following through on paperwork violations. That's their job. Can you go on CNN or Morning Joe or any of the 7 to 9 a.m., 8 a.m. news shows? What are you talking about? No, of course not. I'm blacklisted. No, I'm blacklisted from CNN and also from MSNBC. Because if liberals were to actually hear from me rather than about me as a dangerous figure, they would probably realize that I'm not some fucking crazy radical and I'm genuinely a very pragmatic person, and they can't have that. It's the same thing that happens all the time with like the Pod Johns. The reason why they fucking hate that the Pod Save America folks have me on all the time is because when that audience hears what I have to say, they're very receptive to it. And CNN understands that. MS Now understands that, which is precisely the reason why they will never have me on. That's the issue. CBS, ABC, MS Now, all these outlets, if they were to have me on for an extended period of time, instead of just like, clipped moments that the Republicans are recirculating over and over again, their audience of liberals are otherwise like very kind, very normal liberals. It's like your parents, chat. They see the clips and they lose their minds and they're like, this is a scary guy that you're listening to. And then you're like, no, you should listen to what he has to say. And when they sit down and watch like longer than 5 minutes, when they sit down and watch a broadcast for longer than 5 minutes, they go, oh yeah, I actually, He's a very agreeable person. And you can't have that.
Have criminal records. They may not commit a crime here, but they came here with a criminal record from another country, and they came here illegally, right? I mean, we all come from somewhere. We've all been, brought into this country, and we've come here to build a life. But if you are a criminal, you break that social contract. You don't have the right to stay in the country anymore. Tell that to these women whose faces I'm putting up on the screen now: Laken Riley, Sheridan Gorman, whose family I have spent a lot of time with, Rachel Morin, Jocelyn Nungery. She was 12 years old when she was attacked by these men, who I'll put up after them, who were in the country illegally, had no right to be here. Imagine if a person that you loved in your family was killed or raped or murdered by someone who wasn't even here legally. How would you feel about that?
Well, here's what I say. My heart obviously hurts for those people, but we can't, base entire arguments off of anecdotes, one-off incidents. I mean, the data is not showing that you have thousands of people being murdered or killed by illegal immigrants in the country. That's just not true. We don't have to use fear in our arguments when we're talking about immigration. We want to have law and order, but we want to have a system that works.
I'm
you
not
want to create
talking
a
about
pathway to
fear,
citizenship for people.
Elijah, I'm not.
The notion that the random barback is responsible for heinous crimes is psychotic. But unfortunately, because the broad majority of Fox News watchers have believed this idea that every undocumented migrant is a rapist in waiting, because the majority of Fox News watchers believe this insanely racist narrative, it's an uphill battle to climb every single time. The overwhelming majority of American pedophiles are white men. They're white men. Does that mean we treat every white man as though they're a pedophile? No, of course not. That's not how anything works. We don't just automatically assume that like every white guy is Jeffrey Epstein, right? That's not how it goes. Every time I bring this up, chat has to literally go, yes! God, I fucking hate my job today. On days like this, I just fucking hate my job. I hate this. I hate it. I hate it.
I'm talking about fear. I'm talking about reality. I'm talking about reality, and I don't know that it matters.
Well, the data just doesn't support your argument.
Okay, so you're saying if there's thousands of people or hundreds of people who have committed crimes, you're just going to let them stay because the larger argument doesn't support it, or would you remove someone?
If they're committing murders, then they should go to prison. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I understand that some Republicans want to take these individuals and give them a vacation back at home, but they should go to prison. Is what they should do. If they kill.
Yes, that's the good line. That's it. He's doing it again. I don't want to give murderers a free ride back home. Okay? It's ridiculous. You do a crime on U.S. soil, you get apprehended by U.S. law enforcement, you go through the American courts, and you go to American prison. What are we doing? What are we doing?
An American, they should go to prison. But Republicans want to give them a vacation and take them to another country in the Latin American.
I don't think anyone wants to give them a.
Dude, it's awesome. See, it bricked her. She has no response to that. You see that? She has no response. Told you. Gagged her ass, dude. Yeah, she's waffling because she has no response because she's never heard someone speak Haganese. We know how to speak Haganese, okay? I speak it fluently. That's the other reason why Fox News won't have me on either. Put me up there. I'll speak Hog. I'll speak fluent Chud, okay? I'll speak fluent fucking Chud. Law and order. Talk about emptying prisons. No, I want to put motherfuckers in prison. Talk about emptying prisons. Guess what? I want to put the Epstein class in prison, okay? We got to do law and order. Look at how lawless this goddamn president is. I'm talking about putting people who deserve it in prison. Right now, what we're doing is we're putting people who are poor in dire situations in prison permanently. There are a lot of people who harm the masses with regular frequency that stay out of prison. They should be in prison.
Vacation. No one wants to give them a vacation. If
Well,
they
then let's put them in prison.
You're going to win them like you win the unks that despise Nancy Pelosi? I'm like, yeah, you do. If you're corrupt, if you're doing insider trading, you go to prison. If you're in Congress and you do insider trading, jail for you. Jail time. You know? Rick Scott, lock him up. Jail time.
If they're committing murders, right?
But hold on, but we're talking about two different things. I'm saying if they come into the country illegally, which means crossing the border illegally, and they have a rap sheet back in their own country, are you okay with them staying here?
What I'm saying is if a murderer comes into the United States of America, sending them back for them to just come back over the border doesn't make sense to me. If you're a murderer coming to this country, put you in jail. That's all I'm saying. I mean, Republicans want to give these folks a vacation. I'm not interested in giving a criminal a vacation.
Ridiculous. I don't know what you're talking about the vacation.
You don't know it's a free ride. It's a free ride back to their home country. She is so flustered. It's awesome.
No, we're talking about removing them for the country that they came to illegally. There's almost no country in the world that allows people to just cross their border.
That's wrong, by the way. That's wrong. Plenty of countries allow refugees in. We're talking about allowing refugees into the country. And if one of those refugees did a crime, there is no other country on the planet that literally automatically deports them. They go to prison. They go to prison in that country. Like, our structure is insane, okay? The notion that, like, if you come to the United States of America and you're seeking asylum, and then in the process you go and you murder an American citizen, we just give you a free ride back home, that's psychotic. There is no country on the planet that does this, okay? Every country on the planet accepts refugees, okay? That's number one. And number two, if someone who is a migrant that commits a crime, especially a heinous crime, no country deports them. They keep them in prison. It doesn't make any sense. This argument is so stupid. And plus, we're talking about the edge cases anyway. What we're talking about is like 0.1% of the migrant population. Okay? We're talking about 0.1% of the migrant population. That's not who we're locking up. That's not who we're deporting. That's not who ICE is deporting. That's why ICE is going to immigration court and waiting out, like staking out immigration court hearings. People who are following the letter of the law. That's why ICE is going to factories. That's why ICE is going to farms. That's why ICE is going to hotels. Those are people who are working. They have their paperwork filed. Their status is in limbo because we refuse to give them the appropriate temporary protected status or the appropriate paperwork necessary. That's it. Yeah, Johnny Somali is in Korean prison for doing fucked up shit in Korea. Yep. Refugees and immigrants are two different things. You're not wrong, but a lot of these people are also seeking asylum. There's a lot of people who are seeking asylum, and then there's a lot of non-citizens, okay? Non-citizens that are cooperating with ICE. The American two-tier immigration structure exists so that there's a constant there's a constant feed of a permanent underclass that can depress wages for the documented labor force that will work for pennies on the dollar. This is how our capital owners operate. Okay? From the perspective of Republicans, there is no difference between refugees. There's no difference between immigrants. There's no difference between non-citizens who are documented. Look at the Haitians. Haitians had temporary protected status in the United States of America. Donald Trump reversed that decision overnight. It's such a controversial decision, and it's so bad for the economy of Springfield, Ohio, that the Republican governor of Ohio, Mike DeWine, came out and said, you can't do this. And now we're putting ankle monitors on these people. These folks were legally working on U.S. soil. They had the proper paperwork. The difference between them being a documented non-citizen and an undocumented non-citizen is literally one switch from the Republican government. Do you understand? And we can switch it all the same. We can literally take non-citizens who are currently undocumented and waiting to get their proper paperwork and offer them the proper paperwork like that. Most people we are deporting are here legally. It's not like they're hiding and not on the books. They are people who are here legally awaiting their asylum cases to be finished. Exactly. But the federal government is kidnapping them before their cases are even settled and sending them off to wherever the state feels like. You have Cuban guys in Eswatini prisons indefinitely. It is a massive injustice. It is straightforward Nazi shit, okay? I'm sick and tired of having this back and forth with people who just don't understand this process. It's not that complicated. It's only as complicated as you want it to be, okay? What's also ironic is if you look at the top line, data, while undocumented immigration has skyrocketed in this country in the last 20 to 30 years, you know what's gone down? Homicides have gone down. So even from a dumb guy perspective, which, you know, you'll say this has nothing to do with one another, and that's fair, right? It's not, you know, related to one another, but even the dumb guy argument here does not favor the Republican narrative. I guess you could say that because undocumented migrants and documented migrants are less likely to commit crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens, replacing the natural-born U.S. citizen population with undocumented migrants unironically lowers crime, technically. If you want to play by those, if you want to, you know, utilize the statistics here, that's the real stat. That's the real truth nuke.
And begin a life inside that country. You have to come in legally. Would you not agree with that?
I agree with that, but there's a right and a wrong way to carry out our laws. We have a constitution in this country. We have rule of law. We have a Congress, and we cannot have a situation where we have people terrorizing not just, you know, immigrant communities, but terrorizing our communities, shooting random people in the face like Alex Perty. I mean, this is not acceptable way to carry out our laws in this country. The president and the executive branch need to enforce the laws, but they need to obey Congress because Congress is part of our constitution in this country.
Well, let me tell you one thing, Elijah. Congress's laws are the laws that ICE is upholding.
That's not true.
And I'm just going to ask you one more time because you didn't answer my question. Are you okay?
That's not true. That's what we're seeking to change anyway. Randy Fine caught doing crime on video.
Okay with someone crossing our border illegally, even though that's against the laws of the United States? I'm not talking about how they're removed. Are you okay with them coming in illegally?
I think I answered this question. We have to enforce the laws that we have on the books if someone's coming into the country illegally.
Okay, so they should be removed.
There is a right and a wrong way to enforce the law. We cannot shoot people in the street. We cannot kidnap Americans off the street indiscriminately. You may be okay with that. I'm not okay with that, Martha.
No, I'm not okay with anyone being removed indiscriminately. I'm okay with the laws being upheld, and I'm okay with people doing their jobs. So, well, hopefully you'll come back because we have a lot more to talk about. So, Elijah Manley, thank you. We'll be watching your race tomorrow in Florida in the 20th District. Thank you for joining me. We'll be right back.
Thank you so much, Martha.
Thank you as well.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
If you do make it to Congress, you know, you're going to have to work with this Trump administration.
What is this? Newsmax ended this interview after I turned this question on Trump's accomplishments.
So can you name one significant accomplishment that President Trump has secured since returning to office for a second term?
I think it was signing the Epstein Files Transparency Act into law. I think that is something that we saw overwhelming bipartisan support for in the United States Congress. I wish that it had come about sooner, and I wish that we had the divulgence of these DOJ documents. But I do think that having accountability for the Epstein class is something that many Americans on either side of the political spectrum can agree with.
Dude, they're reaching bottom of the barrel at Newsmax, too. This guy is famous for being annoying on airplanes, dude. I cannot believe that this is oh my God. What this country is in the dumpster, dude. I swear to God, Republicans find new and unique ways of making America worse every day. How is this possible? This guy's claim to fame is literally wearing a shirt that says, I love Donald Trump, and then filming himself on airplanes being like, And now he's a fucking Newsmax 2 broadcaster. What are we doing?
With. And so I just want to see the follow through there. I've not necessarily seen that. The redactions of Donald Trump's name in these files, which is mentioned more than perhaps any other individual besides Jeffrey Epstein.
No, let's not go there.
I do
That's been debunked over and over and over again. Don't try to throw his name in there.
Let's not go in there. Let's not go there, please. Why not?
It's been completely debunked every single time that's come up. But I do agree with you. I think that was great. That's definitely not one of the greatest things that President Trump has done in his second term. He's ended 8 wars. He's trying to end another one. He's bringing peace to a lot of places. So that's lower on the totem list.
Not Iran.
But I see your point in your strategy in trying to put that out there. Oliver Larkin, thank you so much for joining the Pulse tonight. Appreciate you coming on.
For more from our new poll, we're joined by our Executive Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto. Anthony, great to see you.
Good morning.
It's a really interesting survey. So give us the big picture. These recent Democratic primaries, they were close, especially out in the Midwest. Are Democrats really split over socialism?
With a fresh batch of Republicans dumped for sex crimes and domestic violence this summer, their fall roster is looking stacked. Dog, I know you're the one lone Toby Durden, South Dakota chatter, but I genuinely think at this point, Republicans are leaning into it further where they're like, oh, thank God. I was worried that my favorite candidate didn't actually have a domestic abuse court case that's like hanging over his head. Thank God we found out that he's actually broken the collarbone of his 2-year-old daughter, allegedly. Like, that's literally at this, like, by 2028, I feel like Republicans are going to be like, oh, this candidate hasn't had a pedophilia allegation. I'm not going to fucking vote for this guy. How can I know to trust him? How could I know to trust him to do pedophilia in office? He must do pedophilia in office. Like, that's where we're headed right now. That's where we're headed. That's where this country is headed right now. They're like, hold on. I'm sorry. You mean to tell me this fucking rhino doesn't have a pedophilia allegation? I'm not voting for him then. I'm not voting for him. Yeah, this is the guy. This is literally the guy who's a Newsmax host, okay?
Trouble in paradise? Those are the reports coming out of Washington today as fractures seem to be emerging in the GOP between the Republicans' pro-pedophilia wing and the party's extremely pro-pedophilia wing. Infighting between the two pedophile coalitions reaching new levels of intensity in recent weeks, leaving GOP leadership to question how best to handle the future of their party's sexual attraction to minors. ONN's Jason Copeland joins us now from Washington with the latest. Jason, you've been in close contact with Republican insiders. What are you hearing?
Yeah, Dwight. Well, this is really a battle for the soul of the Republican Party, plain and simple. You know, the GOP has historically welcomed a wide net from pederasts to ephebophiles, and there's always been, you know, sort of moderate support for sexual attraction to children, but many in the base are now asking for a more full-throated endorsement. And like you said, this is really about the party of pedophilia's future, and right now it's looking a little bit split.
And the split playing out very publicly on social media just yesterday, with Senator Tom Tillis replying pretty tepidly to the most recent Epstein Files revelations.
Yeah, that's right. He's publicly calling everything in the Epstein Files cool, which frankly, you know, to pro-pedophilia voters, this comes off as a pretty lukewarm endorsement of child sex trafficking.
Which just isn't going to cut it in the post-Trump era of Republican pedophiles. A new Gallup poll showed only 44% of Republican voters being in favor of pedophilia, with another 43% being very in favor of it.
Yeah, and that's really what we're talking about here, Dwight. You know, for the last 10 years, the entire party has been jockeying for who's going to succeed Donald Trump as the face of American pedophilia. And right now, Republicans are looking closely at some local elections for insight. And this centrist versus extreme dynamic is playing out in Republican primaries across the country. This is Utah State Senator incumbent Matt Riggs staking out the more moderate position on child sex abuse.
I think my record speaks for itself. No one, and I do mean no one, was more upset than me the day Millie Bobby Brown turned 18. I am a staunch and committed pedophile.
Pretty boilerplate talking points.
Exactly. You know, it's a lot of the same old promises that many just aren't believing are going to resonate in exactly the same way anymore. And especially when you...
Is this real? No, man. It's a fucking Onion joke. But it's I mean, it's not that far off from reality. But yes, it's satire, okay? Law, love that you don't laugh at this. It's real news. I wish it was fake, but it is low-key what is becoming the reality every day. We've let it get totally out of hand in this country, okay?
You compare it alongside the more energized campaigns of some of the more charismatic sex criminals running like...
They don't really care about working-class pedophiles.
His opponent, Brock Granite, political outsider who fired back in a podcast appearance earlier this week.
Seducing underage boys and girls is a bedrock founding principle of the Republican Party. And it sickens me to see my opponent swoop in and try and steal valor from the real pedophiles on the ground. I looked it up. In the Epstein Files, this guy's name appears less than 300 times. It's performative pedophilia.
Now, Senator Riggs has already responded on X saying, quote, "I enjoy molesting as much as the next red-blooded American pedophile. I just don't make it my whole campaign. We need to be responsive to kitchen table issues, or the only ones left at the table will be adults." Jason, these are strong words being said against fellow pedophile party members. Is there any sense they can find common ground here and come together on this?
You know, not without strong pedophilic leadership at the top, Dwight. You know, some think J.D. Vance could be that, but others say he just looks like a pedophile more than acts like one. P. Diddy certainly could have been an interesting outside candidate. But the bottom line here, Dwight, is this is an identity crisis for a party that will eventually need to decide, are they going to push forward and continue to build upon the pedophilia of Trump? Or will they take the path of the Matt Gaetz moderates, go back to their roots and once again commit to being the grand old pedophiles of Reagan?
Will be interesting to see how it plays out. Thank you, Jason. In response to the infighting, Democratic leadership is looking to capitalize politically. Members of the House and Senate today held a joint press conference dressed as little children, stating, quote, "You can all be pedophiles if we can please have health care." Coming up next, making America healthy again. More on RFK Jr.'s latest initiative to fill the Washington Monument reflecting pool with beef tallow.
I mean, that happened. That also happened. It was just Mountain Dew instead. It was toxic sludge. Yeah. Also, you can tell it's satire because the Onion made it seem like the Democrats were actually fighting for health care in any way, shape, or form. So that's how you know it's fucking satire. That was the most far-fetched element of this satirical piece.
Let me start with the big picture among all Americans, because most Americans say they think the free market is a good thing. They have a more positive view of capitalism than they do of socialism, and they're net negative on socialism. But yeah, by comparison, there is relatively more support or favorability of socialism among Democrats. Not all Democrats, but it is a majority, and higher than compared to capitalism. You ask people what that means, because these are just labels.
Right.
And Democrats tend to describe socialism in terms of outcomes. Well, it's fairness. Well, there's more equality, and they're concerned about income inequality. Other people, other Americans, describe it as government control, and that's in a more negative context. So you can look at polling going back to the 30s, going to the 60s. There's always been these discussions of socialism, but they do tend to come out in tougher economic times. And even in this poll, we find, especially young people, saying like they feel opportunities are lesser now than they were for previous generations, that it's harder to get ahead, that the system doesn't work in a fair way. All that's the bigger context.
So as you rightly point out, this is a resurgence or reemergence of socialism. Certainly we've seen that this summer. How is it then splitting the Democratic Party specifically?
So one interesting thing is that it is college-educated Democrats who are relatively more favorable for socialism. And yes, they have even slightly higher incomes. We've seen some of that, too, in the votes that you mentioned, or the vote patterns in these states. What could be happening there is a sort of relative expectations. Maybe they've got a little more money, but it doesn't buy them as much as they thought. And the other part of it is, you ask people, is the Democratic Party as progressive as you'd like it to be? And that is also pretty even.
Even as they have this argument amongst themselves, ultimately they've got to go find swing voters, maybe even Republican voters, to vote for at least some of these Democrats if they have any hope of retaking control of Congress. So when you ask Americans overall about socialism and how the Democratic Party is sorting itself, what do they say?
So the big question here, I think, is what are the Democrats offering that's in contrast to the Trump economy? And of course, they want this to be a referendum on the Trump economy. But Democrats say they'd like to have bigger ideas from their candidates than smaller.
I'm sorry, but at a certain point, you can't keep begging in the polls. You got to make that decision. If you don't vote for people with big ideas, the party's never going to change. Because Democrats say this, but then they also still vote with a defensive posture. Okay? That's it. This is the most common expectation that I've heard. Democrats want their representatives to fight for them. Democrats want their representatives to hold the Trump administration accountable. They want their electeds to also fight for big changes. But then MS Now, CNN, New York Times, basically the entirety of corporate media turns around and tells them that the no changes candidate is the only electable one. It's the moderate one. And they go, oh my God, you're right. I have to vote for the no changes candidate again. And then it's surprise Pikachu face all over again. Every single time they're like, how do we get here? How do we get here? Well, perhaps it's because you are not voting for the candidate that you like. Exit poll after exit poll shows unbelievable levels of support for Medicare for all in the same race where the anti-Medicare for all candidate is considered the electable candidate, and that's the candidate that wins. Democrats run with electability in the primaries and harm reduction in the general. And that's the reason why they never have to push for change. They can just wait it out. They can just wait out the Republican madness as the country ratchets further and further to the right. And there are people who are demanding those changes. There are media platforms who are demanding those changes. But obviously, those people get bullied and yelled at all day, every day by the same corporate media. And then there are liberals who behave like consultants for free, liberals who operate as though they are DNC paid consultants that will then establish those exact same lines of attack, highlight those same exact problems that the Republicans are making a big deal out of. It's strange. I don't know why there's so much reproduction of this kind of reactionary propaganda coming from people who think they're doing the right thing, people who are just like independent themselves. This is how we generate voter apathy. It's a constant race to the bottom.
Or incremental ones. They'd like to see people who they think are fighting for them, almost more affect than anything else. The way that plays going forward is that when you ask people to look back on other times Democrats have been in power, it's not necessarily seen as being successful. Remember the last time inflation started under Democrats. So do they need to offer something new in contrast? This is ultimately a fight about what that is.
All right. Anthony, we'll talk a little bit more about this later. Thank you for now.
Thanks.
And here he is now, James Carville. You really
in the flesh. Nice to see you, Jesse.
Nice to see you too. We're glad you're not in a bed. We usually see you in a bed.
I know. Usually I've had a little surgery and I've been in the bed a lot lately.
Good. We're glad you're doing better. Well, you look great.
Doing better.
We're glad you're doing. I wish I could say the same thing for the Democratic Party. Do you think that you guys should run AOC, another woman? You guys have not done well running women, James.
Well, first of all, I don't know why I feel bad about the Democratic Party. We're ahead 8 points in a congressional majority. Trump's at 32% in the polling. So I don't know about you. I'm worried about the Democrats right now. I'm not. We're going to win the House.
You're not worried about the communists taking over the party?
No, they're a bunch of silly people. Those people you had on there, those DSA people, they're a pack of fools. No one pays attention to them. They ain't going to do anything. Now, if you ask me about AOC, I do think she's very talented. She's certainly to the left of me, but you know what she's doing? What I think good politicians do, she's growing into the job. She's not the same person she was when she was elected in 2018. And when people change a position from a...
Connor says, I'm sorry, but Jesse Waters is so comically awful. It's kind of awesome. He's perfect for his role. 100%. He's like a textbook villain, dude. He's like a school bully. Record behavior. He's doing it right now. By the way, Fox News loves this shit. Yes.
What I think is a more naive position to a more realistic position, I'm going to praise them. I'm a guy. I like converts in my church. I can't get you to come into
agree.
It,
I agree. People can grow up. I have certainly grown up. Jesse Waters have matured over my career. But what she was saying that menstruating people. What you can't. I mean,
again, this is only a big deal if we allow the Republicans to make it a big deal. Every single instance of trans-related issues is only a big deal because the Democrats don't have definable policies that they run on that Republicans have to position themselves against. I've been saying this for the last decade. I'm going to continue saying it. It kind of feels like at least some of the establishment Democrats are coming to terms with that reality as well a little bit, because we constantly find ourselves in a defensive posture where we allow the Republicans to dominate the conversation. We allow Fox News to be the news desk editor of New York Times, MS Now, CNN, and the rest of corporate media that's like a little bit more liberal. Okay? Like, who cares? Who cares that AOC said like menstruating persons? I don't care. Why is this relevant to me? I don't care. I genuinely don't care. The woke one stuff becomes a major flashpoint for some reason because Republicans are so comfortable in that space. They try to turn around and say, look, Democrats are doing an about face. They're running away from their previous positions. They're running away from their previous positions where they were being cringe. They were being overly sensitive. They were being hyper woke. I don't care. Okay? I think it's unbelievably immaterial in the grand scheme of things. And I don't even like it when people are complaining as though this is AOC and DSA aligned electeds actually going back on their previous promises. It's one of AOC's biggest flaws. She sounds too much like a rad lib. She should communicate like a normal American. It's good. It's a good thing. If she turns around and says, yeah, I'm just not doing the hypersensitive stuff any longer. I'm just going to talk about the kitchen table issues. I'm going to talk about the bread and butter issues. I'm going to talk about, affordability. Then that's great. That's a welcomed addition, okay? I don't like when people also then lose their minds over it. I don't like when people lose their minds over like, oh, well, she's very clearly going to throw everything under the bus. She's going to become a moderate establishment centrist Democrat or something. Okay? Who cares what kind of language that people were using? Who cares? I never did, but it doesn't matter, right? I think running around saying that's just fucking a dog whistle for transgenocide. Wait, what? No, it's not. No, it's not. The argument is very simple, okay? Do you want health care? Do you want a roof over your head? Great. Trans people are also getting it. Are you fine with that? Or are you not fine with that? Leave trans people alone. If you're not fine with that, well, then sucks to suck. Go vote for the anti-trans party, okay? There are much less people who will make that calculation and go vote for the anti-trans vote, okay? That's the reality. As opposed to what we're currently doing, which is not offering anything to those people at all and just going, oh, you're anti-trans. That means you're a villain. That means you can't be a part of this broader coalition. Brother, I know you aren't intending it, but you're being slightly transphobic, saying it's a nonsense issue. Trans men and MBs at X and M get denied insurance without the inclusive language. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind. Do you think trans men and women get denied insurance coverage because AOC didn't say like menstruating persons? Is that what you seriously are saying? No, that is an entirely separate conversation, okay? I'm simply stating that Democrats that want to protect trans people, okay? Democrats that want to protect trans people should have a broader left populist agenda that they put at the forefront, okay? Because any conversation that revolves around the optics argument, okay? The optics argument that centers, trans issues is always going to be a defensive posture against the Republicans, and it clearly doesn't work. Not with you on this one, boss. Sorry. I'm not saying compromise on trans issues. I've never said that. Okay? The best possible way to deal with this is to say trans people are our neighbors. They are a part of the working class. You need to leave them alone. Their problems are working class issues as well. Okay? They're God's children, just like you and I. Shut the fuck up about trans people. Republicans are distracting everyone by constantly talking about trans people. Donald Trump already eradicated transgender athletes from NCAA, and it didn't help. It didn't help pay your rent. Okay, it did not help pay your rent. Did it? Is your life better? Are eggs more affordable now? They're not, because that was used to make you think that Donald Trump was doing something. As a trans person, unless someone says they are trans in these conversations, do not engage in bad faith actors. It's 1% of the population. The fact that it is 90% of the discourse is unfucking believable, and it is by design. And this has worked, by the way. It worked in Kentucky. Andy Bashar did this. And I'm a great example of this as well, right? Like, this is a pro-trans community, okay? Uncompromising on trans issues. This is a pro-trans community. This is a community where trans people are protected, right? We ban transphobes immediately, okay? Having said that, have you ever heard me say Latinx? Have you ever heard me say birthing person or menstruating person? These are important pieces of language that you can use in an academic setting, but like, I don't say that. I don't use that language at all. Does that make you question whether or not I think trans issues are ones that we should cast aside? Has that ever made you think, oh, well, I don't know about Hasan. I don't know if Hasan is actually a pro-trans or not? Has that ever made you question whether I'm pro-trans or not, even a little bit? That's it. Because it doesn't mean anything. It's just like an aesthetic marker. That's all it is. For some people, they question it. Okay, well, I guess that's just the reality then. This is one of the only massive spaces on the internet where trans people can congregate and know full well that they will be protected. They will not be attacked. They will not be attacked by transphobes. We work very hard to ensure that it's a safer space. It's also an educational space, so it's not going to be 100% a safe space regardless. But like, it just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to like, I don't know why you're being defensive about this right now. I'm being defensive about this because in order to better protect all marginalized communities, including trans people, there is a way to communicate these issues to the masses, because we're currently losing on this argument. Because Republicans are capable of dominating the conversation on this argument. They're very successfully dominating the conversation on this argument. I'm not even compromising on like transgender athletes. I think that stuff is fucking ridiculous as well, right? It's ridiculous. Why do you care? It's a ridiculous story. It's a ridiculous issue. But the only reason why we are constantly talking about it, we're constantly fucking talking about it, is because the Republicans know that it's a 70-30 issue now for them, and that's the only thing that they can lean into. It's 1% of the population, and it's ridiculous. It doesn't hurt you one way or another. It only hurts trans people if you're a trans person. That's it. But dunking on 1% of the population, does that make you feel better? I guess if you're a fucking bully, you know, it makes you feel like there's a group of people that you are above. It's a totally cultivated issue that Republicans successfully manufacture outrage around over and over again. Our guy, Van Lathan, had a take about trans people in sports is going semi-viral. Yeah, this was a great take.
If you cannot gift trans people at this point, if you cannot gift them with visibility, humanity, and acceptance, could you at least gift them with silence? Could you at least shut the up about them? Like, could you just at least leave them the alone? There are wars happening in the Middle East. Food prices are crazy. Like, the environment is in the shit. We can't eat lettuce without crapping our pants, all of this stuff, and you still picking on these people after all of this time. Shut the up.
Yeah. Beast mode. I say this to my friends and they immediately hit the "you're okay with minors getting gender affirming care when under 18s can't even get a tattoo." The question you should ask them is, why do you care about what a medical professional is deciding to do with a patient? Do you make this decision about, do you get to have a say when a doctor decides to do open heart surgery on a minor? Do you get to have a say when someone who's a minor is pre-diabetic and a doctor decides to give them Ozempic? Do you get to have a say in every minute, detailed medical decision that a fucking doctor is making for a minor patient? Your take on this is awful. Really? We get to decide. I didn't go to medical school. You didn't go to medical school. None of us know better. Okay? But we should get to make these decisions. I think it's psychotic. You let minors drink and smoke cigs? Okay, never mind. We are in agreement. I agree. I think it's ridiculous. There is a Haganese version of this message. You know? Then they argue that this is different. How do we respond? What do you mean it's different? It's literally, it is a medical decision being made by a medical professional. What are we talking about? It's not different. It's exactly the same. They can't just say it's different. There are people out there who are Christian Scientists, okay? There are people out there who do not believe in doctors. There are people out there who do not believe that if you were to break your arm as a 12-year-old, that you should get a cast, okay? Straight up. There are people who believe that. Are we going to let them make these decisions now? If there's enough of them, we got to make them make these decisions? This is the hog retort, okay? Sometimes it's good to speak the language of the hog. Sometimes it's good to speak like a chud. Okay? Just because people don't believe in medical intervention doesn't mean that we have to abide by that. Doesn't mean that we get to make these decisions. That's not how we write legislation. It's fucking ridiculous. What are we doing? It's that simple. Speak like a chud, think like a woke. Yeah. When people ask you about this stuff, just say, I think a doctor should make this decision. I'm sorry. You know? I don't like braces. I think they are bad. Do I get to have a say on whether or not a minor gets braces, or is it the doctor? Is it the dentist that makes that decision? I think it should be the dentist that makes that decision. I didn't go to dentist school. Okay? I didn't go to dentist school. They did. They know better. Sometimes it's better to leave this up to the people who spent their lives trying to give people the necessary life-saving, oftentimes, medical intervention. That is a real problem in American discourse. This is a real issue in American culture for sure, where we've just like, I think due to American exceptionalism and American individualism, we've deluded ourselves into thinking that we know better than the people who've spent their entire lives studying the subject and learning and trying to help people. You know, it like I don't know more than a doctor, okay? I don't know better than a doctor. I don't. And I'm man enough to admit it. Okay? I'm smart enough to recognize my limitations. This is the problem. A lot of Americans do not operate like this at all. They go, no, I know everything. And I'm a unique little snowflake. And just because my unique little brain decided a certain thing, everybody else has to abide by it. It's like, that's not how it works. That's not how it works at all. So, yeah. There's always a way to flip the script back on people who have ridiculous opinions. Okay? Ridiculous opinions on how things should be, how society should be formed. There's always a way to speak in the language of liberalism if you're talking to liberals, and the language of Haganese if you're talking to chuds. I think one of AOC's biggest weaknesses, unironically, was always the fact that she speaks too much like a rad lib, too much like an academic. She always wanted to be as accessible as what's the word? Like she just wanted to be as kind as possible, right? And it comes across as insincere. Inclusive is the word, yes. She's too inoffensive, too inclusive in her language, and it sometimes comes across as insincere. Okay? I disagree. She's loved. Yes, she's loved by our community, but our community is obviously far from the norm. Okay? I think part of the problem also is that corporations also took on this language. And once that happens, once DEI language, if you want to call it that, or inclusivity language is associated with corporate Memphis as a type font, as a design language, once it's associated with Amazon, McDonald's, Nike, it's fucking over. And in some instances, it makes sense that people actually reacted to this in a negative manner because it's just not how like normal people operate in the real world. Right? That's why I say you got to speak the language of the masses. You got to speak to the masses. You got to be where the masses are. And you got to speak to their needs. You got to lend a helping hand. This was somewhat of an issue with Francesca Hong as well. It's not about dropping these issues, dropping these policies, dropping the advocacy. It's just about, talking like a normal person. Because in the rest of the country, I'm sorry, there are plenty of kind individuals, kind-hearted individuals who just haven't thought about these issues at all, right? They haven't thought about these issues at all, but they could be convinced. But when they hear that kind of language, they basically immediately assume that it's insincere, it's corpo speak, it's HR speak, it's whatever, right? Like they hear that and they go, oh, here we go. This is another smug elitist. Okay, inclusivity is good. That's not an argument, but there comes a time when you have to put yourself on the same level as constituents and the masses and speak like them and what matters in their day-to-day life. Yeah. Gramsci said in the prison notebooks that intellectuals have a dialogical responsibility to educate the masses. I do think so, for sure. But a good educator who's speaking to the masses will have to speak the language of the masses. If their language comes across as inaccessible, if their language comes across as far too academic or far too inaccessible, then of course people are not going to listen to it. So then we fail on that desire. Do you see what I mean? Yeah, normal people don't see that language as pro-working class. They see it as elite bullshit. That's why this is a bunch of white, middle-class, champagne socialist line has more emotion with Chuz. Yes, 100%.
That's like a core fundamental issue, a biological issue. Usually like the next year when it's unpopular, you say, oh, I don't believe that.
But look, there was a place where part of the country went crazy in 2019, 20, 21, 22. I told them they were crazy. And to her credit, she doesn't talk like that anymore. Good, you've grown. We like that. You're moving in the right direction.
Okay, well.
It's such bullshit because normal person talk was hijacked by right-wing culture wars. We can hijack it with inclusivity and kindness too. Just can't be framed in a snobby case. I know, but like saying stuff like I don't even think it's that big of a deal when someone says like birthing person. I just don't. I think this is irrelevant, right? Like the example I always use is like Amy Goodman. I love Amy Goodman. I respect the shit out of her. I revere Amy Goodman. I think she is a shining, a bright light in a sea of awfulness. Okay. She does it all the time. She's always done it. To me, it doesn't matter. Okay. It doesn't matter. It's utterly irrelevant. It's completely harmless. Who cares if people are using that kind of language? But if you're trying to sell yourself to the masses, okay, if you're trying to sell yourself to the masses, like you're going to have to sometimes reposition your comments. You're going to have to reposition the way you talk about certain issues. That's it. It's not about dropping your advocacy at all. It's more so about making your advocacy more successful. And the other side of the story also is obviously defining yourself. You always have to define yourself, okay? You have to define your campaign and your candidacy around key issues that help people, that want to improve people's lives, okay? Zohran Mamdani is a great example of this. He's woke. Nobody gave a shit about his advocacy for trans issues or anything like that because they were too busy yelling about his communist policies of state-run grocery stores as though it's like impossible to push for that when in places like fucking Georgia, they already have it. Every goddamn military base is a commissary. Right? Hasan has to explain why meeting people where they are works every stream. I know. And it's kind of funny because I've never stopped doing this. I haven't stopped doing this during Woke 1.0. I haven't stopped. I've been doing this exact argument. I've been presenting this exact argument since like 2014. Okay. And day in, day out, there are still people who come in here and go, nah, that's fucked up. Or people who come in here and go, you're the king of woke. Fuck you. You were Mr. Woke 1.0, whatever. Okay, what are your thoughts on alternative examples to explain some ideas in a more normie way? I just did. I explained to you the transgender, the way to talk about like trans-related issues is through medical privacy. Not allowing the government to intervene in the affairs of a patient and a doctor. It's fucking ridiculous. Because it is ridiculous. As far as trans athletes, the question always is like, why do you care? Do you care about high school athletics? Like, what the hell's wrong with you? These people aren't like faking it so they can get an upper hand. They just want to, they're kids. They're kids. They want to be a part of kid shit, like what kids do. They want to have a sense of community. What do you mean? Like, why are you dunking on a 14-year-old, dude? What the fuck's wrong with you? And then on the other side, how do we legislate this? How do we actually regulate this? Do you want random perverted parents to do genital inspection day at your school? Because that's what we're going to. That's what we're heading towards. You're going to have a daughter one day. Your daughter's going to be too dominant in high school athletics. And then the opposing team's fathers are going to be like, we need to see her pussy. Is that a reality you want to live in? It's disgusting. It's pedophilic. Why the fuck are we letting these pedophilic monsters interfere in these affairs? Straight up. That's it. That's literally the advocacy. They want genital inspection day. Flip the script. I don't want these pedophiles doing genital inspection day at school.
Always a good thing.
Is the rest of your party moving in the right direction? We saw Gavin Newsom fly to Michigan to kiss this guy's ring, this guy Abdul, who calls you names, Carville. He hates you.
Okay, so what? They don't like me. I don't dislike them. He's a guy. I was for Haley Stevens. But all the people that I see out there running Ossoff and Andy Bashir and Shapiro and West and everybody else, there's so much talent in this party. People are going to be blown away after we get past 26 and start running. Okay. And the people that we're talking about are not going to do anything. Okay, Ossoff, Bashir, no one knows these guys. These guys are boring guys. You know, that's the future. We're talking about right now, James. And right now, I mean, the mayor here in New York speaking Chinese. Do you speak Chinese? I don't, but I wish I did. I would be a more educated person, and I'm not going to fault anybody for learning.
Dude, Mamdani speaks Chinese. God, it's over. Okay? American supremacy is done. This is the leading subheader on the most popular news broadcast in the country. Okay? Anti-intellectualism has won in America. B, we cannot allow it to win in America. I talked about, like, you know, speaking the language of the masses is also the idea that, like, it's actually better to keep your head in the fucking sand. This notion. Like, you cannot use this as a line of attack, man. You are not. This is unacceptable. It's so fucking stupid, dude. It's so stupid. I can't. Mamdani speaks Chinese. How do you feel about that, James Carville? What the fuck? Do you want America to be a dominant force around the planet or not, dumbass? The fuck are you talking about?
Other language. Unfortunately, I barely speak Cajun French, but that's fine. It means he's an educated, smart guy. He speaks different languages.
Well, I don't think he speaks it.
By the way, the mayor of New York,
I think he mimicked it.
He can bring Chinese businesses.
Okay, fine. All right, so that's fine. He's speaking Mandarin here in New York City. And a big wing of your party, James, they want to abolish the police, prisons, and the border. I mean, no one's standing up to these people.
Yeah, here's a great question. Who's a great
question? You tried, and nothing happened.
We're staring up like crazy right here where I'm sitting in New Orleans. Our crime rate is down, I don't know, 30, 35%. New York is a low-crime jurisdiction. We have all of these Democratic police mayors having these tremendous police chiefs around the country, but the crime rate now is as low as it's been, I don't know, I think since 1960.
You don't give the president any credit for that?
No, I mean, it started going down in 2020.
Okay, and so it has nothing to do with deporting all of these criminal illegals?
Fine. What did all of this was put into place earlier in this decade. All of this is the fruition of technology coming together in law enforcement and better trained and more professional policing. We're starting to reap the dividends of this.
Okay. Well, I'm glad crime is at a 150-year low. That is definitely good news we could both be happy about.
I'll take it.
So these other guys, they want to take away my doctor. James, I love my doctor. I see my doctor all the time. I have a lot of issues, physical, emotional, mental, and they want Medicare for all. You know what that means. You know what that means, right?
I know exactly what it means. If I was starting the system over, honestly, I would start with Medicare for all.
You would.
But you're not starting over. So I think I think at the end of the day, when
See, this is what I mean. You're weak. You're weak. You shouldn't concede on this. Okay, you should be like, it's far better than the system that we currently have with skyrocketing premiums. Okay, sky high premiums are cleaning people's lunch money out. It's unacceptable. We are the only OECD nation on the planet that does not have some form of socialized healthcare. It is embarrassing. It is unacceptable. New studies show 114,000 excess deaths are caused due to people not receiving their primary health care, not going to the doctor on time, avoiding the medical interventions that are necessary. This is the wealthiest nation on earth. We're spending billions of dollars waging war at Israel's behest over in the Strait of Hormuz and losing. And you're going to tell me that we can't have Medicare for all? Get the hell out of here. This is a third world country with a Gucci belt, man. Get the fuck out of here.
people think about it, it's not going to be a very good idea. But the idea that somebody thinks we should have some version of universal coverage in this country is in line with most advanced Western governments around the world.
I mean, people.
I don't think.
It's not perfect, but to blow up the system and spend almost $4 trillion a year on it, I mean, it just seems like suicide. You know better than that. Let me ask you, besides Medicare for all, what are the new ideas that the Democrat Party is pushing now? New ideas.
Let me give you a couple.
Okay.
Raise taxes on incomes above $450,000 a year, and take the money and put it into a first-time home buyer's mortgage relief fund. Let's start there. The minimum wage hadn't been raised since 2009. Let's raise the thing to $15 an hour pronto. Let's give companies tax breaks that pay to employees above and beyond what you would expect them to pay. Let's encourage higher wages around the country. Let's be very aggressive in promoting American products and American trade, where we could build more wealth in the country. There's all kinds of things that we can do, and good ideas.
I think those are some good ideas. Some of them you guys had a shot at last time, didn't really try them, but that's fine. James, I am just happy to see you out of bed. Looking.
I mean, even Carville is like, slowly
President Trump
genuflecting to the left populist flank, I guess. But even then, he's there reluctantly. Okay, let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz, another area of disaster. Okay. I will say James is not as bad as Neera Tanden because after the primary, because he sometimes locks in on hating the Republicans. Yeah. Yeah, I've never seen a party leader aggressively try to cripple a party candidate like this and go out of their way to help them lose to the other party. Remarkable stuff. It's crazy. Yeah, according to the Washington Post, backlash in Michigan complicates Democrats' road to retaking the Senate. Chuck Schumer says Democrats don't necessarily need to win Michigan to flip control of the U.S. Senate. A path to winning back the Senate clearly goes through Michigan. Yeah, if they try to undermine the Michigan run, which is the easiest route to the Senate majority, because they cannot allow a Medicare for all anti-Zionist candidate to win. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to lose my fucking mind, dude. It's just, I had a little bit more confidence. I had a little bit more confidence in the immediate aftermath when there was the whole party unification stuff going on. David Sirota wrote this a couple weeks ago. I'm going to write something here that we all know is true, but few are willing to just say out loud. There's a non-zero chance that the National Democratic Party, its donors, and its media will decide to abandon and sabotage populist anti-establishment Democratic nominees in the upcoming general election. Many in this corporate faction would rather such nominees lose, even if that means Democrats losing the Senate and governorships, than see these candidates win. Why? Because if these candidates win, they threaten to change the Democratic Party and make the corporate faction irrelevant. Doors open. Yeah. And I am really worried about that. I'm really, really worried about that reality because currently, as it stands, they hold all of the money. There's obviously a lot of power in corporate media as well in terms of what voters get to see. There's going to be a faucet of money that's being dumped into this race against Abdul al-Sayed, as there was a barrage of attack ads that he received to the tune of $70 million. Okay? So in the general, it's important for the base to unify. It's important for the establishment Democrats to consolidate support behind all of their candidates, even if they don't agree with the progressive wing of the party. Okay? Because in order for this theory of change to work, the Democrats can't sabotage the progressive wing. Can you give me the two sauces as well? Thank you. And it's clear that they're like, hey, man, this happened with Zora and we still won. Yeah, in New York City, chat. And even then, it was difficult. Chopsticks too, please. You guys understand that New York City and Michigan are entirely different electorates, right? Chopsticks too, please. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Teriyaki chicken again? Yes, it's teriyaki chicken time again. It's always teriyaki chicken time. Bro, Trump is minus 27. Come on, man. Guys, there are a lot of people who are just dumb as fuck, okay? It doesn't matter. Most people don't even know that there is a primary or a midterm election happening, and you're over here being like, oh, dude. You know, Trump is minus 27. Like as though that means anything. This is a big problem. Anyway, let's get back to the Strait of Hormuz.
Obama, U.S. ally, amid frustration with the Iran war with no end in sight. Charlie D'Agata and Nancy Cordes kick it off for us on Iran, beginning with you, Charlie. Good morning to you. What is the latest? What can you tell us?
Good morning, Gail. Well, Iran has been in talks with Oman for weeks to work out a strategy for shipping routes in the Strait of Hormuz, though nothing concrete has come from it. Those talks have prompted President Trump to threaten to strike, even as Iran disputes his claims about who controls the strait.
We'd handle them very easily, just like we do others.
With ships stuck in the Strait of Hormuz and talks dead in the water, President Trump Monday took aim not at Iran, but longtime U.S. ally Oman, which shares the strait and has been negotiating control of the waterway with the regime. Trump told Fox News, if Oman gets in the way, we'll bomb the expletive out of them. Democratic Senator Tim Kaine challenged that threat, promising to file a war powers resolution prohibiting military action against Oman. Iran marked the end of the 60-day memorandum with its own threat to go fully offensive if diplomacy fails. The head of the Iranian army offering a $30,000 bounty for the killing or capture of a U.S. soldier, double that if a woman carries it out. President Trump still insists Iran cannot have a
#woke
nuclear weapon and has floated the idea of making the strait American property.
We control it with a blockade, and I like the idea of declaring it a territory.
With the turmoil unfolding in the Middle East, Trump dropped another bombshell on U.S. ally South Korea, instructing Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to substantially reduce joint military exercises with the country because its president refused to help America denuclearize Iran.
We don't need help with Iran, but if you'd like, give us a hand with Iran. He said, no thanks.
This made me fucking really annoyed. This made me really annoyed because that Project Liberal dipshit that's funded by the Koch brother had an insincere take that I replied to. Hasan, Trump, bar none, of all of our contemporary presidents, probably the best on the Korean issue. Hasan is showing his hand again. This guy's out here cheering Trump's move to abandon our allies and cozy up to one of the most repressive dictatorial regimes on earth. If it's proven that Hasan was a paid CCP propagandist, his content wouldn't look any different. That's, by the way, an interesting sleight of hand there. He's like probably worried about, now that I'm pursuing litigation against Scott Jennings. Notice how he is no longer saying like, oh, Hasan is a paid CCP propagandist. Interesting. Anyway, I replied, but what should we do? Should we lean into exercises or let them work out a peace deal that the South Korean leadership also wants? Should we go fight a nuclear-armed nation? We can't even defeat Iran. What's your suggestion, moron? Why are you trying to outflank the Republicans on war? He says, Hasan sounds identical to Tucker Carlson here. Just replace North Korea with Russia. The answer to the challenge is simple. What happened when Obama did nothing after Russia took Crimea? 8 years later, Russia invaded outright, and well over 100,000 Ukrainians are dead. Kim's stated war plans is the complete occupation and subjugation of South Korea. There is no peace deal that doesn't include North Korea subjugation to the south. North Korea has 13,000 artillery pieces and rocket launchers massed near the DMZ, plus an estimated 60 nuclear warheads. If war breaks out, estimates run up to 300,000 dead in the first days from conventional munitions alone. If nuclear weapons are used, it could be upwards of 2 million dead. The regime holds up 100,000 plus political prisoners in camps. The UN ruled crimes against humanity. Guilt by association is enough for you to send there to die. And 3 generations of a family are often sent to the camps for the crime of war. South Koreans want freedom from subjugation. They don't want to live in a totalitarian dictatorship. American support for 70 years has kept war from breaking out and allows South Koreans to live in freedom. The end of that support makes war more likely, not less. In America, we stand by our allies. We do this because it is, in fact, the anti-war position. Appeasement and pre-surrender serves the interests of our foreign adversaries, but I'm sure Hasan already knows this. Now, what's really interesting about this unbelievable Voice of Asia-ass post is that it's almost entirely incorrect. Okay? That's what's so crazy about it, because notice how he doesn't respond to any of the questions that I have, where I said, why are we not abiding by the South Korean leadership's desires in this circumstance to end the war? No one said anything about like complete reunification or anything like that. Okay? What I'm saying, Radio Free Asia, what I'm saying is, let South Korea and North Korea talk to one another. The military exercises are unnecessary saber rattling and improving or increasing the unnecessary militant posture against North Korea rather than letting these two parties talk to one another. Okay? That's it. Those drills are only liked by the far right in South Korea. Those drills are only to soothe the interests of the far right in South Korea at a time when the South Korean attitude towards Trump is in the gutter. They hate Donald Trump because Donald Trump did the Iran war, which is now destroying the South Korean economy. I like that his retort was Obama should have started war with a nuclear-armed nation over Crimea. That's his retort. It's good stuff. Does South Korea get to have a say here? Yeah. South Korean President Lee Jae-myung has proposed talks with North Korea to formally end the Korean War and replace the armistice with a peace regime, saying dialogue could also curb Pyongyang's advancing nuclear program.
전쟁을 종식하고 한반도의 불안정한 정전 체제를 평화 체제로 바꾸는 여정에 나설 것입니다. 서로에 대한 상호 위협 의사를 내려놓고 아주 오래된 전쟁을 끝내기 위한 당사자들 간의 논의를 시작합시다. 이를 통해 북의 핵능력 고도화를 멈출 실효적 방안도 논의될 수 있을 것입니다.
Korean politics are, yes, depression-inducing mindfuckery. But ironically enough, I think like America's power waning in the global stage has caused the Korean government, this is a much more liberal Korean government, which isn't really saying much because, you know, obviously it's 7 families that run the entire show over there. But but these guys are obviously taking a different stance in terms of dealing with South Korea. This is something that happened in the, not the last incel president, but when Donald Trump was president, when South Korea was trying to normalize relations formally with North Korea once again.
Thanks. Trump touted his close relationship with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, saying he's always treated me with respect. Unlike Iran, North Korea has already developed a nuclear weapon, posing a threat not only to South Korea, but the U.S. itself. Vlad?
That's a good point, Charlie. Thank you very much. Let's go to the White House and Nancy Cordes. So, Nancy, what do the president's comments tell us about where this war could be?
I'm almost certain the reason why South Korea sees an opportunity here to deal with North Korea directly is partially because of the quagmire in the Strait of Hormuz. They see what it looks like when you're an American client. And they realize that there's no longevity there. America sent in their THAADs in 2016 to South Korea. China hated it. This led to the loss of billions of dollars of economic activity in South Korea. This also might have led to China creating its own, Chinese pop industry rather than consuming K-pop in China. And all of that was for nothing because guess what? America took those THAADs out a couple months ago because they had to defend the UAE and defend Israel. So all of that loss of trade by the major trading partner in their backyard was for nothing. Why the fuck should they still follow along with our desires?
Heading.
Vlad, I think Trump's comments are a window into his frustration about his options nearly 6 months into this war. The ceasefire agreement he signed back in June, it set out 60 days for negotiations between the U.S. and Iran. And 60 days later, here we are, and there are no negotiations over Iran's nuclear program. The Strait of Hormuz remains largely closed to oil shipping, which is keeping gas prices up. President Trump just has not been able to force Iran to the table, despite months of heavy bombing that we were told were going to leave Iran with no choice. And the only country Iran is talking to is Oman. But whatever deal they both cut to reopen the strait is likely to leave Iran with more control over global shipping traffic than it had before the war. So sometimes Trump's frustration with Iran spills over onto Oman, even though it is a crucial U.S. ally in the region and no one seriously believes that he would ever bomb Oman, despite the fact that he's now made threats publicly against them a couple of times.
Well, see, I used to say stuff like that. But unfortunately, Donald Trump is fucking insane. So who knows? Former Israeli captive asked to execute Palestinian prisoners himself. Jesus Christ. I wish there was a better explainer on the Korea issue. Or not a better explainer on the Korea issue, but like, I think the liberal talking points on this issue are very bad. I think liberals broadly are saying like Trump is abandoning our allies, all this stuff, which is true. There is truth to that. There's always truth to that. But because Trump is a fucking asshole, and he has abandoned our allies. But the real abandonment for South Korea actually came far before this last iteration. It came when Donald Trump attacked Iran, and Iran retaliated by closing the Strait of Hormuz. That's when we fucked South Korea over. So that is when we really, really screwed over South Korea. We screwed over Japan. I like the de-escalation on the Korean Peninsula, but this still is worrying from the perspective of how much we're just abandoning all commitments we make to other countries and what that means for the future. I mean, we have to restrain ourselves around the globe, no matter what. So if that's Trump doing it, or whether it be Biden doing it, I'm in favor of it. And I don't even think that this is actually foregoing security commitments in the way that Trump is presenting it. I think Trump will always posture and be like, oh, Korea, you're not pro-Israel enough. That's why we're doing this. But I think behind closed doors, this decision is more so in line with what South Korea wants to do as well. Part of the problem is that nuanced speech about this issue is basically illegal in South Korea, despite the fact that Section 7 of the National Security Act has had High Court overturn it 9 times as of last month because they keep throwing teenagers in jail for downloading North Korean music for the memes. Yeah, there is a state repression in South Korea as well. There's like a holdover from their military dictatorship. But yeah, South Korea's president has renewed his push to regain independent control of the military from the U.S. Democrats who stand with our allies should, 1, support giving Seoul full operational control over its own military, and 2, support calls for diplomacy to finally end the Korean War. That's my assessment as well. This is the problem, though. Democrats instead are saying, no, we should keep doing fucking military exercise in the Korean Peninsula. And it's so dumb because the entire world, including South Korea, knows that we don't have the capabilities of fighting a fucking war against even North Korea. Do you understand that? We cannot allow the Trump administration to be the reasonable party when, even if they're making a reasonable decision, they're actually presenting it in the most unreasonable manner. They hear him say, "Oh, I love Kim Jong-un," and then they lose their goddamn minds. If we're making a choice like this, which is the right choice in my opinion, it should have been done in coordination with the ROK government and actually planned out. I'll still take it. Yes, of course. That's what competent leadership looks like. The problem is we don't have a competent leader. We have a psychopath who literally turned around and said, "I love Kim Jong-un, and South Korea is not sufficiently Zionist for my taste palette, and therefore, fuck you. We're actually taking away the military exercises," presenting the reducing of the military exercises as a negative when it's not. A normal competent government, a normal competent administration that follows the Trump one should say things like this. It's very clear that American military supremacy has only yielded tremendous death and destruction overseas and nothing for our working class here in this country. We must be more peaceful in our attitude. We must always pursue diplomacy. And in the interest of pursuing diplomacy, we will do everything we can in coordination with our ally, the Republic of Korea, to ensure that the Republic of Korea and the Democratic People's Republic of Korea will get to the table and pursue the path of permanent peace. For far too long, these countries have waged war, brother against brother. We should put an end to that. Okay? And in an effort to show good faith that we are following through on this agenda, we are going to de-escalate our military exercises in the Korean Peninsula. If I was a Democratic president, that's what I would say. In exchange for this goodwill gesture, we hope that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea will also reduce their missile launches in the region.
בקשה אישית, ואני מסתכל לך באמת בתוך הלבן של העיניים, כבוד השר, תיתן לי להיות זה שתולה אותם. אני לא רוצה חבל ואני לא צריך כפתור עם הידיים שלי. אני יוציא להורג כל מחבל פה במדינת ישראל.
אני אהפוך את העולם שזה יקרה. אני מבטיח לך להשתדל ולהפוך את העולם כדי שזה יקרה. והלוואי, זה אחד החלומות הכי טובים שלי. אגב, זה תלייה. אנחנו העונש שקבענו שנבצע אותו בתלייה. והלוואי, אתה האדם הנכון במקום הנכון, כדי שנתלה ונוציא אחד להורג. הם לא מגיע להם לחיות, ואתה צודק, הנה הם סובלים, קשה להם, רע להם, ואני שמח שרע להם. זה הדבר היחיד שיכול להביא גם לא תיקון שלם, אבל לעשות איזשהו תיקון ומזור לכאבים הכל כך גדולים שלך ושל כל האחרים.
Normal and healthy society where the national security minister says, yeah, we'll let you fucking personally murder people with your bare hands. Great stuff.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel.
Ooh, Noah Samson. Asmongold loves genocide. Noah Samson with a new video. I believe the original title of this video was How Asmongold Sells You Genocide or something like that. This guy's not a Twitch streamer. He's the national security minister in the Israeli government, which would fall apart without his party's support. This isn't a comment from years ago. He makes blood-curdling statements like this every 2 days. Yet American policymakers continue to fund this government. In any sane world, such an association should be a political career killer. Yet where does our media spend its time when it comes to policing associations? Yeah. Ben-Gvir presented that they're constructing purpose-made gallows for Palestinian prisoners. They already built the death row wing in the prison, and now they're building execution sites. But American advocates for Israel will still say Ben-Gvir does not represent the state of Israel. I know. That's what the American Jewish Committee said. Which was such an insane lie that the National Security Minister, part of the War Cabinet, part of Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition in the Otzma Yehudit Party, Jewish Power Party, of course, is not a part of the Israeli government or not representative of the Israeli government's attitude is so crazy to me. And it was so insane that Barak Ravid replied to AJC and was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't know if you guys saw that. Like, fucking Barak Ravid was like, dude, no. Ben-Gvir definitely is a part of the fucking... Yeah, see, look. American Jewish Committee. AJC vehemently rejects the continued inflammatory statements made by Itamar Ben-Gvir. His calls for Jewish settlement in Gaza and the so-called voluntary immigration of Palestinians are irresponsible and disconnected from reality. Ben-Gvir's statement do not reflect the policy of the state of Israel. It should be condemned by all who care about Israel's future. Barak Ravid responded with, I'm not sure you are aware of the policies of the current Israeli government. To say Ben-Gvir doesn't represent the policy is not accurate, to say the least. Yeah, he's just the fucking head of national security, man. You know, he's just the head of national security. It's a small bean Israel's small bean head of national security. He's irrelevant, dude. Really. Anyway, let's watch Noah Samson.
Gold, the streamer, responded to the video I made a little while ago called Asmongold's Terrorist Propaganda.
An individual made a video about me. His name is Noah Samson. The video is called Asmongold's Terrorist Propaganda.
And it was interesting because his response was to agree with the point of the video, that he supports terrorism as long as it's the US and Israel doing it. Terrorism is okay when we do it, but when they...
Yes, that's correct. That's absolutely correct.
But to Asmongold, there's no double standard here because he has different values, and these values rely on a hierarchy of human rights.
There's not a double standard. There's just a misunderstanding of my value system. My value system works like this. American interests are my primary concern. Western interests are my secondary concern. And I would say harmonious world interests are my third concern.
We are human, and they are not. To quote Asmongold himself, it's really that simple.
It's that simple. Yes, that's correct.
And that's fairly straightforward, right? If you view some groups as less human than others, then you won't care if they get killed or genocided. Under his moral framework, this all makes sense. But if this is his position, then why does he have to lie? See, in his reaction stream, Asmongold tells a bunch of lies. He misrepresents sources, he denies facts, he ignores evidence, all in order to deny that Israel and the United States are doing terrorism, that they're killing civilians.
Yeah, the argument is simple. If Asmongold truly believed the idea that, like, Iranians are inferior beings, they're, it's worthwhile to kill them, and he has no issues with America doing terrorism to Iran, then he would not turn around and lie and be like, oh, well, I think Iran blew up its own school. He'd just say, no, America blew up the school and it was good.
Committing genocide, starting wars of aggression, which is odd, right? Because if he's okay with U.S.-Israeli terrorism,
that's absolutely correct,
then he shouldn't need to lie about these things. So let's just look at some examples of what I mean, right? So in my video, I brought up the Menab elementary school bombing. On the first day of the war, the U.S. bombed an elementary school and killed over 150 people. The vast majority of them were children and teachers. And in response, Asmongold blamed Iran. In the first week of the war, the United States blew up an Iranian elementary school, killing 156 people.
I think Iran blew it up themselves, in my opinion. I don't think it was us. I think Iran blew it up themselves. They have no problem martyring their own people, and I wouldn't put it past them.
We've known since basically the week that this happened that it was the United States. They used Tomahawk missiles. There's visual and fragment evidence.
Speaking to weapons analysts, they identified this missile as a Tomahawk missile, and only the US in that war was using Tomahawk missiles.
And every subsequent investigation on the issue has shown that it was the United States. From the New York Times, from Sky News, from Amnesty International, from Forensic Architecture, from the US government officials themselves. The claim that Iran was responsible originates from some monarchist telegram groups that pushed misinformation about this happening, and then that was boosted by a bunch of pro-Israel social media circles. But these were quickly debunked.
This telegram account has no link to Iranian authorities. It is an opposition outlet that is well known for mixing information and satire.
And that was 4 months ago. So either Asmongold saw this 4 months ago and then did not encounter a single piece of information since about what happened, or he has, and he's not telling the truth. Who knows, it could be either. Let's look at some more examples. In my video, I compared Israel's ceasefire violations with Hezbollah's. During the so-called ceasefire in Lebanon, Israel had committed over 10,000 violations, while Hezbollah on the other side had fired only 4 rockets. But Asmongold still manages to defend Israel here for an amazing reason. Where Israel committed literally 10,000 violations, Hezbollah fired a total of 4 rockets. But for him, that's a valid reason to promote the IDF's destruction of
I think flying over something is not as bad as shooting a rocket. I think shooting a bomb at somebody is worse than flying an airplane.
So what does Israel use to drop its bombs? Uses planes. Does he think the 10,000 violations were just people flying around doing nothing for no reason? They were bombing Lebanon thousands of times. They killed nearly 400 people.
We saw a barrage of IDF missiles fired across Lebanon. This was the heaviest bombardment of the conflict so far.
Again, does he actually just not know that Israel uses its planes for bombing, or is there another explanation? In my video, I brought up a report from the IAEA in 2018, which showed that Iran was abiding by the terms of the nuclear deal when the United States just pulled out. The point being that Asmongold's definition of terrorism included being untrustworthy in negotiations.
They can't be allowed to be trusted. They've already broken too many deals before. They've lied too many times.
That's what the US was doing here, so they're the terrorists. Pretty simple point, you'd think. Despite observations from independent experts that Iran was abiding by the terms of the agreement, it was the...
Why are you citing the IAEA whenever... This is what he was just citing here. Why would you cite the IAEA whenever the IAEA also detected that Iran had uranium that was enriched at 60%? When the enrichment that you need for power is only 3 to 5%.
Yeah, that was after Trump destroyed the agreement. Does Osmond have motion? I mean, there's a lot of stupid people out there. It is pretty cute watching him try to talk about. It's pretty cute watching him talk about politics though, because he is so fucking dumb. Like, he is so unbearably stupid. He just doesn't know anything. But he does this smug, know-it-all voice that he puts on where he's like, yeah, why would you bring up the IAEA? Yeah. Lol, the IAEA found that Iran was enriching uranium well beyond the civilian limit. Do you not have object permanence? Do you not know how time works? Yes. The International Atomic Energy Agency openly stated that Iran was cooperating with the agreement, the JCPOA agreement, well after Donald Trump said that he was ending the agreement for no reason. They only went back to enriching nuclear-grade uranium beyond the civilian usage when Trump added secondary sanctions. What a stupid argument.
That's exactly what the 2018 report found. Throughout the reporting period, Iran's total enriched uranium stockpile has not exceeded 300 kilograms, enriched up to 3.67%. The figure he's referring to of 60% didn't occur until years after the US withdrew from the nuclear deal. And if you're thinking, okay, maybe he's just confused or wrongfully throwing out the IAEA as a source when the figures disagree with him, he is lying here, because someone in his chat calls him out. They point out that the report I'm citing is from 2018. And he reads the chat, ignores it, and moves on.
Your own sources show that you're wrong. That's it. Like, I mean, this is insane. Like, what are we doing? 2018, yes.
Of the agreement, it was the United States who randomly decided to pull out. So this sort of strange, confused lying thing isn't the only tactic he uses to pretend that the US and Israel aren't terrorists. Another one of his moves is just straight up propaganda, like Netanyahu speech IDF spokesman style propaganda. And with this one, he really plays the hits, you know, human shields.
They want to use these people as human shields, get people killed for international clout.
When they use civilians as human shields, they're the ones who are responsible.
They use the...
Yeah. Asmongoy, APAC mold, you know, whatever you want to call it.
Lebanese people as human shields while they fire rockets from apartment buildings into Israel.
Hezbollah has been using you as human shields. It placed rockets in your living rooms and missiles in your garage.
Using innocent people as human shields.
The civilians that Hamas has forced into the role of human shields.
The reason why they're firing rockets from residential areas is so they can martyr these people.
While we take extensive measures to minimize civilian casualties, Hamas makes every effort to maximize them.
Human shields.
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 Israel has the right to defend itself.
He frames everything as if this is just a random attack. This is just randomly happening. It's happening because Israel is getting bombed. They're shooting missiles over to Israel.
These are his go-to responses for any time I put evidence of Israeli war crimes or genocidal actions on the screen. Every single example automatically.
Yeah, maybe he really loves Israel because he looks like the hilltop youth in the West Bank. That could be the reason. I never really thought about that. He sees the West Bank settlers and he's like, yeah, those guys, I mean, they look a lot like me, chat. Yeah. Look, it's going to be hard for me to act like these handsome gentlemen are on the wrong side of history.
It's a canned response. He has no evidence for any of them. So like I show an example of an apartment block that Israel completely destroyed in late October in the Jabalia refugee camp in Gaza. Over 120 people were killed, the vast majority of them women and children. And Asmongold's response is to defend it automatically without even knowing what happened. Doing in Gaza is killing entire families by leveling apartment blocks, killing toddlers.
And stop shooting rockets from apartment buildings.
The IDF itself didn't even mention rocket fire. Like he's going above and beyond to lie for Israel. And he ends up doing...
Dude, outflanking Israeli Hasbara is crazy. Like, those guys hit the maximum lines anyway. Asmongold is so aggressively pro-Israel that he outflanks the Israeli government when he's making shit up.
Doing the same thing over top of a screenshot of a news story about Hind Rajab, the toddler that Israeli soldiers murdered with her whole family and denied them medical assistance. And then when they did grant it, they murdered the medical workers.
6-year-old Hind Rajab climbed...
Bro, okay, that's cooked. Yeah. Based. I'm downloading that shit, bro. That's crazy. That's so perfect. Jesus Christ, that's so perfect.
Into a car with her aunt, her uncle, and her cousins in Gaza City as they prepared to flee to the southern part of Gaza. But as they were in the car, an Israeli tank approached them and opened fire. Hind's 15-year-old cousin, Leon, called the Red Crescent for help. These were her last words recorded on the call with a Red Crescent dispatcher.
Allah
Hello?
Hello, dear.
They are shooting at us.
Hello?
They are shooting at us. The tank is next to me.
Are you hiding?
Yes, in the car. We're next to the tank.
Are you inside the car?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
That was 15-year-old Leanne's last words, killed along with the rest of her family. The only one who remained alive was 6-year-old Hind. Wounded, she called the Red Crescent back, pleading with the dispatcher to be rescued.
Come take me. You will come and take me?
Do you want me to come and take you?
I'm so scared. Please come. Please call someone to come and take me.
Okay, dear. I will come and take you.
After seeking approval from the Israeli military, 2 emergency workers with the Palestine Red Crescent, Yusuf Seno and Ahmed Almadoun, went to try to rescue 6-year-old Hind.
It killed them
But
too.
dispatchers lost contact with the medics. Nearly 2 weeks later, Israeli forces finally withdrew from the area, and on Saturday, Hind's surviving family ventured back to the neighborhood. They found Hind dead inside the car, alongside the bodies of 5 of her family members. The car was riddled with bullet holes. The bodies of the 2 emergency workers were also found in an ambulance nearby, appeared to have been killed by Israeli fire just yards away from the car.
While this story is on the screen, he's talking about some rocket fire. It's very jarring to watch.
Stop shooting rockets from apartment buildings.
And in some cases, he goes above and beyond typical Israeli propaganda claims. So to downplay the civilian death toll in Gaza, he argues that there...
By the way, tomorrow, speaking of which, tomorrow I'm going to have Feroz and Tyre on from American Doctor. This was the Hind Rajab story you guys know about, of course. And Voice of Hind Rajab, I think, does a really good job of portraying the harrowing events, the hours that take place. But there's another movie coming out called American Doctor, a documentary. And it's going to be released in the United States and Canada in select theaters. It's up for a bunch of awards as well. American Doctor follows the story of 3 different American doctors that go to Gaza and work under the crosshairs. It was released a few days ago. Yeah. I didn't realize it was released already, but and I've had Feroz on this broadcast before. You guys remember I interviewed him after he came back, and he's going to be in the building once again, but this time with Tyre as well. Tyre is Palestinian. Feroz is Zoroastrian, and Perlmutter is the 3rd doctor who's Jewish. And it shows you 3 very different perspectives of American medical professionals. Like one guy who's not really connected to Palestine in any meaningful way, Feroz, right? And then one guy who is Palestinian himself. It shows the issues that the Israeli government put up in front of him to even go there as an American doctor. And Perlmutter is Jewish, and he grew up as a Zionist, right? And he gets to see like Israel's violence and Israel's genocide as he's sewing together Israel's victims of genocide, these children, and he has to come to terms with what his social conditioning looked like in real time. So it's a very powerful documentary. They obviously take their experiences from Gaza back to the United States of America to try to raise awareness about Israel's siege, Israel's genocide. They also try to, demand legislative action. It doesn't really work, but it shows that component as well. But yeah, I will be interviewing Tyre and Feroz tomorrow. And yeah. Oh. It's out in select theaters in the United States and Canada.
Being overreported because Hamas kills journalists that report military casualties. The vast majority of the people that Israel has killed in Gaza have been civilians. That is the conclusion of every independent expert. The only ones...
Because any people that go over there have to be pressured by the terrorists, because if they don't repeat the terrorist propaganda, the terrorists kill them. That's the reason why.
And this one's just...
Sometimes he's like coming up with it in real time. This is one of those moments. Like he just made that up on the spot, and you can tell he made that shit up on the spot because like at least when he's like doing Hasbara that even Israel is not doing, it's usually hearkening back to Hasbara from a different incident that he's heard that he's repeating. But this one he just made up on the spot. Like he mixed and matched a little bit where he was like, the Israeli propaganda on this is Hamas at gunpoint is forcing these children to stay in the vicinity of the bombs, right? Or Hamas at gunpoint is forcing little babies to lay down next to their artillery, their weapon systems. He fucked it up and he said, "Oh well, Hamas kills them if they don't say that they love Palestine." Like that doesn't make any sense.
Bizarre because like obviously no one needs to make anything up to prove civilian casualties. There's thousands upon thousands of videos and photos, but journalists aren't even the one that tally death tolls. That's the health ministries in Gaza and Lebanon. That's the usual line of attack for Israel propagandists, is to say they're not trustworthy, even though they are based on independent observers, and the Israeli military itself has accepted their...
By the way, did you know you're in the American Doctor movie? Yes. I'm in it as well. I forgot to mention that. Why do you allow people to restream your stream on YouTube? Isn't that siphoning viewers from your Twitch? There are 4 YouTube channels restreaming with thousands of live viewers every day. They had like 10K live viewers combined during Wisconsin election night. Their mods are even encouraging people not to watch you on Twitch. Makes no sense that you stop dual streaming to not ruin your Twitch viewership only for some randoms to restream and grow fast. Tell the mods which rebroadcasters are saying like don't watch it on Twitch, watch it here instead, and we'll clap those. But overall, I don't really care. Yeah, I want this message to be spread far and wide. So correct. It's 4 doctors. All the ones you mentioned plus Dr. Jihad. That's crazy.
Figures, but the ministries are typically what people attack. This is something completely different and off the wall, and I've never seen it actually happen. He doesn't cite a single source in this video, but he does allude to a source, and it's for this claim about journalists being killed by Hamas, which is a 10-year-old expose about the Associated Press. It was written by a former IDF soldier and at the time AP journalist.
And this is actually exposed by a person coming out of the Associated Press about 15 years ago. But for some reason, people just keep eating it up and assuming that everything that they're saying is completely true.
But even that article written by the former IDF soldier doesn't say that. It talks about a handful of instances of journalist intimidation, but not a single instance of actual violence, let alone killing. And then he moves from this claim, where he's pretending to care about journalist freedom, to say that, well, actually, all the journalists in Gaza are Hamas, so you can kill them anyways, I don't care. Targeting men, women, children, journalists, health.
Of course. They're not journalists, by the way. Half of their journalists have pictures of them fighting and shooting an AK-47. The entire idea that, oh yeah, Israel's killing these journalists. Remember the other Hamas journalist that like he gets killed and there's like...
Not only is that not true, but even if it was, it still wouldn't change the reality that Israel is assassinating journalists. Every single Israeli journalist that is not only embedding with the IDF and therefore are a part of the military formation, but every single and could be accidentally collateralized. Every single Israeli journalist has served in the IDF. Do his fans even like this? Terminally online chuds don't like Israel anymore either? Dog. What is the only place on the planet right now where the right-wing chuds are unconditionally pro-Israel? Not America. Yep. You're getting it. Yep. It's fucking Euroids, man. That's why. His audience of terminally online chuds are not terminally online chuds from America, because the terminally online chuds in America don't fuck with this kind of commentary. Many of the terminally online right-wingers that are in our age bracket are insanely anti-Israel. And not only are they anti-Israel, they're anti-Semitic. There's only one group of people on this planet that consistently LARP as though they're American MAGA supporters who are also pro-Israel. Those people are in Europe. Of course, the broad subsects of European society also don't fuck with Israel either. However, the only area where there is any kind of like right-wing support for Israel is Europe. Yes, Nigeria is another one, and India is another one as well. But Asmongold's audience mostly is Euroids. They're Euroid MAGA LARPers.
5 videos of him shooting an AK-47. You guys have no idea how deep this terrorist propaganda goes.
These justifications are only coherent if your one principle is defending Israel. When he can't deny the facts by just lying about them or misrepresenting sources, and when he can't deflect with Israeli propaganda lies, he just folds. He doesn't even try to respond or defend himself. He'll either scoff and roll his eyes, shooting babies in the head with snipers while they're being breastfed by their mothers alone in tents in broad daylight. The vast majority of the people that Israel has killed in Gaza have been civilians. That is the conclusion of every independent expert. Or sit there in silence while facts are being displayed on the screen that challenge his worldview. On March 12th, 2026, Israel bombed a beachside tent encampment housing people that they had displaced from their bombings, killing 8 and wounding 31. The strike came in the middle of
I met a Euro-Magaloid. I love that. Euro-Magaloid. That is awesome. Euro-Magaloid on Xbox, and it genuinely bricked my brain after I said, let's take away your healthcare. Their tune changed very quickly. A lot of people don't realize how much of the prominent, outspoken base for American fascism, its most loyal servants, are literally not in America. Because you might be wondering, like, who the fuck are these people? Where are they in America? I rarely ever meet like an outspoken Trump supporter. I mean, even in red states, like there's a level of shame in supporting Trump right now. Where are these guys? They're all over the internet. Why are they not in the real world? Maybe you falsely believe that it's because they're always online and they're never outside. There's some truth to that, certainly. But first of all, most of the American Groyper contingency is unbelievably diverse. They're not white. Okay, so there's that element. And the entirety of them, the entirety of the American Groyper movement that actually has a job is a Republican staffer. So that's basically the limit to the American fascist movement. And they're not pro-Israel at all, right? They're anti-Israel. However, if you were to go on the internet and say something like, I think America should no longer support Israel, you'll be met with a barrage of attacks in your replies, sometimes from bot accounts, sometimes from accounts that sound like bots. And if you were to think that those accounts are actually American, you'd be wrong. These are European MAGA supporters. Euro-Magaloids.
of the night, and it was a double tap strike. The first missile landed and killed 3 people near the beach, and when people approached to help the victims, the second missile landed. No evacuation warning was issued. This was in a safe zone. Before Hezbollah existed, Israel invaded Lebanon, killed tens of thousands of people, the vast majority of whom were women and children, directly facilitated the slaughter and rape of thousands of civilians in the Sabra and Shatila massacre, a massacre the United Nations General Assembly declared an act of genocide. Hezbollah was formed in response to this genocidal invasion, as a group resisting it, fighting to get Israel out of their country. And that's exactly what they did. Or he'll feign disinterest, he'll pretend that he doesn't care about Israel.
I don't really care what Israel is doing, because Israel isn't the one that are blowing up our trade ships and disrupting trade in the Strait of Hormuz. I have no interest in what Israel is doing or not. What Israel does with Iran or with Lebanon or with Gaza, that is their purview.
Even though he spent the previous hour, defending it, using all its propaganda talking points.
Human shields.
Or history. History is a big one. He doesn't care about it. When that history shows examples of past Israeli aggression.
All of this historical babble, all of this bullshit means literally nothing to me. I don't care.
How do you think Asman maintains such a consistent stream of vetted propaganda lines? Twitter. Twitter and his subreddit. He's completely captive. If his subreddit overnight turned into a pro-communist subreddit, Asmongold accidentally would become a communist the next day. I think that's mostly what it is. I don't know if he's getting paid to do this, right? Israel obviously does pay a lot. We know that already. But he doesn't have he doesn't have any personal investment in this at all. He's just straight up repeating whatever the fuck people are saying on his subreddit. He's a right-wing grifter through and through. What's the point? Not like he spends the money. He likes it. It's like a video game. And it's not just about the money, although he does care about that, certainly. It's the recognition. It's the admiration. He loves feeling as though he matters. He wants the admiration. He loves the big numbers. He doesn't have a real political project. That's why he fucking endorsed James Fishback, right? It's just ridiculous. He doesn't give a shit about anything. He just likes being relevant. And as long as he is, speaking this bullshit, there are plenty of Euromagaloids who will feed him talking points. They'll praise him. They'll act as though he is God himself. His political movement is non-existent in the United States of America. It's just non-existent. Yeah, if WoW gave him views, he'd go back to that. That's it. A federal judge ordered a secret review of what prosecutors told the grand jury in the case against Don Lemon amid a growing pattern of alleged grand jury misconduct and irregularities in Trump DOJ cases. Nice.
What happened in 1950? I don't care what happened in 1970.
But when he wants to defend current Israeli aggression, then he does care about history all of a sudden.
Look at Lebanon in the 60s. It was a great place. Lebanon has the potential to prosper and be a great country. They can't do that if they have Hezbollah in their country.
Or their genocidal bombing campaign in Gaza, which he compares favorably to Dresden.
Remember we dropped a firebomb on Dresden when we burned thousands of people alive? Shouldn't have fucked around.
Or there's a concern trolling where he says, no, I don't care about the people in these places. I just care about Americans. But also, I actually care the most about the people in these places.
The people that are in these countries suffer the most from it. They are the ones that suffer from it more than anybody else.
I mean, I'm really glad that Noah went through the process of actually listening to Asmongold continuously for an hour. I've never done this, so I never really realized how much he contradicts himself in the same exact reaction. But what's unbelievable to me is that the people that are listening to him, I guess this is a common trait with Trump supporters in general. I guess even if they're Euromagaloids or if they're Ameroid MAGA Trump supporters, is that they don't recognize when Donald Trump nor Asmongold is contradicting themselves in the same breath. It's cattle. It's unbelievably low IQ. There's no object permanence whatsoever. Like I've said before, I mean, racism is low IQ, 100%. It's low IQ cope. The idea that like you and others like you from your race are superior to other races that are inferior is just low IQ cope. Right? That's what's going on here.
More than Israelis, more than Americans, more than anybody else, they are the ones that are truly being terrorized and terrified by these evil people. And I think that's the saddest thing about it.
And on top of all these tactics, right, the lying, the propagandizing, the retreating, you have the biggest lie, which is that all of these things are within the interests of American citizens.
But fundamentally, as an American, I have to advocate for American interests. I simply have a tier list of the people whose best interests I keep in mind. At the top of that tier list ranks American civilians, American citizens.
That's right, American citizens. It is within your interest to pay a bunch of money for gas and pay over $1,000 per family due to a destabilized global economy and send $100 billion of taxpayer money to kill children overseas instead of helping children here and having troops get vaporized. There is nothing Americans love more than all of these things. And the reason they love it, right? The reason you love it is because it's a trade-off we are willing to make for the ultimate goal of killing terrorism.
I think that we need to remove the IRGC and we need to completely dismantle them in all facets and all facilities. Islamic terrorism is an existential threat across the Middle East and also globally the world.
Yeah, and how's that going, man? Have you checked the news lately? You wanted regime change? Oh, looks like you couldn't get it. You wanted to open the Strait of Hormuz? Oh, looks like that couldn't happen either.
Iran again.
Strait's still closed, by the way. Strait's still closed, by the way.
Insisted it will keep the Strait of Hormuz closed until the U.S. meets a sweeping list of demands.
The nuclear deal that you blew up to try and get a better one? The latest terms not looking so hot.
Now that we have the text, it is materially weaker than President Obama's JCPOA for the United States.
The Iranians put forward a new proposal, which is actually quite remarkable. What they say in that proposal is that...
By the way, I have damn near official confirmation that Goatsheimer doesn't fuck with me. Pretty much. Okay. Someone who is in constant correspondence with them asked about us collabing, and he did not respond to that person who otherwise he responds to all the time. I have no idea why. He does not fuck with me. He's still my goat. He's still my goat. Okay? It's fine. It's okay. We are no longer firm and committed believers of offensive realism. Okay? That's right. I am a NATO Atlanticist now. You did this. You did this, Mersheimer. You made me a NATO Atlanticist. You did this. You're controversial? What? Are you kidding me? He's probably one of the most controversial academics in the country. What are you talking about? You're controversial. He is, first of all, he is unironically like as close as you can get to being pro-Russia without being pro-Russia, I guess. Like he goes above and beyond on the Russia stuff that even I'm like, okay, this is a little bit crazy.
Every one of the issues, except the nuclear issue, has to be settled up front, which is another way of saying the United States has to concede on every one.
Yeah, he might not fuck with me because I shit on Russia too much. I guess I have to go on Judge Napolitano. Right? He loves the judge. He loves the good judge. That's the good judge. The bad judge is Judge Janine. The good judge is Judge, is it Napolitano, however you say his name. I love those boomer shows, man. I sincerely watch them all the fucking time. It's so funny to me that like Judge Napolitano, who I think also used to be a Fox News guy. If I'm not mistaken, he's awesome. Every episode he shills gold. Yeah, no, it's awesome. Mersheimer loves going on that show. Okay? He loves going on that show.
Of the 10 issues that I described before. We're not only talking now about lifting oil sanctions, we're talking about lifting all sanctions.
That's fine, no big deal. It's not like we depleted our missile stockpiles, conceded sanctions relief, and reconstruction.
Yep, he got canceled on Fox News, which is the usual reason men get canceled on Fox News. Wait, what? That's what Judge Napolitano got canceled for? He did a sexual harassment? Yeah, Glenn Deason, Judge Napolitano. Who else? There's that, I think, Australian guy. The Deason verse. It's so funny. This is what I like to call the Bricks Unks, okay? Broadly speaking. I like to call them the Bricks Unks. And then there's that one guy with the drone as his logo. That's another one. Yeah, Tom Schweizer. Yeah, Tom Schweizer is the one guy. Who's the Unk? Who is the Bricks Unk with the drone as his logo? There's so many. Yeah, let's be real, it's the Russia Today Unks. Yes. Daniel Davis. Yeah, I think is that? No. Oh, yeah, this is the guy.
Welcome
See?
back, everyone.
Both of my goats are together. Glenn Deason. It's the Deason verse. This is the MCU for autistic foreign policy enjoyers, okay? Yeah, that's the guy with the drone logo. He's another one of those guys. Yeah, many of them have had Russia Today shows. I love these guys so much. I watch them all the time. The Neo Cranks. Sometimes they say insane shit. Sometimes they say insane stuff, for sure. But I love all of the Bricks Unks. You got Chris Hedges. Maybe Hedges can help get an in with the Neo Cranks. My Trotsky, his friend, loves these guys. They always say insane stuff. No. If you watch them in like short bursts, they're fine. If you watch them, it's kind of like with Nick Fuentes, you know what I mean? Like, you know how Nick Fuentes' fans can present him as like a reasonable figure at times if they just clip it the right amount? Like, just don't go beyond like the 2-minute line. If you go beyond the 2-minute line, he just sounds like a fucking boomer who's like, oh, they're trying to eradicate the white race. It's the inverse Hasanabi clip theory. Exactly. It's the same with Professor Jiang. It's the same with a lot of these guys. If you listen to them in like 2 to 3 minute bursts, they're great. You're like, wow, this guy seems to know his shit. Okay. But if you watch the 4th minute of those clips, you'll be like, oh my God, what the fuck did he just say? That's how it works for many of these guys. Between this and the lusotropicalism thing the other day, man, you've been getting esoteric as fuck lately? No. Some of these guys are definitely pro-Russia, by the way, like openly so. I don't even know why they're like that. Yeah, Bricks Unks, Scott Ritter is a great example. Scott Ritter literally lives in Russia. I think he has a pedophilia case here in the United States of America, if I'm not mistaken. Some of them straight up push Z. Like I don't know where or how they arrived at those conclusions, but they are straight up pushing Z. Yeah, Scott Ritter, wait, doesn't Scott Ritter live in Russia? Scott lives in New York. What law? Wait, I thought he lived in Russia. Well, I guess he goes to Russia a lot, so that's why I thought he lived in Russia. Goatsheimer doesn't respect you because you had Dr. Jung on the broadcast. Slander is wild. Wait, doesn't Scott Ritter have like a charge like that? Am I crazy? Am I just slandering him? Wasn't he like a weapons inspector back in the day? I think he was in the Department of Defense. And then, you know, he's got some weird shit going on. Yeah, former UN's weapons inspector convicted in sex case, Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. Jurors in Monroe County convicted 49-year-old Scott Ritter of Del Mar, New York on 6 of 7 counts. 6-7. He was acquitted on a criminal attempt charge. Ritter exchanged explicit messages with a detective posing as an underage girl and masturbated even after the undercover officer stressed during the chat that he was a minor, prosecutor said. Yeah. He has 2 pedo charges. He was awaiting trial for 1 pedo crime and committed another one. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Anyway. How do you know all this? I just know everything, man. What do you mean? It's because I've lost formative memories. The first pedo that isn't pro-Israel? Yeah. Yeah, true. True. I never thought about it like that. So, yeah, if you were to ask me, like, you know, my first kiss, like, I've lost it. It's gone. I had to download this shit into my brain instead. I had to download the Glenn Deason verse into my brain. Scott Ritter lore, he worked for Richard Butler for UNSCOM, the UNWMD inspectors for Iraq. Ritter was the one who confirmed that the CIA had infiltrated UNSCOM, confirming Saddam Hussein's claims that UNSCOM was being used by the U.S. to spy on Iraq. But yeah. I'm just so blown away by how quickly the Republican Party just accepted. None of these guys are Republican. For the record. Scott Ritter is not a Republican. These guys are like, to varying degrees, I wouldn't even say some of them are pro-America. If we're being honest. Like, some of these guys really love Russia. Like, they really do. Look, I get hit with that all the time. People say I'm pro-Russia all the fucking time. But some of these dudes are actually pro-Russia, like, genuinely. You know what I mean? Which is fine. I mean, look, everybody's pro-Ukraine around these parts. Might as well make it more interesting, I guess. I don't fucking know. Scott voted for Trump 3 times. That makes total sense. Wait, he's one of those guys who's like, Trump is going to destroy the deep state, right? That's why he voted for Trump, right? Oh, that's awesome. Of course he did. What a weird thing to say. I'm just fucking around, dude. Can we admit this is a weird tangent? Yeah.
Reconstruction money and weakened the American empire in humiliating fashion. Mission accomplished, chat. Thank you for your service. Okay, so anyways, we return to that question of why. If he says he's okay with killing civilians, then why is he lying and pretending like he's not? If he says he's okay with the US acting like a rogue state, why is he lying and pretending it's not? Even when that belligerence is directly harming everyone in the world except like a few billionaire pedophiles and weapons manufacturers. And I think there's a few reasons, right? I think it's preaching to the choir. If you go to these videos, you'll see a bunch of comments talking about how awesome Asmongold is for defending America's right to go out and kill terrorists. The choir is in on the
Wait, what the fuck is this? Bro, wait, what happened to the chat? We just lost chat completely. What is going on? Is everything okay? Why is there no movement in the chat? The fuck's happening? There's still 27,000 chatters. But this is really funny. Look at this. This emote is hilarious. The condemn emote. Chat, spam ones right now if you hear me.
Right? They're willing to watch Asmongold fail to address the facts that prove that when they say they're fighting terrorism, they're actually just killing a bunch of kids and, you know, doing the terrorism. They'll still believe that and support him regardless of what he says. But also for the people that are somewhere outside of just the full choir, I think he's misleading them. He's making it so that when they encounter evidence of Israel committing a genocide or the US mass murdering people in wars of aggression, they come with these lies planted in their heads about how what they're seeing or reading actually isn't real.
I don't think it was us. I think Iran blew it up themselves. Shooting a bomb at somebody is worse than flying an airplane. The enrichment that you need for power is only 3 to 5%. Stop shooting rockets from apartment buildings. They're not journalists, by the way. Half of their journalists have pictures of them fighting and shooting an AK-47.
The thing that is happening, one of the most documented things in modern history, actually is fake or actually is something other than it is. I think lying also helps protect the grift, right? Like if you're right-wing and you support Israel, you can kind of say whatever you want and you won't actually be punished monetarily or by platforms. Somehow Asmongold has managed to push it. He recently got a 2-week ban for advocating for the murder of migrant men, women, and children.
This is emotional blackmail, right? Well, you can't shoot these people. They have kids with them. Well, then don't bring your kids. If you don't want to get shot, then don't bring your fucking kids. It's really simple. You mean you'd shoot adults and deport the kids, right? Well, I'd shoot whoever. Yeah, I'd shoot whoever. I mean, if it's kids, women, men, anybody, just shoot them. They're going to stop coming over.
But he's also aware that it's not a sustainable strategy to be saying stuff like that all the time, so he's acknowledged himself. He's going to tone down his rhetoric, not because he doesn't believe this stuff, but because he doesn't want to get banned.
I'm going to try to obviously tone it down a little bit because I don't want to get suspended all the time.
People like this aren't going to last forever, right? But facts are facts, and the truth is...
Sir, be more pro-Russia. Read more before speaking on such issue. Ukraine step on Russia red line. Did you know that? Yeah, I know Ukraine step on Russia red line, man.
It's the truth, and hopefully, despite their best efforts, the truth will outlast them. Thanks for watching. See you on the next one. Goodbye. Kitty wants me to be done with the video.
Great video overall, once again. T-minus 42 minutes until Kernacki Cam is live, dude. Will Kane had Nathan Robinson on, and Nathan cooked his ass. Let's take a look. Will Kane, I am begging. Brother, have me on the broadcast, man. I'm down to fucking do it, Will. Will Kane in the membrane. Will Kane in the brain. That's me. That's me. I'll wear the suits as well.
The people who propose
so you're, wait. Well, you're going to take healthcare. You're going to expand it because for all, right? And you're going to pay for it by the government. And you're telling me in that process, you're going to save money. By the government getting involved in an industry, you're going to save money.
Because your money isn't going to the profits of insurance companies, because the government is able to negotiate prices better, and because you're cutting administrative costs that come through a public system.
Okay, all right, hold on, let's dig in. Nathan, what's your best example in America of the government stepping into a market and making something cheaper?
Medicare. That's exactly what Medicare does. That's why we want Medicare for all, because Medicare is the most popular healthcare program in the United States.
He's like shocked by this revelation. He's like, this is new information. I don't know how to respond to it. Yeah, no duh. That's the fucking point.
Because people are much more satisfied
in the
with
United
Medicare than they
States.
are with private insurance.
Hold on, Nathan.
I mean, the people.
Wait, Connor had a Nathan Robinson always looks like he's in a fortune teller's tent. Yes, he's just the most like, he is the most New Orleans man in America. I don't know how else to describe it. It's very funny. He is so, I mean, he has met the test of time. He has overcome all of his haters time and time again. There have been numerous instances where people have attacked him. Okay, over and over again. They've said like, you're too goofy. You're too much of a goofy goober. You're too eccentric. You didn't like change your current affairs magazine into a cooperative formation or something. I don't know. There was some drama back in the day, but I think he was like kind of vindicated on that front too. He has survived every single line of attack. Okay? Every single line of attack. People say, oh, we can't understand what your accent is. What is your accent? Is it British? You've been living in America your whole life. Why do you have a British accent? He got kicked out of the New Orleans DSA. That's my goat. That's my goat. He is the most sincere man in America. He does not give a shit. Okay? He does not care. He does not care at all. He has been yelled at by the left his entire life. He's been yelled at by the left his entire life. It doesn't matter. He just does his own thing, no matter what. It's a mid-Atlantic accent that has only existed in pre-60s films. Why did he get kicked out? Lol, I don't know why he got kicked out. I don't even know if he got kicked out because I'm with him. Okay, that's a L for the DSA chapter. Every time he gets yelled at by the left, his background just gets more colorful. Yes. Socialist publication, Current Affairs, fire staff are doing socialism. Yeah. They wanted to start a workers' co-op. I'll just say it like this. At the time I spoke to some of my friends about this because I was like trying to figure out what his deal was because I always thought he was a strange fellow. Okay? And here's the thing. I'll just say it like this. Many of my friends who are journalists themselves, who are socialists themselves, were like, he wasn't wrong. Like, not everything can be a co-op. You know what I mean? It was a group trying to take over editorial control, not form a union. They are unionized now. Current Affairs is unionized now. They were... One of the fired editors, Kate Root, posted on Twitter about the firings. It was a profound pleasure to help writers bring the best version of their work to public. I don't know who this person is. I don't know. But in any case, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of Nathan Robinson can do no wrong. Okay? He can do no wrong. He's always right. Even if he looks to be in the wrong. Did I say do no wrong? Jesus Christ, what the fuck is wrong with me? Oh my God. He was right on suit socialism. He was there before any of us were there. He's always been there. He's my goat.
Benjamin just knocked on what, 3,000? Your
3,000. I just passed.
No kidding.
Our
We're
number
live
one
from,
canvasser
right now. If
Yeah.
you want to say hey.
Yeah.
Hi.
So you've knocked on 3,000 doors?
3,000. Yes,
That's
I literally
insane.
hit it yesterday. I just felt insane when I did it. I don't even know how. I think I just come to every canvas. I get it. I want to get a certain number of doors. I do.
You got that dog in you.
I do. I'm locked in.
That's awesome.
I'm all the way like this man.
I met your brother.
Oh, you did?
Yes, I did. I didn't realize it was your brother at the time.
He doesn't
but-
like saying it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would, you're
You know,
you're kind of a big
he's
shot
a
now.
little bit humble about throwing his weight around.
Yeah, you're kind of a big shot. But yeah, he was very chill. He's very proud. So
Yeah, no, it's been awesome. I got both my parents to re-register as Democrats so that they could vote for me.
No
So
kidding.
Already doing the
You
voter
crossed the greatest
persuasion.
threshold,
Yeah.
converting your parents.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
I even had my mom in Fox News comments yesterday being like, you should be embarrassed of yourself.
Leave my son alone.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's very much like a Southern mom thing.
Yeah. Oh my
to
god.
be in the trenches.
It's great.
That's
she,
awesome.
She like sent it and she was like, should I delete it? And my wife was like, no, like gave a little crown emoji. She's like, no, keep it up. That's the energy.
Yeah, absolutely.
What is this? Liz Peak. Hassan Piker exposes Democrats' desperation to win back young men. Most people have never heard of Piker, but suddenly stories about him popping up everywhere. Dog, are you fucking for real? What do you mean? Who's writing about this Hassan Piker guy? I wonder which outlet can't seem to take my name out of their mouths. America 2 going crazy. Jason Kelsey asked fans to send their P to AI data centers in new video.
AI data centers waste millions of gallons of water. That's why Liquid Death and Garage Beer have decided to team up. We want your pee to cool these data centers.
We want your pee. Please give us your pee. Let's pee on computers together. 'Cause we need lots of pee. Endless gallons of pee. Join our important endeavor. We want your pee. Please give us your pee. Let's be on computers together and save humanity. We want your pee.
With Garage Beer's classic light beer and Liquid Death's sparkling energy, the light beer of energy drinks, it's never been easier to create pee.
Let's be on computers together and save humanity.
So what are you waiting for? Go ahead and have another Garage Beer or Liquid Death sparkling energy. Then send your pee to the AI data center of your choice. We even make it easy with these collectible, sealable mugs.
We want your pee.
Yeah, no, this is a bipartisan issue. That's crazy. That's crazy that this is an ad. Like, two different brands are trying to boost their profile in America B by positioning themselves as anti-data center. What can I say? Not to be that guy, but mailing piss is a federal offense. Yeah, bodily fluids, right? Remember, we are America B. They're not. They're America A. We are America B. Okay? That's the reality. That's the real truth. He hasn't developed a new political philosophy, created an innovative technology, run a significant organization, or served in our country's military. He's not a thought leader or an especially witty speaker. Nonetheless, he's gathered millions of followers on Twitch, a platform mostly used by video game enthusiasts, saying outrageous things like America deserved 9/11. Most people have never heard of Piker, but suddenly stories about him are popping up everywhere. Why the sudden acclaim? Piker is the new favorite of the radical left. Democrats, though, are divided on how to handle Piker. Okay. Foul language. They apparently think that's part of Trump's locker room appeal, except for Hassan Piker, who curses routinely and appeals to young men online looking for someone to hate. Piker's chalked up some wins, like being an early supporter of New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, and some notable losses, like backing Francesca Hong, a gubernatorial candidate in Wisconsin. Evidently, Hong's past comments about wanting to cancel Thanksgiving and abolish police did not sit well with voters. AOC and Bernie were smart enough to steer clear of Hong's comically bad run, but Piker jumped all in. He was furious that she lost and blamed her defeat on boomers, saying, "Outlaw Thanksgiving, outlaw boomers." If you read that piece in the article and you think that I was being sincere and not literally fucking joking, you should be outlawed as a boomer, regardless of your age. Most recently, Piker whined that Democrats should be defending him. His plea surfaced after several Democrats distanced themselves from Piker, declaring him a danger to the party. Piker wants to be taken seriously, but his appeal comes after refusing to endorse Democrats who support Israel, including former Vice President Kamala Harris. Piker's impact will be tested anew when Florida primary voters will pick either two-term incumbent Democrat Jared Moskowitz or DSA-backed Oliver Larkin. Larkin is a Democrat activist and a proud DSA candidate who's campaigning hard along with Piker. Polls show that the race is close. Larkin has blasted Moskowitz for taking AIPAC money and supporting Israel. It's a risky posture in a district where Jews account for roughly 25% of voters. But then, so is campaigning with Hassan Piker. This broke Mike from Pierre's brain today.
Monique is with us in Bangor, Maine. Hi, Monique. How are you?
Very well. Thank you to Kelly for taking my call today.
Sure. If you got by her, your life's good. What's up?
That's a good move, Monique.
So I am looking for some guidance from Dave and Dr. Delaney about my will. I have two daughters, one of whom is doing very well financially. She and her husband are in the 1%. And the other daughter earns about 50.
Yeah, I don't care about this. All right, let's do the Kernacki preview, chat. Let's get started on the Kernacki preview. I wanna get you guys in the mood. Okay. This is the Kernacki lube.
Tomorrow, we're going to see yet another night of high-stakes primaries across America, including one particular House race in Florida that I can't wait to tell you about. One Republican operative called it a who's who of the clown show, as a cast of conservative, mainly carpetbaggers, compete in the race for Florida's 19th district near Naples. Just this weekend, President Trump threw his coveted endorsement to Catalina Lauf, who has run for Congress before in Illinois in 2020, against former Illinois State Senator Jim Oberweis. Trump did not endorse him. Oberweis is now also on the ballot tomorrow in Florida's 19th. There's also Ola Hatwatma, who ran an unsuccessful campaign for Congress as well in New York, and then became an advisor to Indiana Republican Congresswoman Victoria Spartz. Two embattled congressmen from other states, of course, are also vying for the nomination. Do you remember North Carolina's Madison Cawthorn, the youngest member of Congress at 26 years old before he was voted out following a rather chaotic single term in Congress in which he claimed people in Washington were inviting him to orgies and doing cocaine in front of him? He's running in this race, too. Chris Collins from New York, remember him? He was sentenced to 26 months in prison for playing a role in an insider trading scheme. President Trump, of course, pardoned Collins 2 months into his sentence. He's running in this Florida race, too. We also can't forget Turning Point.
Dog. How much media coverage was afforded to Francesca Hong in 2020 being like, we should cancel Thanksgiving? Meanwhile, you go to the other side of the fucking political spectrum, and this is what the fuck they're on. This is what they're doing over there, man. This is kind of what I mean when I say, like, liberal media absolutely is more predisposed with rat fucking socialists and other progressive candidates. Because this kind of stuff would absolutely play a formative role in helping shape the national Republican Party in the eyes of, you know, boomers and independents and moderates, right? Like this, in my opinion, is far more illustrative of the way that the Republican Party operates nowadays than the socialist insurgent candidates are for the Democratic Party. And yet, all of the coverage revolves around socialist Democrats, insurgent Democrats. Were they too woke? How woke were they? How unacceptable. Meanwhile, you got like the motley crew of rapists and criminals running around in every race, pretty much. Like every race around the goddamn country, you got one guy who's like at least beat the shit out of like a 5-year-old. You know what I mean? What the fuck is going on? It's like they put this through like an AI to spit out like how insane can we make our candidates?
USA's backed candidate John Strand. His resume includes former international underwear model and a year in federal prison tied to his involvement in the January 6th attack on the Capitol before being pardoned by President Trump. Candidate Jim Schwartzel's a local Florida broadcasting mogul. He's running ads on his TV and radio stations deriding the parade of out-of-towners and promoting his own campaign. The seat is currently open since current Congressman Byron Donalds is running for governor. But Donalds has not endorsed anyone, so it's still anyone's guess which of these characters could win the chance to mount a political comeback.
Got some real winners vying for that seat. Oh my God. Every one of these candidates, man, every time I hear about like a Republican race that's happening every time I hear about a sleepy Republican race that doesn't get like any sort of national media attention, the moment of the race is when we find out that like there's a guy named Amir Hassan, for example, and Republicans end up voting for his opponent that dropped out. And in spite of Trump's endorsement on Amir Hassan, Republicans decided to vote for the other guy who had dropped out weeks ago. Okay? And he dropped out manually by sending a handwritten letter because he couldn't figure out the website portal. It's fucking insane. Which one did Trump endorse? The smoke show? Yes, the sexy one. Obviously. Yeah, remember when Madison Cawthorn vaguely blackmailed the GOP elected saying they all went to freaky sex parties? Yeah, and then they fucking destroyed him. But yeah, let's talk more about which woke candidate said, I don't like police because they're too violent in like 2019. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Let's do endless amounts of coverage on that front.
Hi there, welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Ryan Nobles. And if it's Tuesday, voters are voting with the midterms fast approaching, heading to the polls for primaries in 4 states around the country, including Alaska, Wyoming, and California. But all eyes are on Florida, and the potential impact of the state's mid-decade redistricting after the Republican-led state legislature redrew the state's congressional maps earlier this year in an effort to help Republicans hold on to control of the House. Tonight, we'll be keeping our eye on the matchups in 7 key battleground districts as Republicans hope to net as many as 4 seats. Campaigning yesterday in Virginia, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson sounding confident that he'll still be leading the chamber next year, despite the growing political headwinds facing his party.
It's a fascinating thing to see the Democrat Party. They're in the midst of now an open civil war, truly. They don't know who they stand, what they stand for, who stands with them. They don't.
Whereas on our side, we're united under the broad banner of pedophilia and different kinds of sexual misconduct. That's right. As long as you've done some kind of sexual misconduct, then it kind of seems to me like it's appropriate for you to run on a Republican ballot. That's right. We are united. The nation is united. The Republican Party is united. And perhaps my son should stop being united with his phone as he checks my porn consumption habits. That's real. Look it up. It's not fake. My son monitors my porn consumption habits.
Have a leader. They're kind of a rudderless ship. The Republicans represent what we have shown. This isn't just words, this is action. We have cut taxes, we have cut regulations, we have broadened the pathway out of poverty for more people. We've put the economic conditions in place for more jobs and higher wages and all of this. And that's what you're going to continue to see, doubling down on that and making sure that we bring down the cost of living for every American.
Now, we're also tracking some statewide races in Florida, including for governor and Senate. But perhaps the biggest Senate race tonight is happening all the way across the country in Alaska, where not one but two Dan Sullivans are competing in the very crowded.
This one's so funny. God, our politics is a fucking joke. Yeah, Dan Sullivan Jr. is competing for the seat where Dan Sullivan is the incumbent.
All-party primary. The entry of a similarly named challenger to incumbent Senator Dan Sullivan has sparked a legal battle and accusations of Democratic interference. But ultimately, a second Sullivan is on the ballot. The top four finishers will advance to the general election, with Democrats hoping former Congresswoman Mary Peltola could flip the seat and potentially help them flip the Senate. Bolstering Democratic hopes to regain the majority in both chambers are the significant political headwinds facing the president and his party. A new Reuters Ipsos poll found the president's approval rating has fallen to the lowest point of his presidency to just 33%. And on issues surrounding the economy, a major focus heading into November, voters say Democrats have the better approach.
It's cool that Hakeem Jeffries came out when it's a D plus 18 on healthcare and was like, yeah, we're not going to do Medicare for all. Oh, is it a 90-10 issue? Yeah, fuck you guys.
Joining me now to talk about all of this is NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki. He's breaking things down, of course, at the big board. And with me on set, national politics reporter Bridget Bowman. Steve, let's start with you. We talked about this redistricting. It's really scrambled the map in Florida. What are you going to be watching for tonight?
Yeah, let's take you through. There's really four districts, as you say there, that Democrats now have that Republicans through this redistricting are targeting and trying to flip. You're looking here at the Republican governor's race. Byron Donalds favored certainly coming in tonight. We'll see what happens. But let's go through those districts here. First of all, start in the 9th congressional district. And you can see this one changed a lot. This used to be a district that was heavily concentrated in Osceola County, Southern Orange County, large Hispanic, large Puerto Rican population. And you can see here geographically now a much more expansive district. A lot of Republican areas there in sort of heartland Florida have been added to the district. The embattled Democratic incumbent here is Darren Soto. He's not facing a challenge in the primary. This Republican primary is going to determine his opponent. But just give you a sense here of what this district, I apologize, these are the old numbers here. I didn't mean to put those up. But this district now under these new lines would be a very strongly pro-Trump district. So Soto running uphill in a redrawn district there in the 9th. Also go to the 14th district here. Again, the Democratic incumbent, long-serving Kathy Castor. She's been there 20 years. It's a family name. The Castor name there in that Hillsborough County area is a very well-known one. Her mother was a politician as well, nearly got elected to the United States Senate. But again, this district changed. What happened here was heavily Democratic parts of the city of St. Petersburg were taken out. And again, this district, as it's now made up, would have voted for Trump by a solid margin here. And you can see this is the field of Republicans who have entered this race. Beltran and Steele seem to be the two who maybe have separated themselves. Again, we'll see what happens. But two Democratic incumbents there running very uphill battles. If you take a look here at the 22nd district, again, this was totally transformed.
Michael Carbonara. That's right. Hey, it's me, Michael Carbonara over here.
District had been represented by Lois Frankel from Palm Beach County. She's now running a Democrat, running in a different district. So this is an open primary for each party here. But again, totally transformed district. Would have voted for Trump here. You see the Republican primary is a crowded one. The Democratic primary, Pia Dandia expected to win here. National Democrats have rallied behind her. And a very interesting one here, the 25th district here. Let me start Jared Moskowitz, an incumbent here. Now, again, the line scrambled so much in South Florida, so he's actually kind of moved to this district to run right here. He's got to get by a challenge in today's primary. This is a DSA challenger.
Our boy!
We've seen these candidacies take flight in some other parts of the country. This would be sort of an unlikely place here in South Florida. This district, it's a quarter Jewish. It has a lot of Cuban expats in it, first, second generation Cuban Americans.
That's not true. It's only 5% Cuban. It is very Jewish, though. 25% Jewish is a huge percentage in comparison to the rest of the districts all around the country. It is a relatively pro-Israel district, so we'll see what goes. We'll see what happens.
Who fled socialism, fled communism. So we'll see if the DSA can get any traction in a place like this. But Moskowitz then, again, will have to run. We'll see who his Republican opponent is here. You look at the primary right here. But again, a district redrawn. All four of the districts I just showed you would have voted for Donald Trump by somewhere between 9 and 17 points under their new lines back in 2024. Some very dramatic changes there.
Okay, and
yeah, but we're not living in that reality now, so it's a lot closer.
We're also watching a special election in California. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so take a look here, the 14th District of California. Remember, California, they had their primary before, they had their special election primary before. The top two advance. It's two Democrats, Aisha Wahab, Melissa Hernandez. Not a very close race in the preliminary. What has happened here is that pro-Israel groups have poured in a ton of money trying to stop Wahab, who's running to the left in this campaign, trying to stop her sort of at the last minute. So it's a bit of late drama in this campaign where in the preliminary, it was a very lopsided race, but has that late push that's come in nationally against Wahab, has that gotten any traction? That's what we're going to see in that district tonight. This was Eric Swalwell, the Democrat, had resigned the seat. That's why the special election is taking place here. It is an overwhelmingly Democratic district. It's just sort of what flavor of Democrat are you going to have?
Right, and the winner of this would go right to Congress, right? They wouldn't have to wait until the end of the year.
That's right.
Yep. Okay. All right, Steve, stand by. Let's bring Bridget into the conversation, and let's pick up where Steve left off in terms of redistricting. How key is Florida to any hope so that Republicans have of maintaining their majority?
Yeah, it is really important because it could help Republicans stem some losses in other places. Remember, Democrats only need a net gain of 3 seats to take back the House. So if Republicans have big advantages in 4 new seats in Florida, that could help cancel out losses elsewhere in other parts of the country as well.
Does it seem, though, that no matter what the political environment is like, that it's going to be difficult for either party to build a sizable majority? We're talking 20-plus seats. Does that seem almost impossible?
It does seem really difficult. That's because redistricting has kind of shrunk the number of competitive seats, along with just how polarized we are. There's fewer and fewer swingy seats nowadays, especially when you look at compared to the 2018 election, when the last big wave year that we saw in the House, there were around 100 competitive districts at this point. It's around 70 right now. And also in 2018, it was a lot more lopsided. There were way more Republicans. Almost all Republicans were defending competitive seats. Now it's pretty evenly split between Democrats and Republicans, thanks to the redistricting that we saw this year. So it does seem like it's going to be a real knife fight and that every seat is going to matter.
Yeah, and we're also watching another progressive versus moderate matchup in the Florida Democratic Senate primary. Florida is a lot redder than some of the other states that this fight is played out in. Could this really tell us what direction the party's headed in?
It could potentially. I'd keep an eye on the vote share that State Representative Angela Nixon gets. She's the more progressive candidate in this primary against Alex Vindman. If she gets kind of a big chunk, that could be an interesting sign of how fired up progressives are, whether Vindman has a challenge if he's the nominee to kind of bring folks together. That being said, Vindman has way outspent Nixon in this race. He spent 10 times more money than she has. So it'd be really surprising to see him lose. But if you see her get a pretty significant chunk, that could be an interesting tell of the energy that's on the left, even in Florida.
And of course, Vindman's twin brother already serving in Congress and up for re-election in the House out of Virginia. Yep. There's also the race to replace Ron DeSantis. He is, of course, term limited. There's a real crowded primary on the Republican side. But Byron Donalds has the president's endorsement. Talk to us about who the Democrats are fielding.
Yeah, so the expected Democratic nominee here is David Jolly. He's actually a former Republican. He's a former Republican congressman. So he could potentially have some cross-party appeal with Republicans who remember him. But that being
all right, let's get to fucking Kornacki, dude.
Up here.
It's
actually, we'll start just north here in the 6th district. This one's attracted some national attention. Randy Fine, Republican congressman who was elected in a special election early last year. He's expected to be to not have much trouble tonight, but this race has attracted some national attention. Fine himself as a congressman has made some inflammatory comments. He has one of his opponents here, though, who's been condemned by leaders of both parties nationally in the run-up to this. So there's just some, I think, national interest in this one. Fine, again, expected in this Republican primary. I'm trying to avoid to say to be fine, but he's expected to. But we'll keep an eye on that. Much more drama, though, right here, south of the 6th District in the 7th District, okay? This one is Corey Mills, an embattled incumbent. He did get Donald Trump's endorsement early in this race. Trump did not reiterate that endorsement late, as he did reiterate it for some others. And Mills facing a serious challenge here from Ryan Elijah, a television personality in the area, well known. And he's attracted, Elijah, some big name local support and some members of the delegation, too. Anna Paulina Luna, Republican, has endorsed him. So a very endangered incumbent potentially here in the 7th District. We're going to be watching that one closely. We're also going to be watching here just a little further south. What would I do if Dan beat
Randy? Randy Fine? It's not going to happen.
Completely by redistricting.
I mean, I fucking hate Randy Fine. And I really hate Dan Bilzerian, too. So it's no skin off my bones.
Excuse me. Kind of looked like this.
You know what I'm saying?
Part of Orange County, south of Orlando there, Osceola County, and then into Polk County. It had a large Hispanic, large Puerto Rican population, and he was able to win, Soto was, by double digits in this district. It has been redrawn. All of this is new territory in this district. This is sort of heartland Florida here. All of this is Republican territory that has been added, and the district has been changed. You can see now Trump would have won this district in a landslide. This is the terrain that Soto is now going to try to run for re-election in. We're going to find out who his opponent is going to be here. There's, as the results start to come in, we'll show you there's some geographic contours to sort of
no skin off my back,
this Republican
not bone.
primary.
Oh, God.
But again, Soto, it was a district that actually
I should have never made fun of fucking Candace Owens, dude. I'm having a hard time with the utilization of the English language. We already have to deal with the Representative Brandon Herrera. We can't take Rep. Bilzerian on too.
She has no opponent tonight. We won't be talking about her primary. But
yeah, they're both. It's literally, dude, the Randy Fine Dan Bilzerian race is so crazy because it's literally Nazi versus Nazi. I guess like Dan Bilzerian is anti-Israel while also being a fucking anti-Semite. I don't know how like real his anti-Israel take is, and Randy Fine is pro-Israel. But once again, it just doesn't matter because both of them are fucking nasty little perverts. You know?
Two front runners here. Again, we'll get into the specifics as the numbers start coming in. I want to get through this tour, though. Also on the list here for Republicans.
Yeah, it's muscle Nazi versus fat Nazi.
Very different looking district than it used to be. In fact, there is no incumbent running in this district now. The 22nd, you can see this is just all new territory going across the state toward the Gulf Coast here. It basically stretches from inland Broward County, Broward County, all the way across down into Collier County here, basically from like Weston, Broward County, down to like, Marco Island. That's kind of the span of this district now. So again, crowded Republican primary. The Democrats, there are two candidates here. Pia Dandia, though, has gotten a lot of national Democratic support. It's certainly expected to be their candidate. We'll see what happens. But again, this is one of these districts where just the redraw turned it into a district Trump would have won by double digits. And the last district in this category right here, again, I'll start on the Democratic side, the 25th district. Again, this is part of musical chairs. Jared Moskowitz doesn't currently represent the 25th district, but he's running in the 25th district under the new lines, again, because of all the changes. South Florida was kind of where most of these changes played out. In this district tonight, this is interesting for two reasons. Moskowitz, the incumbent, is facing, this is the only official DSA-backed candidate in Florida tonight. So Oliver Larkin running against Moskowitz in this district. It's basically a coastal district. It spans, Miami-Dade through Broward into Palm Beach. You're basically going from like Boca to Miami Beach in this district, all along the coast. Moskowitz versus Larkin. Does the DSA have any energy? This would be maybe demographically an unlikely place for a candidate like Larkin. This district has a large Jewish population. It's a quarter Jewish, also a lot of Cuban American, Cuban expats, first, second generation. not been the sort of the demographic recipe for these DSA candidacies, but we'll see what happens here. But this District 2, whoever gets through, this is one of those districts Republicans are trying to turn into, through their redraw, a Republican pickup. Trump would have carried it by 9 under the new lines. And here's what the Republican field looks like. Again, a pretty crowded field has emerged right here. We'll talk about the specifics as the results start coming in. But we're going to be looking at those 4 districts. There's also drama in the 24th district here in Florida. This is a heavily Democratic district. Federico Wilson, longtime Democratic incumbent, not running. This is Kendrick Meek. You may know that name. This is Kendrick Meek Jr. His father served in Congress. His grandmother served in Congress. Third generation in that family, trying to sort of reclaim this seat. But a lot of attention on that race. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, the other one to talk about here is Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Again, this musical chairs game that a lot of these Democratic incumbents played in South Florida. Wasserman Schultz, part of this too. Her home got drawn into that 22nd district I was just describing, rather than run in that now sprawling 22nd district that goes all the way out to the Gulf Coast. Wasserman Schultz opted to run in the 20th district. Okay, this is a black plurality district based in Broward County, Fort Lauderdale. Her opponents here, Sheila Scherflis McCormick, is a now former member of Congress. She resigned her seat as she was facing potential House expulsion. She's under indictment, but she is now running. So she resigned her seat a few months ago, is now running in this district while facing that indictment. A number of other candidates here. Luther Campbell, you may remember him, a rap star of the early 1990s. Elijah Manley running to the left right here. Dale Holness, a former Broward official who nearly won this seat a couple years ago against, won a seat a couple years ago against Scherflis McCormick. The question here, Wasserman Schultz has taken has taken some heat from black leaders for coming into this district, which is a black plurality district with a history of being represented by a black member of Congress. But will the divided, there's a number of black candidates in this race. Will that sort of divided field there allow her, with certainly a lot of name recognition, she brings a big, fundraising into this, will it allow her to get by and survive as she, again, basically moves districts here? I see 3 minutes till polls close, so I wanted to get through those.
Look, tonight is going to be a real test of what kind of motion the progressive left and the local DSA chapters have in the state of Florida. Win or lose, we're going to learn very valuable lessons here, okay? And as far as how much motion just being a straight up rapacious anti-Semite and super racist has for the gubernatorial primary, I suspect Fishback doesn't crack 10%. But I would be shocked if he passed 10%, that would be a shocking revelation. I'm assuming it's going to be like 99% under the age of 35 voters. It was such a meme primary in general, like a meme primary run. His campaign didn't have a lot of money. Obviously, Byron Donalds had a fuck ton of money and also had unlimited support from Trump. So we'll see. We'll see where the future of the party is headed.
I suspect the way Florida goes, we're really going to have a Florida show tonight. But these are fun because I hope I'm not like setting expectations they're going to blow up in my face. A lot of votes come in. It's just Adam's laughing because he knows I'm just jinxing it, aren't I?
I just get worried. I get nervous that but yes, the historical patterns are these votes come in real quick and, I don't know where they'll come in first, but we'll jump on them.
And did I forget? I wanted to get through as much as the 19th district. We don't have it on here, but I wanted to, we got a minute, right? I got time to get into this.
Yeah.
This is a fun one. It's not going to be a general election battleground. This is an overwhelmingly Republican district, but this is Byron Donalds who's running for governor, is giving up this seat. You recognize some of these names? Madison Cawthorn, former North Carolina congressman. Catalina Loft, she ran for Congress in Illinois 6 years ago. Chris Collins, former member of Congress from New York. He was the first member of Congress to endorse Donald Trump for president, 2016. Jim Oberweis, perennial candidate from Illinois. Jim Oberweis ran for Congress in Illinois in 2020. against Catalina Loff. He actually finished a little bit ahead of her in that race. Jim Schwartzel, he's a local. This is the, listen, it's fitting. This Republican primary here, it's a wide open, it's been sort of, it's attracted a ton of candidates. It's in that part of Florida here, obviously, where there's been explosive growth. Obviously, a lot of people moving to Florida from out of state. So isn't it fitting a lot of these out-of-state politicians who've come here for various reasons are squaring off in this race? That said, there was a last-minute endorsement in this race of Trump for Loff, so maybe that will end up settling it. 7 o'clock, polls are closed. Let's go to the statewide look here so we don't miss any county that comes in. It can. Now, sometimes there can be a few-minute delay. Sometimes it can happen super fast here, but something's going to light up in the next 5-10 minutes here, and we don't want to miss what it is. Again, if it's in one of our congressional districts, we'll zoom in and take a look at that. But it might also give us a little bit of clarity. Again, we know what the expectations are in these statewide races. Byron Donalds getting that Trump endorsement. Jay Collins, the current lieutenant governor here on the Republican side, his campaign really, he was appointed to the job in 2025 by Ron DeSantis. The drama in this campaign has been Collins trying to counter the Trump endorsement of Donalds with a DeSantis endorsement of his candidacy. DeSantis hasn't done that. He stayed on the sidelines. He has not endorsed Donalds in this race. It seems that DeSantis, right, he got kind of, at loggerheads with Trump a couple years ago. Obviously, it didn't work out well for DeSantis. I think the thinking is that he didn't want to invest capital going against Trump's candidate in a race like this. So he stayed on the sidelines. Collins, I think, was kind of counting on that for at least to give him, maybe a fighting chance in here. So the expectation certainly is that Donalds will carry the day here. James Fishback has gotten certainly quite a bit of online attention. We'll see if that translates into anything here. But that's the Republican race for governor. Again, I'm just going to toggle through statewide races here. Ashley Moody, the appointed Republican incumbent there for the United States Senate, with Marco Rubio joining the administration. Again, she's not expected to have any trouble tonight. Keep an eye on that. What might be interesting here, we got votes. We've got votes starting to come in. Okay, now.
Stop.
This is Osceola County.
Stop the count. Stop the count.
And holy cow, right off the bat, folks, Alex Vindman, who came in, has raised about $20 million for this campaign. Alex Vindman, who was that whistleblower figure in Donald Trump's first impeachment back in 2019, became sort of a well-known figure to Democratic activists nationally.
What is going on?
This is Angie Nixon, a state legislator who joined the Democratic Socialists of America during this campaign, vastly outspent by Vindman. Now you're in Osceola County. As you can see, this is just south of Orlando.
Steve,
Kissimmee, St. Cloud is here.
Right now!
And look at that. Okay, we got Leon County. This is where wow, folks, we've got something right away.
Keep pressing the other counties.
We got a big surprise right away potentially here. Again, now Florida State University is here. The state capital's here, Leon County. This is a big population center. This is the population center in this part of the state for Democrats. Osceola County. Nixon is leading there. Now the coast is starting to come in. Flagler County. We got just about all the vote, we think. This is in Flagler County. Vindman's going to carry it, but he's carrying it by single digits. Take a look down in Volusia County. It's Vindman by 10. Go a little further. Brevard, Vindman barely. It's basically a tie there right now. So you have Osceola.
Oh my God,
this
is
one of the
happening?
largest Hispanic populations in Florida. Kissimmee, St. Cloud, large Puerto Rican population in particular in Osceola County.
I have to wait 5 minutes because I just
subscribed. So what does that net out to statewide? We got 8% of the vote statewide, and there is Nixon leading. We got a little bit more now coming in the Gulf Coast. Citrus County coming in here. This will be much bigger in a Republican primary. Hernando, comes into Vindman, but these are not. Oh wow, these are not numbers Vindman wanted to see. These are numbers Nixon wanted to see. We take a look too now. Just zoom out 9% statewide. So Nixon leading that. And I want to just check in on the Republican primary because we're getting numbers there. Senate, no surprise. Moody doing fine there. Governors, Okay, governor's race, you can see right away for Byron Donalds. Look, he's at 50%. He's 2-1 over Collins, and it's consistent for Donalds, right?
And Nick Fuentes
this is his old
is
congressional
favorite
district. He's down in this area.
Not even.
We're going to do an update on news now here in a second.
Wait,
folks.
where's Fishback
in
at?
a second, folks. If you've been watching, you know how these go.
7%.
So for Donalds, he's getting what he wants to see right away. In the Democratic primary for governor, for Jolly, clearly getting what he wants to see.
Come
so
on. What about
statewide,
Larkin?
This becomes the drama right away. Look at this. We've got nearly 20% of the vote in here, and Angie Nixon still ahead.
Oh, my
Now,
God. What is happening? This has
Broward
good
County.
down-ballot consequences,
Holy
I think,
cow,
for Larkin, too.
Nixon leading in Broward County by 10 points.
Okay, where the fuck is the... Someone link me to Larkin.
I just want to...
Elijah lost already?
Folks, because we're good.
Yeah, Debbie Wasserman-Schultz at 50%.
We're going to do a hit here.
Elijah gets 12%. Dale Holness. Debbie Wasserman-Schultz wins. Florida House 20. Holness got second place with 21%. It was not even close.
Right here.
What about Larkin?
Okay. We got about 20 seconds, folks, so I'm just going to stop and we'll pick this up
Moskowitz is
on the
cooking.
news now.
64%. The Larkin's 35%. This is incredible, dude.
But folks, this is a huge surprise right away. Pinellas County, right? Charlotte County. So Nixon has Broward right now, has Osceola. This is Alachua, right? This is where Gainesville is. University of Florida. You know, again, state capital. Florida State's in Leon County. This is small here. These are. So there is.
They hate Vindman because of the Trump impeachment.
That does put her ahead in the count. Boy, Miami-Dade, like these three counties in a Democratic primary, Palm Beach, Broward, Miami-Dade, are going to be about 30% of the vote. Broward is the single biggest. And that's why that catches my attention right away. The other thing that I would say that we've seen, remember, this is early vote that we're looking at. These big chunks they're coming out. Remember these DSA candidates, the candidates on the left, we've seen tend to do better elsewhere, at least, with the election day vote, i.e. the vote that is yet to be reported out here in these counties where we're seeing results. If that trend holds, that's very
Lesson
favorable
learned,
for
Florida
Nixon.
can't be saved.
Vindman did just get some more.
Guys.
Okay, some more along
Guys.
the Gulf Coast is coming in. We got Pasco.
Guys.
Just north of Sarasota. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Board, Steve,
Randy Fine is losing to Dan Bilzerian by a lot.
So far, I know it's still very early in Florida. Tell viewers what you have.
Yeah, I think right away a surprise here potentially in the Democratic primary for the United States Senate in Florida. Now this is a race here
0% chance that that's the
because
case.
Marco Rubio, the Republican, joined the Trump administration. I'll show you on the Republican side quickly. Ashley Moody, who was appointed to replace him, certainly in good shape in the Republican primary. The Democratic primary, Alex Vindman, if you remember this name, he was the whistleblower at the heart of the first Trump impeachment back in 2019, which made him something of a folk hero to Democrats nationally. He raised a ton of money for this campaign. His opponent here, state legislator Angie Nixon, running to his left, joined the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, during this campaign. Vindman was thought to have a wide advantage over her. Certainly, vastly
It may have been Miss Rachel. Angie Nixon had the support of squad members like Omar Presley and Talib, Maxwell Frost, and SCI who were backing her, but her most famous supporter was Miss Rachel.
We've got nearly a third of the vote now in statewide, and you can see Vindman is ahead in the count, but it's close. And a couple things that jump right out here. Broward County, one of the biggest vote-producing county in a Democratic primary here. Nixon leading there with about 2/3 of the vote in Broward County. She's doing very well in Osceola. In the, this is Kissimmee, St. Cloud around here. I think not surprisingly for a candidate on the left, Alachua County, Gainesville, State University of Florida is here. She's doing well there. She's doing well in Leon County. And what those numbers are doing is they're keeping her competitive. You do see more of the Vindman numbers, the Vindman shade of blue.
I will admit, I'm actually a little bit surprised that Debbie Wasserman-Schultz cracked 60 so easily. I thought at the very least it would be like a 50-50 split. But it turns out, look, this is a heavily black district, right? It's a plurality black district. It's a black opportunity district. And honestly, black voters still vote for whoever the party establishment is presenting as the most electable option, even when there is an actual Like even when there's a black candidate, I guess you have to be like an exceptional black candidate, like Donovan McKinney was, in order for you to be able to win the district on like any grounds. Oliver Larkin lost as well. Let's see. Oops. What the frick? I can't see. Yeah, Jared Moskowitz wins on decision desk at 63% of the vote with Oliver Larkin 34. It's not a bad showing overall.
Right now, you're right. It is not good news for Vindman. I do want to ask you, I'm sorry if you already made this point. Do we know some of this early vote or the vote that you have right now, is it the early vote, is it the mail-in vote, or are these votes today?
No, that's right. That's what they do in Florida. I'll give you an example here in Broward County. You see about 2/3 of the vote is now counted. That's
Florida's
early vote. That's
unsavable.
vote by mail. All of these counties get that ready, and they report it out very quickly after polls close.
Florida
And
is
then
not
in the next hour or
unsavable.
two,
This
they
is
report out
a
the vote
very
that was
strong
cast today.
showing,
And
straight
it's an
up.
important point,
Oliver
Tom, because
Larkin,
what we've
Elijah
seen in
Manley,
other
they got
states,
no
I don't know
national
if it'll be
endorsements
true here,
whatsoever.
but
Are
we've
you
seen
crazy?
The candidates on the left doing better with that election day vote.
No
that same
count.
day
No,
vote.
dude.
That's the
Florida
vote that
was
has
the
not been
most
reported
difficult
yet.
out of
And
all
you
of
see
these
Nixon
races.
in it right now. If that trend continues here, that
If
could
you
be
watch
very
McKinney's
favorable
victory
for her.
speech, you can see why he won.
Just real
Yeah.
quick on a
I think this makes
clarification point. When
McKinney's
you're saying
victory over
candidates
Shri
on the left,
Tanadar
are
all
you
the
saying
more
that the
impressive.
progressive
Obviously, Shri
candidates do better
Tanadar
in
was
the
like an
early vote, or
exceptionally weak
that's not really
candidate.
the case?
But the fact that like black voters still overwhelmingly voted for Debbie Wasserman Schultz, the establishment pick, over black candidates that were running in that race. And that she still would have probably won in a 1-to-1 matchup against Elijah Manley if Elijah Manley was the only candidate running against her, shows me that, the defensive voting is the #1 name of the game here for a lot of like older black voters in general. But then again, I mean, there's obviously, there's it's only a plurality black district, so maybe
We got Miami-Dade and holy
that's
cow,
what
Angie
it is.
Nixon.
I don't
Wow,
know.
Angie Nixon there in Miami-Dade. Okay, wow. So let's just a couple things here. We got a third of the vote in this Senate primary, and this is a huge surprise. This is a huge surprise the way this is shaking out. That also means we're getting votes in these congressional districts. And one that I immediately want to check in on here, seeing that Angie Nixon is leading in Broward and Miami-Dade, I want to see what's going on in Jared Moskowitz's primary.
They've been distributing them throughout the
winning Miami-Dade is
districts a little bit
huge.
slower than you're going to have at the statewide. The one that we do have to check in right now in is Florida 7, the Mills district. We do have results out of Volusia.
Okay,
there.
we do. So, okay, here we go. We have, we've got that, Volusia County.
What's Angie's story?
Mills
she joined DSA. She's
early vote here
progressive.
over Ryan Elijah.
She did
Again, there's
a
other
she
candidates
did a
here. Ryan
triple slate
Elijah,
rally with Elijah
broadcaster,
Manley and
Good Morning
Oliver
Orlando. He was
as
the
well.
co-host of that show. You can see and then you've got Seminole County, which is the fast-growing suburbs, kind of growing from the Orlando area here. This is about the division between these two counties it's about 50-50. I think there's going to be a little bit more
great.
vote
Rashida Tlaib
in
endorsed
Seminole
her.
County than there is in Volusia in this Republican primary tonight. But so there's Mills with the early vote in Volusia County with an advantage of just 6 points over Elijah.
And she got
So
arrested for
absolutely
protesting the
a
redistricting
contest there
bill
right now. So as Adam says, that we're keeping an eye on that. That's an incumbent who's in potentially some trouble. Do we have other House races, Adam?
I think that's the only House race that we have a bulletin on right now.
Okay, because obviously it just, I'm jumping down to 25, and, what 25 is, this Democratic primary, again, it spans here. This is Palm Beach County, this is Broward County, this is Miami-Dade County. And you see Angie Nixon in the governor's race. This is just a sliver of those counties, but Angie Nixon leading Miami-Dade and leading Broward so far. So we were saying, now this
Why
is
do you think she's doing
better
better than Manley? She's a state rep. She's a state legislator. Has more like statewide endorsements or more experience, whereas Oliver Larkin is a first-time runner. Elijah Manley doesn't have like too much.
Check back in on that now. Look at that. We got nearly 40% of the vote in, and Nixon leads the count.
Oh my
She's
God.
powered
Oh my
certainly
God, by 6 points.
Okay, and this just came in too. Duval County. Look at this.
Oh my God.
Look at that margin for Nixon in Duval County. A 57-point margin over Vindman. So now we've got nearly 40% in. This is a Well, I'll tell you what.
My God.
There was talk that Vindman was taking this for granted, and these results are
This is incredible.
Have got to be a bit of a shock to him and to the party establishment. And again,
Did you think this race was winnable? I didn't think
a
it.
race
Look,
the Democrats. It's not in that.
I thought all the races were very
difficult.
difficult.
About competitive Senate races for the fall. We haven't been talking about Florida in that lit. This is one the Democrats had hoped that maybe they could put into play if the climate was really working in their favor. But they were all national Democrats who poured I think $20 million in or something like that for Vindman. It was premised on him being the candidate. And now look at that, more than 40%. What did we just get? Another big batch. Was that Hillsborough? I think Hillsborough just came in. I mean, look at this. Nixon leads in Duval. She's crushing it. Leon County, state capital, Tallahassee, she's crushing it. She's up almost 10 in Hillsborough. These are big counties. She's up in Osceola
Oliver
County,
Larkin
where I think
primary
we're now
is
getting
over.
Same-day vote.
It's over. Moskowitz was declared on decision desk.
We're seeing this right.
Debbie
This is
Wasserman
key.
Schultz won.
That would indicate the
Moskowitz
same-day votes
won.
coming in, and she's winning it as we were thinking by a wider margin than she was winning the early. And if that's true, then this is even better news for her. Everything you're seeing. Look at that. She's up in Broward and she's up in Miami-Dade. I mean, these are big pieces of the puzzle right here, statewide. And these are smaller counties now, but she's also putting up. And so what that translates into, Vindman is in deep trouble right now. Okay, Adam, do you have a?
Fishback is neck and neck with Donald.
Okay, we've got some House results.
Wait, what?
In the 9th
No, he's
district.
not.
And again, just so you know, we've been looking at the
The fuck
other
are you
statewide races.
saying?
The other statewide races are all going as I think they were expected. This, the shock of the moment. What Angie Nixon's doing against Alex Vindman in this Democratic
Why do you
Senate
think Oliver
primary.
Larkin didn't do
It
well?
looks like we have some results here.
Very
in the 9th
pro-Israel district,
Okay, again,
25%
give you a sense of
Jewish.
what we're looking at here. Darren Soto,
it was
Democrat,
a
represents
tough.
this.
It was a super
This
tough
is
race,
one
regardless.
of the 4 districts Republicans have targeted through redistricting. The district mainly used to be Osceola County, a little bit of Polk, and then into southern Orange County.
Jared Moskowitz defeats DSA candidate Oliver Larkin.
All of this is added Republican territory here under the redraw. It turned it into a district that would have gone for Trump, and now we're getting some results. Now, there's a lot of geographic division in this. Ben Butler is expected to do well in sort of these heartland counties right here, which together are going to add up to probably about a quarter of the vote.
Does that mean there were
This is gonna be
Angie Nixon,
his neck of the
Moskowitz
woods.
voters?
And you can see that. Look at that. Yeah. Okeechobee,
maybe.
Butler
I mean, it's a small.
is crushing it. Now, Okeechobee is one of the smaller ones here. It's about 6% of the vote. Here's where you got to look for Butler. About 20% of the vote is going to come out of Highlands County. But I think, Butler is going to run up the score. Here. Chalifo was
Vindman was saving millions for the general. Nixon would enter it with less than $1 million to spend, and DC Dems instantly writing off the race.
He's on the school board there, and he's leading the count right there. And Osceola is going to be it's going to be about 21% of the vote. What we really have to see here is Indian River, because this is going to be about 40. There were Vero Beaches. This is going to be about 40% of the vote. And this is where Dan Green, who spent a ton of money, should be kind of his base. So Butler,
overall, not
Green,
so great night for
Chalifo,
progressive. Dog, what are you talking
a little
about?
bit here in Polk County, not much. There's a little bit.
We're talking about 2 fucking districts in the House for 458 seats versus the Democratic Senate seat. You understand that one senator is like infinitely more important than House of Representative seats, right? Or 435, sorry, not 38. This is an out of control upset for the left insurgent candidate who did not get any national endorsements. Angie is a massive long shot. Look, the Larkin race was very important for us. I like him a lot. I think he's very charismatic. I think he's great on comms. He did everything right. It's just, it's also good to have like a white boy in the run up.
I was looking at if there was a second result out of Volusia County right now. Let me see if that's in here.
Rashida Tlaib is not
I
love Rashida.
But yes, we are
That's
getting
my
some more
big sis.
second,
Okay.
third vote reports.
But when I'm talking about national progressive endorsements, I'm talking about AOC or Bernie Sanders.
Have an update in
Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, they make endorsements in other races, and it's like it doesn't get the same level of media attention, unfortunately, as like a AOC endorsement or a Bernie Sanders endorsement does.
Sorry, I was like, okay, let's navigate.
Larkin should just be the fucking DSA comms person. They should get hired by national DSA to be their comms person.
There we go. So here we go. This is the one. This is a core Republican district. Now, this is interesting. All of these. So Jim Schwartzel is sort of the local, okay, in this. Looking at these.
Thank God.
Just zoom in here. It's just right outside Fort Myers here, but this is like Lee County, a little bit of Collier County here. Cape Coral would be what you'd think of for this district. Very, very Republican. Byron Donalds district. Trump endorsed Catalina Loff at the last minute. Now, you're looking at, this is just from the Collier portion here. You're looking at early vote from Collier. Loff is running second, but Trump endorsed her very late. So if that endorsement is going to be what carries Loff, she will do much better with the election day vote than the early vote. The early vote here in this portion of the district, this is the
By the way, here's the real sad state of affairs. The Democratic Party might just completely drop any spend on the Florida race if Nixon wins. So there's the other sad affair there as well. Or they'll just make her like rid herself of any like DSA affiliation or whatever until they choose to go in on that race by force. And I'm not sure how stubborn she is about that affiliation. Look at the governor's race, twin. Bro, I can't. He has to. Does anyone have the DD, decision desk governor's race?
Does the election day vote really break for Loff after that Trump endorsement?
If you want to go to the statewide
Another
Democratic Senate race,
Hassan
I do have
L.
some
let's
election
take a
day
look.
pre-election splits.
Okay.
So we can look at Lake County first.
Yeah.
We're getting a little bit of election day there. In the
Not New
advanced
York
vote,
Times, I want the
Vindman was winning
decision
that
desk.
52-48. In the election day, Nixon's winning that 53-47.
Okay, so that's a 10-point shift.
No,
Nixon
not the
lost
Senate.
the early vote by 4. She leads the election day vote by
Send me
6.
the
So it's a
fucking
net
governor.
shift of 10 towards the candidate of the
Governor
left.
race. Governor
Pasco
race.
County is another one.
Yeah.
In the advanced vote, Vindman was winning that 51-49.
I want to look at
In the
what
election
James
day
Fishbag
vote,
is up
Nixon's
to.
winning that 61-39.
There, this is the pattern we've seen. Yep.
In Sarasota County, Vindman was winning the advanced vote there 66.
Oh my God. Wait, what?
34. And Vindman is winning
No,
the
this
election
is
day
not
vote
the
there
right link.
53-47.
Even in a county that's strong for him. Look at that slippage. Wow. This is the pattern we've seen nationally. And so that's, what's the hope here if you're Vindman? You're
Damn, bro. He's not even in the
place like
he's not even
Sarasota,
cracking
which is not a
10%.
small, it's not huge, but it's not small. This is a really good, overall, it's a really good county for Vindman. But the rest of the vote that's coming in here, Adam just said, it's breaking about 53-47. The rest of the vote that's going to come in here, he's not getting much from that. And he's trying to make up now more than 60,000 votes statewide. Yeah.
In Florida 20, we just got a report from Broward.
Yeah, okay, so we're getting some House numbers. Wow, that was very fast. We said these numbers come in fast, folks. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who previously she represents a different district now. Her house is in the 22nd, the new 22nd
Establishment
district.
still
Debbie
got-
Wasserman
still
Schultz,
has motion
who opted
in
to
incumbent
seek
seats like
re-election
this,
in the
for sure.
plurality African American 20th district here. NBC News projects will win that primary. This is an overwhelmingly Democratic district. We can give you a sense of it. Under these lines, Harris would have won it by nearly 40 points. So Wasserman Schultz, whose career was certainly threatened
Yeah, this was a fucking major. Edinger-Mentum is right about this, by the way.
Goes to the 20th district. She will win this primary.
This was my
easily,
expectation as well.
And in this district, this would be a safe Democratic district in November. So Wasserman
it was
Schultz,
totally ridiculous. The amount of outsized media coverage that he got was so insane.
Part of the
to me.
story here, certainly, it is
just
split
a terrible
opposition,
campaign
but
overall. No
over
fundamentals.
just a tad, but over 50%.
Now you've given him an opportunity to become a fucking influencer.
Almost won this seat in a special election a couple of years ago. A distant second. Sheila Sherfless McCormick, the former Congresswoman.
Yeah, this is the Fishback Coalition, guys.
Well under indictment. So Wasserman Schultz survives. Other House races, it looks like we're getting a little bit more. Looks like we're getting some in 22. Let's give folks a sense of what's going on here in the 22nd district. Okay. Again, we just got
25 as well. Sorry.
Oh, we got 20. Okay, let's go to 25 because we teed this one up. What's happening to Jared Moskowitz? You see the surprise there in the Senate race. Is it happening in a House race for a DSA candidate?
Not.
It is not. Jared Moskowitz.
Not even close.
I think that's Broward. We're looking at, so again, it's roughly a third for each one of these. So the Broward portion here, and Moskowitz is from Broward. We got the early vote, and there's Moskowitz with a 30-point advantage over Larkin here. So again, the advantage that Nixon has, we're showing you in that Senate race.
If you look at Florida 25, Moskowitz is only plus 20 in Miami-Dade and plus 30 in Broward, but plus 53 in Palm Beach where Boca Raton is. Yeah. I mean, it still wasn't close. It wasn't close. It wasn't even anywhere near close. Let's be real.
NBC News projects survives this primary from Oliver Larkin, the DSA-backed candidate. Now, the question is, who will Moskowitz face in the general election? We don't have numbers yet here. I imagine they're going to populate any second.
Yeah, they'll populate in next.
Look, I wouldn't say this about Francesca Hong. Okay, now that race is over, I will fucking openly reveal something to you. I didn't feel this way about Francesca Hong, but I was actually a little bit worried about Oliver Larkin in the general. I can say it now openly. I was a little bit worried about Oliver Larkin in the general. That I did not think about Francesca Hong. If you remember, I was like, nope, Francesca would be fine in Wisconsin in the general. I was a little bit worried about Oliver Larkin in the general. That is a plus Trump 4 to plus Trump 9 district. They would have turned that into like a fucking national story about how the DSA stole a seat from Moskowitz, who definitely would have won, and then blah, 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 all this shit. You know, it's out of our hands now. It's out of our hands. Yeah, doesn't matter. Jared Moskowitz essentially a Republican, so a Republican wins either way. Yeah. And Moskowitz will still struggle in the general, for sure. Brother, don't undermine your own theory of change. Dog, it's fucking Florida. What are you talking about? Brother, our theory of change is solid. It's sound. It's also not replicable everywhere around the country, at least for the time being. Like, dude, there are a couple places in this country that's super MAGA, okay? Florida is one of those places. Yeah, everyone is a boomer. Everyone's already on fucking Medicare, so they don't give a shit about Medicare for all.
Is going to be in Orange County.
Like,
Chalifo leading there. Jorge Martinez is from there, but leading him narrowly. So what that
you literally say all the time how the South will vote progressives. What the fuck? Okay, I'm going to repeat this one more time. Our time will come, and I do think that the South, there's a lot of opportunity in the South. This district is not a normal district. It's a district where you have some of the most conservative Democrats outside of the Republicans. Okay, not every district is the same. The demographic of the district is important. You're talking about Florida, which is like in most Florida districts, especially this one, you're looking at a very old. You're looking at a retirement home district that has like a shit ton of very conservative Democrats and just very super MAGA Republicans in general. Like, it's Boca Raton. Oliver Larkin's district is one of the only districts in the country where, like, you know, when they were asking him about like, well, how much would you how much would you tax people that are making over $500,000? And he didn't have a good answer for that. That question is that district is the only district where that actual question matters, right? In most other districts in the country, you talk about like $500,000. Well, that's not the overwhelming majority of my constituents. That's the one district where that is the overwhelming majority of the constituents, at least in fucking Boca Raton. So
to get that Highlands County number when that comes in. Adam, maybe we could set some kind of an alert. Where else can we look here? The 7th district, it looks like in Corey Mills district, we're getting a little bit more.
Yeah, this was Austin Knox's
What do we have?
experience.
We have some same day here now?
Yeah, we got a second update out of Volusia.
Austin Knox was phone banking, had a woman hear me out for a few minutes on Oliver Larkin today, asked his stance on Israel, and then said she stood even more with Moskowitz now, and then ended the call with a fuck you, an experience I have not had phone banking for Maylak Kiros, Chris Rabb, or Adam Hamawi. Something Hamas. She pretty clearly knew a lot about Moskowitz already and maybe just wanted to hear what the volunteers for Larkin were saying. I think Oliver Larkin has a wonderful career being the national DSA spokesperson.
That election day,
in my opinion.
Is Mills going to get the MAGA? Now, this is 3,000. This might be kind of an outlier, but is this telling us that Elijah might be outperforming Mills with the election day vote? And if that's the case, again, Mills would be in big trouble because, look, he jumped out to a lead in the early vote here in Volusia. And now if Elijah keeps hitting the election day vote at the clip Adam just said, Elijah would probably catch Mills with the remaining vote there in Volusia
Angie
County.
Nixon at
53% in Seminole
to
County.
Alex Vindman's 46 at
potentially
71%.
Yeah,
oh my
this is an
Lord,
incumbent
what a
who's
fucking
clearly in some trouble.
What
right
a
now.
run.
Some big
What a
trouble
fucking
there
run.
in the 7th district. In the 6th, I did want to check in. We said we thought Randy Fine would likely be okay. This is what it looks like. This is just one county here, Lake County. We're getting a part of Lake County in. Fine leading that by about 35 points. Again, 7th district. Where else? Just looking, do we have some numbers here? Looks like the 14th district. We've got some numbers. This is Kathy Castor, the Democrat. Again, we've got it. We've actually got a result here. Okay, so this is significant. Mike Beltran is a former state legislator from Hillsborough County. NBC News is projecting will win the Republican primary in Florida's 14th congressional district. He's defeating another former state legislator, Kevin Steele. There were questions about Steele's residency. The district that he represented in the state legislature was actually from Pasco County, so none of the constituents from his legislative district were actually in this district. They both were self-funding. They are a large part of their campaign.
No, there's a shit ton of people here who don't vote. Also, the minority that is MAGA and conservatism turn out more here.
And again, Beltran
That's the
now
case
will
everywhere
face
around the
off
country,
against
buddy.
Kathy Castor, Democrat. She's been in
We're
office 20
talking about the
years.
fucking primaries in the midterms. Like what do you think the majority of people vote in the primaries and the midterms in other districts? That's just who it is. That's just where it is.
Kathy Castor will be running
That's how it is all around the
Beltran
country.
in a district again that
Dude, this
went
one is
for under
crazy,
these new
dude.
lines. They took out
Alexander
the
Vindman
Republicans
raised
took out some,
$16 million to
some
Angie
heavily
Nixon,
Democratic
barely
parts of St.
cracking, not even
Petersburg
cracking
under
$1
these new
million.
lines. Trump would have carried this by
Like,
more
Larkin
than 10 points.
out-fundraised Angie
Beltran,
Nixon.
This would be a pickup for Republicans. This is one of 4 that they're targeting. In a minute, we're going to go back on News Now. What else do we have, Adam? I don't want to neglect it. The Democratic Senate primary. 70% of the vote. Do we have? I mean, and we got some we got Palm Beach County.
To be fair,
Vindman is leading there.
To be fair, Vindman raised that but didn't spend it. So it's not like it's not 16-1. He didn't spend it. He was waiting for the general. Larkin lost, and so did Elijah Manley. Whoa, James Fishback at 9%. He's cracking 9%. Hold up, Fishback motion. I thought it'd be tough for him to go over 10. Maybe he's cracking it.
Steve, this is a big win for a lot of reasons.
I'm sorry. Say that again, Tom. I missed.
I think we have a race call in Florida. I think it's Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Deborah Wasserman Schultz in the 20.
Yep.
Yes, absolutely. We on the House side here, Wasserman Schultz, her district was transformed by this redistricting effort. Her house is actually in a different district. She opted
Bill
to run
Zarian
in the 20th
is neck
district.
and neck with
This
Vine?
is based in Broward
Stop.
County, Fort Lauderdale. There was some controversy because this is a plurality African American district. There's a history in this district of representation by black members of Congress, but she decided to run here. And again, there's sort of split opposition. You can see to Wasserman Schultz. She easily out-fundraised her opponents, so she wins this thing handily. And again, this is an overwhelmingly Democratic district.
Didn't even put
Kamala Harris won it
Asmongold's
by nearly
picture.
40 points. So it looks like Debbie Wasserman Schultz, whose career was certainly threatened by the redraw here in Florida this year, has survived this primary and is very likely to go back to Congress next January.
And somewhat of a counterpoint to what we were talking about earlier in the broadcast, right? She's the establishment candidate. You had a Democratic socialist there at the bottom who was getting some traction running with that trio of candidates in Florida, but not so much tonight, right?
Well, and I think, more to that point, Tom, in the 25th district, we also have a call here in the Democratic primary. Jared Moskowitz, who is being challenged by Oliver Larkin, who is a Democratic Socialist of America endorsed candidate. Again, this is Broward, Palm Beach, Miami-Dade along the coast. Moskowitz, we're projecting, has survived, has won there. You can see the margin now just over 20 points. So, it continues to be the story in that Senate race here. Angie Nixon, the candidate to the left, with nearly 3/4 of the vote now. And what we had talked about, Tom, the last time I checked in with you about was Nixon going to be doing better as that election day vote came in?
Dan
It looks like she is. We've
Dan
seen this in a number of
Bilzerian neck
counties
and
now.
neck with
As
Randy
the election day
Vine.
vote comes in.
How is that even possible,
and
by the way?
better.
That's
And you can
crazy
see
that
that's
he's
an
cracking
8-point margin
25%.
essentially
God
she
damn,
has
people
over
must really
Vindman.
hate
So
his ass.
in the Senate race, you're seeing something there that the left, I think, will crow about if this holds, but not necessarily in some of those House districts.
No, this is
Democrats are going to be studying
delayed.
that race. Okay, Steve, thank you. Always great to have you.
This is
midterm battle.
Okay, folks, I appreciate Tom rolling with us here because we're juggling a lot, as I think you are, and I don't want to lose. This is the most significant statewide result that we've seen. Again, the others are kind of
New
going
York Times
to form.
numbers are
This
old.
is the one that's I think a surprise to a lot of folks. And that Nixon lead here, again, the biggest thing she has
It's
going
Miami-Dade,
for her,
right? It's the Dade carry.
Well, the two main things she has going for her here, are the fact that she's ahead, but it's that she's doing better with the election day vote. And it's just so even in the counties, as we're showing you, even in the counties that are
Here in Orlando,
Vindman's
people
shade
hate
of blue,
Vindman to the point where he
right?
held
A place
basically
like
no
Lee
events.
County,
He spent the whole
which
campaign hiding from
Sarasota
voters
was a
he
good one
assumed would hand
to
him the
show you here.
nomination.
Where Vindman's getting a
Jesus
big chunk
Christ.
of the vote that's coming in now in these places isn't nearly as
What a
pro-Vindman
fucking
as this total.
spectacular
It's election day
defeat,
vote that's
dude.
coming in that's much more Nixon. Now, whereas
Angie
their
Nixon is
outstanding vote
DSA,
here,
by the
remember
way.
right here, is the Panhandle polls don't
race
close
called
here
by
for another
decision
25
decision
minutes.
desk for
now, how many votes are
mailbox
here in the
Hitler,
Democratic primary? Not many.
Randy
Probably
Fine,
3 to 4%.
the mail
Let's say about
thief.
4% of the votes in a statewide Democratic primary are going to come out of these Panhandle counties.
The Armenian
in
Nazi
theory, there's an
loses
opportunity there for Vindman.
to the
But look,
Zionist Nazi.
So far, it's Nixon who's winning.
Not
I mean,
DSA
they're-
endorsed. She
again,
joined
these are
recently.
overwhelmingly
Yeah.
Republican counties. But it's Nixon who's winning. Look at this. It's Nixon who's winning up here. Leon County, this is one of the first that we saw come in tonight. Jefferson County kind of get into that, into the bend
They
there.
picked fat Hitler over fit Hitler.
And so, yes, the left here, there'll probably be some debate. What was this? What does this represent? If this is it's something that holds here, there was a lot of talk that, again, Vindman
This
was
is incredible.
kind of
This is
asleep
so
at the
good.
wheel with
This
his
is so
campaign.
fucking good.
As a result like this speak to his failures as a candidate? Does it speak to something that Nixon herself tapped into? She didn't have nearly the kind of
By the way, left unnoticed from this race is Angie Nixon is anti-genocide and Alex Vindman is pro-genocide, for the record. Just so you guys understand, like, I know we're looking at district by district. We're like, oh, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, how does she win? Or Moskowitz, how did he win? Or whatever. But like, statewide in Florida, the Democratic Party is very clearly going for the Medicare for all anti-genocide candidate by insane numbers when Alex Vindman had all of the national endorsements. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah. This was, on the other hand, Angie Nixon's national endorsements. Cori Bush, Ayanna Pressley, Miss Rachel. She had a lot of local endorsements, like local leadership, which obviously plays a big role. She's in state politics, so that's good.
It's what we said. the Election Day vote. Adam told us about the first 3,000 votes of Election Day vote in Volusia County, breaking for Elijah. I said, maybe it's an outlier. Let's see more. Now we've seen more. More Election Day voters come in. It continues. Elijah is pouring it on with the Election Day vote. He's now taken the lead in the count in Volusia County, narrowly, but he's taken the lead. The
campaign watching
the
image
thing
added
is
now.
with 17% of the vote, a sixth of the vote still to come in Volusia County. The Election Day vote is what this is. The trajectory is clearly pro-Elijah with that. So you can expect him, I think, likely here to expand on this in Volusia as the remaining vote comes in. Now, Volusia is about 45% of the vote in this district. We need to see Seminole. Is Seminole going to look like Volusia, or is it going to look different? For Mills now, it's got to look different. Otherwise, we've been tracking them. We've had a number of incumbents lose primaries this year, House primaries. We saw John Larson, Democrat, go down in Connecticut last week. Is Mills about to join Larson and a number of others on that list? Certainly, what's happening in Volusia County suggests that distinct possibility. We have had... It looks like more has come in the 9th congressional district. Let me take a look there. Yes, Highlands County. We said, what was Butler's number going to be?
I cannot believe Dan Bilzerian did that well.
Got the lead.
I cannot believe Dan Bilzerian did better than James Fishback. Out of the Groyper vote, the Groypers were all in for Fishback, and they hated Dan Bilzerian. And Dan Bilzerian is fucking outperforming James Fishback.
Go far from Indian River County into Heartland.
I don't know if you guys know, but there was internal drama where the Groypers were like, fuck Dan Bilzerian. They called him Dan Kazarian. They said he was like pro-Jewish. God, I know too much about this shit. Oh, no.
Leading Green by 10 right now. What that nets out to is Green is leading. This is narrow. Green, though, is leading Butler by about 1,200 votes. In Chalifo, meanwhile, powered by Osceola, right?
We did make a new call in Florida House 6, the Randy Fine race.
We've called it for Randy Fine.
Yes.
Okay, called it for Randy Fine. Chalifo here, Osceola County. Now, that we got 88% of the vote in Osceola County. 88% of the vote is in there, only 63 in Indian River. So right now, I think the possibility that's raised here, and how much is coming in 63 in Orange. Again, Orange is less than 10%. It's about 21% of the vote is going to come out of Osceola County. It's the most complete county in this district, outside of Okeechobee, which is very small. So Chalifo is kind of breathing down Green's neck right now, but I think that the Chalifo has sort of, let's use a Florida fruit analogy, Chalifo has squeezed more juice out of his orange than the other candidates have. Why? Because Chalifo's base is Osceola County, and it's nearly 90%, right? Green's, we say, is Indian River, it's only 63%. There's more votes overall in Indian River anyway. And again, Butler, there's a lot to come in Highlands. Butler's hope is that the Election Day vote in Highlands breaks his way big time. So that would be his hope. Green's hope, Butler's hope. The problem for Chalifo is, get outside of southern Orange County and Osceola County. There's a little bit of polk that'll come in, but he's running, he's getting doubled up in Indian River, and he's a non-factor in Highlands County and in Heartland, Florida. So I would look at Green, and I would look at Butler right now, perhaps, more than Green and Chalifo, despite Chalifo being in second place. Okay, where else do we have numbers?
We've had some...
Palm Beach came in?
Yeah, we've had some developments in 24 and 19. I've been interested in your take in 24.
Yeah, let's get 24 up. Okay, so we're looking at, we have Miami, we have a sort of a split here. Oliver Gilbert, okay. Chevron Jones, state senator in the Broward County portion of this district, is leading Oliver Gilbert by 9. Kendrick Meek. So, okay, one thing
you
we
thought
can
all
see
three would lose? I did too.
In the 24th district overall is that the Meek comeback, the third generation attempt by the Meek family to win this seat, not going to happen. So this is now a race between Oliver Gilbert and Chevron Jones. And let me I had a note on this that I want to keep in mind here. So there is a geographic split here, right? Oliver Gilbert is the Miami Gardens mayor. This is the Miami-Dade portion of the district. And Chevron Jones is a state
2022,
senator.
Hasanabi would have yelled at a gray chatter asking why you weren't covering the Florida election while watching JCS.
I'm sorry, this is
how fast we grow up.
This is the note I had.
Yeah, this is a very different time.
pulls sort of bigger lead with the early vote. Okay. I have a note to myself. Adam, can you check this? I should have checked this ahead of time.
Yeah.
The St. Petersburg poll, they did a poll here.
Why did Oliver go for such an unfavorable district?
Chevron Jones with.
What are you talking about? It's just the district that he's a part of. You can't just dude, he doesn't have any prior state level experience whatsoever. He can't just carpet bag somewhere. He's for all intents and purposes, he's a random guy, right? You can't just. And then the Republicans redrew the district to make it more conservative on top of that too. So it's not, he lives there. Yeah. He announced an entirely different district against Moskowitz, where his chances were far better. It's starting to look increasingly like Angie Nixon will beat Alex Vindman in Florida U.S. Senate. She has run up such big margins in her home base of Jacksonville and is winning in Miami-Dade, Broward, and Hillsborough, Tampa. That's a winning Dem candidate. Yeah. What's shocking to me is
that Jones was leading among the people who had already cast their vote, early voters, with 48% of the vote.
Any updates on Larkin? Yeah, it's over.
26.
Okay, so
Larkin lost, Manley lost.
And we know the polls have been.
K-High being okay with Debbie Wasserman Schultz sort of tells you that they're just bots or page shills, right? There's no way K-High would want Debbie Wasserman Schultz representing that district if they were ideologically consistent.
So very close, but that's, the Meek family comeback not happening, and there's more votes left from Gilbert's source of strength than from Jones, and there may be, we'll see, some indications of Gilbert doing better with the election day vote. Okay, that's in the 24, and again, that's an overwhelmingly Democratic district, so you're just looking
We
at.
just got an update in Florida 22 in Collier County, and I believe.
And there it is. Okay. Casey Askar, NBC News projects, will win the Republican nomination for Congress in the 22nd congressional district.
Hey, Hasanabi, you stupid libtard.
You might already have it. Yes. He will face Pia Dandia in the general election. Pia Dandia, a former White House fellow under both Democratic and Republican administrations. She's championed by national Democrats. They've been excited about her candidacy. She wins her primary as expected with ease, and she will face off again against Corey Askar. Now, Corey Askar had run originally a number of years ago. Casey Askar had run a number of years ago.
He got me
near
good.
miss in the Republican primary for Congress against Byron Donalds. He ended up suing Donalds for campaign tactics after that primary. Some thought that might negatively affect Askar in this race. Donalds obviously going to be the standard.
Do you know much
bearer
about
for
Angie Nixon's campaign? Yes, chatters. Angie Nixon did a rally with Oliver Larkin and Elijah Manley, the Chomp the Oligarchy rally. She is a state legislator that was running for the Senate on the Democratic ticket, and Angie Nixon is pro Medicare for all, anti-Israel. She is a major progressive in this race, like an actual huge progressive upset. Despite the big cash disadvantage, Angie Nixon, endorsed by Representatives Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, is in strong shape against Alexander Vindman, with election day votes shifting further towards Nixon. It kind of shows me that, district by district, you still have very conservative pockets in Florida. But broadly speaking, when you have a progressive candidate, they clean house. They clean house on Miami-Dade and all the other areas, like the younger areas. So it's a huge progressive upset. She's DSA. She didn't get a DSA endorsement, but she joined DSA during the campaign. Not sure if she'll hold on to that affiliation in the general. She might drop it. Who knows? But I don't know how loyal she is to the DSA identity. But regardless, it's a massive, massive upset. No national progressive endorsements other than Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, guys. No Bernie nod, no AOC endorsement. She actually cooked. She fucking cooked. She cleaned house. And it's kind of wild. It's kind of wild because unlike Julie Gonzalez, this is a much, much redder state than Colorado, right? Julie Gonzalez ran away from a DSA affiliation in Colorado, whereas Angie Nixon is getting carried into this upset victory with local black leadership and being a part of DSA and having like the same ground teams that Oliver Larkin and Elijah had. I think it might have literally helped that she just didn't get the national attention, because like we saw this with Peggy Flanagan too, because whenever there's like national media attention, they immediately are like negatively covering. So it's clear that like even with Larkin, he was expert on comms, and yet all of that national media attention didn't end up helping him out because he was constantly fucking getting yelled at. It wasn't DSA, bro. Wait, what? It wasn't DSA, bro. I just said that. What do you mean? Oh, yeah. No, it's because it's a sleepy race. Yeah. Sometimes it's better to not have national attention. It's going to be a very difficult proof you have no sway over the results. Thank you. Exactly. Exactly. If you touched that race, Vindman would have dumped 10 million on Nixon, if I'm being honest. Yes, this shows that the hyper focus from the media that is constantly in my direction, constantly yelling at me, is actually totally fucking immaterial. Okay? All you're doing is shitting on me, and I'm sure like freaking out boomers who think that there's like a real communist revolution taking place and I'm responsible for it. Someone's going to fucking kill me in the process, whatever. But this problem, if you're an establishment Democrat, this problem is not going away, right? It shows, because I like Angie Nixon, but I didn't fundraise for her. I didn't do any. I was supposed to do the chomped oligarchy rally, but I didn't make it out in time. So like ultimately, there you go. Proof in the fucking pudding that I am immaterial in the grand scheme of things. People want this change regardless.
Again, it was. I thought it might have been telling, right? He had the early endorsement from Trump. Trump reiterated a lot of endorsements in the closing stretch of this campaign. This was now one that he reiterated. And Mills, you could see what's happening here. Elijah, by the way, it's interesting. Again, this is a theme here in these Florida primaries of candidates coming from other states. Elijah's from Indiana originally. He ran in a congressional primary, Republican congressional primary in Indiana.
I don't live in Florida, but I got a lot of his ads. You were highlighted in them.
Then came down to Florida, established himself. Again, I think he was the host of.
What ads? Vindman put me in campaign ads? You were definitely more directly connected to his campaign than any other. I wonder if that did anything. I was highlighted in the campaign ads. Insta ads for Larkin. Oh. Larkin put me in his campaign ads. Oh, I didn't know that.
Democratic district targeted by
Not
Republicans.
a good district to put me in campaign ads.
Casey Asker called, will face off against Pia Dandia.
I don't even think Vindman actually ran ads
we
like
continue
that.
to watch. I think nothing new has come. It looks like we got Glades. Glades coming in. This is very, very small, but Glades coming in there for Butler as expected. This is the Butler core of the district. Waiting to see, the next shoe to drop in Indian River. We've got early vote. Is the election day vote going to look like it? Is it going to look different? That's a fair question. Still a little bit to come in Osceola County. Shalafo, though, that's where his best numbers are, but there's not a ton of vote left there anymore. Shalafo also getting a modest lead over
putting
Jorge
up a better
Martinez in
show
Orange County.
than James Fishback
so
is hilarious.
Look at that. Green with the advantage. Butler is the one I'm kind of watching as we get more Highlands. Does that Butler number, because if he could get that number up, if he could build a much bigger margin, a bigger margin over Green, then.
Alex Vin, again, the statewide consulting class needs you dead or gone. Media is the career many want after politics, and they can't grift when you're around. Yeah, here's the thing. Vindman was pro-Israel. Angie was very critical of Israel, anti-genocide, right? Like Vindman was the nationally endorsed conservative Democrat. He was like the resist moms, like the resist liberal candidate here. Whereas Angie Nixon is like got relatively little national attention, but tremendous amounts of statewide endorsements. A lot of black leaders endorsed her. So it shows, I mean, she was the pro-Medicare for all candidate. She was the anti-Israel candidate. So the fact that she like is putting up this incredible performance, this unbelievable, you got a shout out from a hog at the Dearborn Council meeting. Jesus Christ. Yeah, here's her priority page. Medicare for all, free childcare, free paid family sick leave, national rent freeze. Anti-data center, foreign policy rooted in diplomacy, ending unconditional U.S. military aid that's fueled the genocide in Palestine. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy, crazy, crazy shit. Like, her win also shows that black folks do fuck with DSA and a red state. I mean, she wasn't like fucking super branded with DSA stuff. Let's be real. She joined DSA during her campaign, but it's not like DSA endorsed her. She had a lot of door knockers that were from DSA, but ultimately, like, it wasn't, she wasn't carried by DSA at all. She is not dissimilar to an Abdul El-Sayed style candidate. Like in terms of her worldview, in terms of her policy, she's like similar to an Abdul El-Sayed. I don't know why they haven't called it yet, because it kind of seems like it's over, right? Pensacola polls are closed. Panhandle. What does the Republican turnout numbers versus Democratic turnout numbers look like? I'm not so sure. Polls in the West are still open in the Panhandle. That's why they're not calling it. Okay, that makes sense. Can confirm this is true. Just informed. Was just informed Debbie's daughter literally works for AIPAC. $1.35 million for Republican, $1 million for Dem in Florida. Jesus Christ. God, Florida's so fucking cooked, dude. Jesus Christ. Ugh.
He's doing pretty good in his neck of the woods there, Palm Beach. You know, where Boca. Oh, we just got more vote here. More vote came in, and again, this is election day vote now is coming in Palm Beach County. Again, Singer, the mayor, up in this part of the district, and that now takes you to 90% of the vote in. And Singer now has opened up a 1,500 vote margin over Moritas. The key there, I think. It's not the number for Singer is good. It's 10 points of separation from Moritas, but then look what's happening in Miami-Dade. That's the story. And look where the vote is. The most vote that's left to come in this district is Miami-Dade. And Singer is crushing Moritas there, crushing Franzese there by 20 points. So look, we think maybe it's possible all the vote is in the Broward portion of the district. There's a little bit to come in Palm Beach.
What would a candidate like Larkin put up 2 years ago in Boca Raton?
Is by
3
far
votes.
doing the best. So it's looking, if you're at Scott Singer headquarters right now, you're getting really excited. And if you're at Jared Moskowitz headquarters, you're getting the opposition research books out, because it's certainly pointing here towards the distinct possibility that the 25th district, again, will be Moskowitz versus Singer. This is one of the four that Republicans have redrawn to
Hold
try
on.
to get
Hold
extra
on.
seats out of Florida, new seats
Hold
out of
on.
Florida, because under
My
the new
sources are
lines,
saying
Trump would have won this district.
My sources are
by
saying
9
that
points. Right?
James
Now, an
Fishback is
interesting
cracking
note on this is if you
10%.
wound the clock
Oh my
back
God, that
4
means
years earlier, right, in 2024, in fact, can I show you that?
135,000.
Yeah. Trump Biden would've won it, right? So Democrats are saying the Republicans are trying to get 4 new districts out of Florida.
139,000
The Democrats
people
are hoping that, remember, Trump
were like,
had a surge level support
oh, a
in Florida in
Holocaust
2024.
denier?
Won it by 13 points.
That's
he won
good.
it by 3 in 2020. He didn't make 10-point gains in every state around the country. Florida was kind
is
of
so
special for him in
fucked.
24.
It's so fucked.
The
It's so
Democrats are
fucked.
hoping
It's
it was
so
kind of a
fucked. It's
one-off.
crazy.
That surge level was a one-off. Not that Florida necessarily has become a blue state, but if it were to recede
It's
to
so
something
fucked.
closer to 2020 levels, that's what this district looked like in 2020. So that's what Moscow
Apologize now. I said
he'll.
he'll.
But again, Scott
we'll see.
Singer
We'll
here,
see what it looks
the
like
math
when
is
all the
working in Singer's
votes
favor
are
in that
counted. But
Republican
I said
primary.
he'll
It's gonna be
barely
another update
crack
here for news
10.
now in about
I
2
didn't
minutes,
think he
which
would
means I
crack
wanna
10.
check in on, look at
Many
this.
of you were
Look at
saying he'd
this
do
now.
5%, 7%. I said 10% is valid.
With every
It
county
just
filled
still
in, the
sucks to
only thing
know.
that's coming in
Like,
now until the
speculating that he'll hit 10% is one thing, but seeing the totality, like seeing the number of people that were like, this pedophilic Nazi is my guy in the state of Florida, that's an entirely separate reality, okay? Florida man is still crazy, but hey, listen, Florida cooked for Angie Nixon. This is a
Ashley
major
Moody, the
upset,
appointed
dude.
Republican incumbent in the Senate
Florida
race
is
there.
such a strange state, dude. It's awesome. Yeah, Angie Nixon, now that the polls are closed, of course, Decision Desk headquarters is calling for Angie Nixon's win, a massive, massive upset in the state of Florida. Oh my Lord. What a spectacular night for the progressive voters in the state of Florida. We are no longer walling off the state of Florida from the rest of the country. Now, listen, this is going to be a really tough race. But remember, the odds were stacked against Angie Nixon. The odds were stacked against her the entire time. She had no major national progressive endorsements versus Alex Vindman had all of the national endorsements. This is what happens when a race remains sleepy, folks. This is what happens when a nationally significant race like a Senate race doesn't get the media hit jobs that many of these other candidates have received. A tremendous upset, victory over Alex Vindman.
We're going to do news now here in a second. That he could make this a fight, put Florida on the map nationally. Instead, Angie Nixon from the left has defeated him handily in this primary. About to do the news now hit. So, folks, I'm here in the news now, and I'm just going to show you some results while we do this. But we're going to do news now here in a second.
For his House seat. Let's bring in Steve Kornacki to walk us through the results that we've got so far. Steve, all kinds of primaries being called right now. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, look, the votes came in real fast and a lot of clarity in Florida. Here's the surprise of the hour. It is in the race for the United States Senate, the Democratic primary here. Angie Dixon, an underfunded state legislator,
said their last
has
name
defeated
wrong.
handily
It's
Alexander
Nixon.
Vindman. Vindman, this is a name I think folks might remember. He was the whistleblower at the heart of the 2019 impeachment of Donald Trump. He came into this with a ton of national support, a ton of national money. There had been some concerns from Democratic leaders that maybe he was a bit complacent as a candidate. Wow, that proved to be true. He's been upset by Angie Nixon. Nixon, who came at him from the left, who joined the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, during this campaign, who wins this primary. Now, Nixon in the
Join the DSA is running on a platform that calls for universal health care, universal child care, a federal minimum wage of $25 per hour. She's anti-genocide. She's called what Israel has done in Palestine a genocide. It is incredible. She joined the SA earlier, but downplayed her affiliation with the group. Okay. She is supported by some progressive House members. Angie Nixon is supported by Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Ayanna Pressley, Cori Bush. But ultimately, there were no highest level national progressive endorsements, no Bernie endorsement, no AOC endorsement.
Big name nationally here, former chair of the Democratic National
I'll be honest, I kept annoyingly fucking needling them the entire time. And I will say this. Maybe they knew something. Maybe they knew something I didn't. Maybe they just didn't want national attention on this race. Maybe they didn't think she would win, or maybe they just didn't want any national attention on this race by doing some major events with this person and then have AIPAC dump the money cannon onto it. But yeah, she did not get the two most prominent progressive endorsements, national progressive endorsements. She unseated a state Democrat lawmaker in 2020. Ms. Nixon defeated the incumbent Kimberly Daniels, who has served 2 terms in the legislature. Ms. Nixon's campaign focused on constituent services this year. Her platform calls for universal health care, higher tax on the wealthy, and a minimum wage of $25 per hour. She said, I believe hardworking everyday people should really get to shape what our economies look like. Right now, Washington, D.C. is so out of touch. She was also famously arrested while protesting a Republican redraw of her state's House map. Ms. Nixon was a leader in the Democrats' unsuccessful efforts to stop Florida Republicans from gerrymandering the map this spring. She staged a sit-in at the office of Governor Ron DeSantis, a Republican, after he approved the redraw. She said she wanted to speak with the governor about the gerrymander. Instead, she was arrested. Mr. DeSantis wrote on social media that the protest was performative nonsense. Comes from a challenging childhood. Nixon's father was an Army veteran, was in and out of the family's life. Mother worked 2 jobs. At times, the family would stay with her grandmother. It was stressful, she said. It was riddled with domestic violence, but she said her mother taught her the value of hard work. And she did the rally that angered some Democrats last weekend, was one of a group of progressive candidates at the South Florida rally headlined by Representative Rashida Tlaib of Michigan, an outspoken critic of Israel. Some Florida Democrats objected to Ms. Tlaib's presence, and organizers moved the event after the host venue backed out. Ms. Nixon said the event was intended to invigorate and energize young people to get out to vote. Yeah, Maxwell Frost endorsed her as well. Yeah. And also, who could forget, she was endorsed by Miss Rachel. Key, pivotal role.
He's winning the same day vote there. He just won the same day vote in Seminole County in a landslide. He's going to finish. Our expected votes at 95%. I just showed you in Seminole County. When it gets to 95%, that means our decision desk thinks that might be it. They're checking to make sure, but they think that might be all the vote there is in Seminole County. And Ryan Elijah winning an outright. There it is. NBC News projects that broadcaster Ryan Elijah has defeated Republican Congressman Corey Mills in the primary in Florida's 7th Congressional District. Mills, whose campaign was beset by scandal, by allegation, by the notable lack of a late endorsement from Donald Trump. Trump had endorsed him early in this campaign, like last year. Trump sort of re-endorsed a series of candidates late in this race. Mills was notably not one of them, and Mills has gone down to defeat, and a sizable defeat in this congressional district. Again, Ryan Elijah defeating him. This is a district where in the general election, you see Trump has carried this district by 12 points.
I guess some Republicans do care if you beat the people you commit adultery with.
That Mills would be the nominee because they believed that with his baggage in a district like this, they might be able to make it a game in the general election. But that plan was dependent on Mills winning this primary. Republicans have taken Mills out. Another House
In tears, Florida State Rep Angie Nixon begs for a ceasefire and asks how many dead Palestinians will be enough. This was on November 9th,
Yep, and here it is.
2023.
Look out for that. So now this is
November 9th,
that's all the, well, it is
2023. November 9th, 2023. Are you going to go to Florida to kick it with her? I'm staying the fuck away, dude. Are you kidding me? I don't want her to get any negative attention. Listen. It's Florida. If she wants me to help fundraise for her quietly or something like that, sure. Listen, not all of these races are built the same, chat. Okay? Well, here's my real fear. Okay? Are you ready? Here's my real fear. My real fear is that the Democrats are going to leave Abdul out to dry, and they're going to leave her out to dry as well. So she might actually need the help in fundraising and everything else. Florida before Blexis? I mean, I did live in Florida. That's true. The way you describe moderate voters, the average Florida voter, look at how we voted on amendments. Yeah, that's true. Florida is actually unbelievably progressive when it comes to ballot measures. As someone who's from Florida 25 who volunteered for Manly and in 20, it has been anything but easy. Money, pettiness, lying, harassment for all the Hasanabi heads volunteering in phone banking. Glowing fishback endorsement.
Hey guys, Kyle Rittenhouse here, and I just left the polling station. I went to go vote, and unfortunately, they wouldn't let me vote. But my wife was able to vote for James Fishback for governor, so we got at least one vote in for Fishback. They wouldn't let me vote even though I'm a registered active voter. They explained something like I haven't been in the state for long enough, even though me and my wife registered to vote at the same time. But hey, who cares? We're going to get Fishback elected. Thank you guys for your support.
Kyle Fattenhouse. Of course he moved to Florida. They literally cannot hang her out to dry without alienating their most stalwart voting contingency, black women. She'll be the first black woman senator from the South. If the party abandons her, black women will absolutely lift her up. I hope so. Kyle Waffle House. Yeah. The Jubilee Charlie girl called you the Snizzler. Snizzler called herself the Snizzler. Angie Nixon has been a union and community organizer in Florida for decades. DSA endorsed her a few months ago, but they are basically non-existent in Florida. Yeah. What a fucking spectacular upset, dude. A nobody almost got the same amount of votes as Fishback Law. Yeah. Bro got the suit, but still have the hair of a high school Gen Z. Okay, chill out, dude. Chill out.
down here where Singer is crushing it. So So again, just I'll put it up there. That's a little bit more.
What is this
complete.
China space update?
And,
Okay, I don't care about that right now.
We're also waiting on Florida 24, which we had done a couple of check-ins on. We've gotten one additional Miami-Dade Election Day vote report there.
Yeah.
Small amount of votes.
What's the Election Day vote looking like? Because we said this is one where we thought that would favor Gilbert potentially.
Yeah, so I see this was a 500 vote update, and Jones wins 34-24 over Gilbert.
Jones won the Election Day. Do we have a cumulative, or is that the only Election Day vote we've gotten from there?
Let me take a look.
Okay. That's, that would be interesting.
So, yeah, the cumulative, I think the cumulative is 32-29 Gilbert over Jones.
In the Election Day?
In the Election Day, and with the advance vote going 37 for Gilbert and 30 for Jones.
Okay, so
139,000 Patriots made their voices heard today.
Fitting for this season, the polls.
Yeah.
Do you have a sense in Broward?
In Broward, between the Election Day and early. Let me take a look. Yeah, we don't have the breakout there quite as finely, but I'll look into it a little bit more.
Okay. But so again, that's.
Sorry, we did make a call in 25.
Well, there it is. We knew it was coming, folks. We took you through the math. The story here for Scott Singer is that Miami-Dade delivered. It delivered for him in a big way. Did we get more there, or was it just sort of checking maybe? Yeah, so Scott Singer, the mayor of Boca, will win the Republican nomination in Florida's 25th district, and that sets the stage for a race we will spend an awful lot of time talking about this fall, I think. It'll be Singer versus Moskowitz, one of the 4 districts that Democrats, represented by Democrats, transformed by the DeSantis-led.
For the record, Ashley Moody, who is the GOP senator, who is now going to be matched up against Angie Nixon, is like woman versus woman race. So there is no like misogyny. There is no misogyny vote in it. This is, I mean, to give you a better understanding, like the Florida Democratic primary race had like 1.1 million total votes so far, versus the GOP side is over 1.3 million, right? So like Florida obviously has a major Republican registration advantage. Now, what happens to the money that Vindman raised but didn't use? I don't know.
In the DeSantis administration, that would position him to capitalize, sort of as a centrist in a district like this. That is the hope a lot of Democrats have, that if there's one they could get, it's this. The 22nd district, I should add, the 22nd congressional district, again, one of those that was targeted by Republicans, but it's also true that if you rolled back the clock,
party transfer under Federal Election Commission rules and authorized candidate campaign committee make unlimited transfers of surplus campaign funds. Yeah, I don't think Vindman. I don't think the fucking pro-Israel, like conservative Democrat Vindman is gonna dump all of that, transfer all of that to the coffers to Angie Nixon. I mean, that'd be fantastic. I just don't think that that's happening.
Biggest underdog. The one where Republicans, we don't have we just got another update, it looks like.
We can yell at him. Yeah, you can yell till the fucking cows come home, but he probably will want to run again for something else, and he's most likely not going to transfer those funds to an anti-Israel candidate, okay? Yeah, Vindman actively avoided her the whole campaign, thought he was entitled to it, avoided open events and forums, dodged debates. Vindman's wife attacked Angie Nixon in a very racist manner, too. If your campaign events with less than 20 people devolve into you making personal attacks on your opponent, you are a shitty human. I know you're checking my page, and yes, I'm talking about you. I won't say your name because you're not worth it. Also, buy some professional clothes for the love of everything. That includes shoes. I think she had to apologize for this, right? Yeah, this is Rachel Vindman, the wife. So here's what happened. Okay? Here's what happened. Alex Vindman refused to debate her and even said, "Oh, I'll make my wife debate you instead." I'm not going to tell you because this person is so not worth it. Yeah. Also, insulting moderate Dems or essential to the word establishment is not the way forward. We are realists. We will happily vote for you not being an asshole. Yeah. Jared Moskowitz mentioned you on Twitter. The last Vindman event resulted in him yelling and swearing at trans and black people because they said he would be like a Republican. He said he was a Jewish immigrant, so you can't say that to me. Yeah, well, he got clobbered, so that's good. What did Moskowitz say? Dude, it's kind of crazy that they're like straight up. My condolences to Hassan the Hun. Dog. Good luck in your fucking general run. You know what I mean? Respond with this pic. To be clear, that was Vindman's brother in VA, not the Vindman in Florida. Oh, I thought that was his, the other. I forget. There's two Vindmans and they're twins, and one is in Congress already. Brother, that is crazy. He won his race, and the first thing he's got, the first person he has on his mind is a fucking Twitch streamer, dude. I'm just reposting it. Dog, I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. Why are you thinking about me after winning your fucking primary? These people are insane. Oh my God. No, I'm not even quote tweeting it. I'm just retweeting it. Fuck it. Here's the Republican line of attack they're going with. Florida Democratic Senate candidate Angie Nixon said that people who honor Charlie Kirk are a tool for white supremacy. God, she's so awesome. She's so dope. This was Vindman. Yeah, he flat out denied that there was a genocide in Gaza. Dude, he had the worst fucking attitude the entire time. Like, so entitled, acting as though he was a shoo-in, acting as though he like deserved the seat. You should endorse Moskowitz to tank his chances. Yeah, I'm gonna say Moskowitz is a Hassan Piker Democrat. Debbie Wasserman Schultz dipped below 50%. Oh, that makes a little bit more sense. Okay. I spoke too soon. Where the fuck is the DWS one? God, he's still on this fucking these dumbass districts. Who cares, man?
55 on green. So we're looking at this. We're looking at the 9th, and we're looking at the 24th. Again, everything else has been cleared here. We'll go through them again at some point here. But the headline, Corey Mills, Republican incumbent Corey Mills, handily defeated by Ryan Elijah in the 7th district. In his primary.
Oops.
Debbie Wasserman Schultz, longtime Democratic Congresswoman, survives redistricting drama that saw her running in the 20th district. She wins that
She
primary
got
against the
45%.
splintered field. pretty easily.
I
Jared
guess if they
Moskowitz,
consolidated
easily
support.
beats a DSA opponent in the 25th District Democratic primary. And the big shock statewide, Angie Nixon crushing. I'll go back and I'll show you what.
Dude, that's awesome. Quick, delete the DWS votes. The You Have a House line is on Fox now. Think of someone like Hassan Piker. Wait, this is from tonight? This is the second night in a row where they're saying I'm a rich socialist. Moskowitz reacts. Dude, why is senior national politics correspondent Sahil Kapoor, Moskowitz reacts after defeating his primary rival who had support from Hassan the Hunt. They're coming for Gustavo for having a $1.5 million brownstone, so you're getting lumped in. Oh, nice. What happened to the tweet you retweeted? Did it get... No, I didn't delete it. Rick Scott was right. Scared to death. They want you to have motion so bad. No, they want to eradicate the existing motion that I do have by consistently presenting me as like this super toxic force so that boomers that hear about me don't, boomers that hear about me get fucking terrified and shy away, so that any association that I have with a candidate is immediately met with a barrage of ads, barrage of attacks, so that candidates don't come anywhere near me because they stupidly think that my endorsement is the reason why candidates are taking an anti-Israel position, because they're fucking stupid. They like having a villain. They like having a prominent villain. But what they don't understand is, like, even the Angie Nixon race is a perfect example. Peggy Flanagan is a perfect example of the changes that are taking place in American politics. Like, these are people who desperately want that change. And as far as like Larkin or Manley, I mean, these are not candidates that would be able to get any. I mean, they got very little media attention, so they have to come to people like myself. They have to go on like Breaking Points and shit like that, right? That's just the reality. There's nothing, because like Jared Moskowitz has maxed out name recognition in the district, has a shit ton of money. A lot of outside expenditures were dumped into the Larkin race as well. You know, Florida 6. Larkin is only down 12 in Miami-Dade. I mean, even then, it's not. Fox News did a Twitter thread on Larkin's loss. The contrast between the two candidates was stark. Larkin backed abolishing the Senate and had endorsements from far-left figures, including controversial streamer Hassan Piker. Moskowitz was a former Florida FEMA director appointed by Ron DeSantis. Dude, it is kind of wild that these guys, like on Fox News, are just glazing Moskowitz. Socialist down. DSA backed Oliver Larkin falls to pro-Israel moderate. Representative Jared Moskowitz. Like, pro-Israel politics really carries everything. It is kind of crazy. Like, it really does carry a lot of establishment Democrats politics. Like, they legitimately care more about this than anything else. It's kind of fucking wild. Not gloating, just surprised given the discourse on here. Yeah. Whatever. You're looking at like, what, a collection of how many fucking votes? Like, if your victory is dependent on 30,000 votes in fucking Boca Raton, you're fucked as Neera Tanden, okay? You are supposed to be the head of the most influential progressive think tank in the country, and you're excited that you're treating Jared Moskowitz with maxed out name recognition, with like millions of dollars of outside AIPAC money flowing into the fucking race in the weeks leading up to the fucking race as a phenomenal victory. Like, this is one of the most conservative Democrats in the country. Why the fuck? Why are you this excited about this race? Could Hong have won if this was a sleepy race like this one? I don't think so. Maybe. Yeah, there was never a moment when Moskowitz wasn't like plus 30.
I said, I think it's going to go. I think Floor's going to go fast tonight. And guys, finally, I believe. I was not. All we're going to do right now is see if we can get some clarity in these Florida races. But
yeah,
I think otherwise,
the decision desk is kind of doing a little look around for these outstanding races that we're tracking. But I think we can also do one big wrap up at the end of the night to feed some of the other programming around around the network here. But that's the business.
Why don't we do this? I always say we don't set these as like we're going on at this hour, we're leaving at this hour, because we say we let the results dictate the length and everything. So they're not all going to go to 2 a.m. We said I think this could be a pretty early night. We let you go back to do I got another update here, and it just went for Gilbert.
Yeah, so we got another Miami-Dade update.
Yeah.
339 votes. Gilbert wins 116 total.
And what was Chevron Jones?
41.
Oh, wow. There's
34-12 is the percentages.
These are coming in very slowly, but yeah, that's even look, it's 300, but again, we'll keep eyeing this, and we're going to keep eyeing this. I think we will at some point we'll be out of here much earlier than before, which is good. So you could go about your normal Tuesday night scheduling. But while we have a lull here, and again, anything comes in, we'll go right to it. But while we have a lull, I can tell you, upcoming on this next Tuesday, we're going to do South Carolina runoff. Look at this. We got the graphic ready. Next Tuesday, we're going to do a South Carolina runoff for that Senate seat. Darlene Graham, Ralph Norman. September 1st, the state I was born in, Massachusetts. We're going to do. You got Ed Markey and Seth Moulton in a Senate primary there, and there might be a House race or two.
Well, I just saw in the past half hour here, Boston Globe just posting an editorial in favor of Seth Moulton in that race as well.
Oh, the Globe always has to. The Globe. Oh man, that was it. They always have the surprise.
They're trying to get in there.
Geez, that was they polled the first election I followed in Massachusetts. They endorsed the Republican for governor. And I was, oh my goodness, because the Globe's a very liberal newspaper.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, you can never tell with the Boston Globe.
It's news bulletin in that race. I'm looking forward to that one.
Yeah, we got that. There'll be a congressional primary or two there, I think, worth following. We'll have New Hampshire the week after that. Why don't we, while we're kind of waiting on this, just seeing if we get anything more. It's coming in very slowly in 24, and I'm just seeing. I keep fooling myself with. Sorry about that. I thought that was the check mark for the 9th district. I keep misplacing the button mentally. That's what happens there. Thinking we've gotten a call here, but we've taken you through the math there. Is there anything we haven't got to do this in a while? Is there anything in the chat worth responding to? Anything people are saying, questions, things like that. If you got anything, folks, send it now. We'll take a few minutes on this, and again, just see if we get anything new from these outstanding Florida districts. Adam's going to look. Very important to.
Recognizes the chat.
People want to know how they can get the results throughout the night tonight. Stay tuned to NBCnews.com. We will have all the results for all Wyoming, California, Alaska. People were asking about the Debbie, you can give the shout out. Diego Kiwi asked, how about the Debbie Wasserman Schultz race? Elijah Manley was one of the runners up there. Fortunately,
wait, fuck,
we
I can't
projected that
type
race.
again.
That's been called, yep.
Okay.
This
do you
guy
have a
had
pick for
everything
the
riding on
Alabama Stakes?
Bilzerian.
Well,
Wait,
counting stars. is
maybe
gonna
our
be like
only
1 to
choice is to
5.
stop participating in their society. I'll tell my
okay,
kids to
well,
be
I'm one-
adept at
this
taking
is
care
a-
of
they're
themselves,
asking me a
keep their
horse
skills
racing.
high
I
and
know,
taxable
like
income low,
0.2%
buy
of the
protein from the
audience.
farm or hunt /
3-year-old
fish.
Phillies at Saratoga this weekend.
What is going on, brother?
do a mile and a
They
quarter?
clearly
Maybe it
cheated.
won't
They
matter what
literally
field
took
it's in
away my
against.
votes.
That was a question from Jimmy there.
Okay, that's pretty good. There's a Chad Brown one.
Stop the steal.
But
What's been your most surprising result this midterm season?
well, that's a good question. What were the? I remember being surprised by how emphatic Corn and Paxton was, because remember we came on the air and we got Denton County in 5 seconds and Paxton was up by 30. Just how emphatic that was.
Another small sample, but Fishback won 89% of the vote in Florida State University precinct.
I think that.
Oh my God. The Republicans are so fucked, dude. They're so cooked. I guess it doesn't really. I mean, is it all that different from the current crop of talent that they have? I guess the only difference is like they're also anti-Jewish. They just added one additional marginalized group on top of it. You know what I mean? Fishback is going to shock the world tonight. He really did. He did shock me. I guess like the difference between Fishback and like an average Republican is that he's added one additional minority group to also hate. You know what I mean? Like, if you're the kind of guy, if you're the NBC chat hates you, oh, that's a bummer. I mean, that's not surprising.
Week, really, behind a candidate who had, dropped out for part of the race.
Hassan Larbs, the DSA kingmaker, he should just stay home. We need Steve on Hassan's stream.
I think that was a surprise. I think last Tuesday, going into that,
he's a fellow
range of
numbers
possibilities
guy
in my head for how that race was going to go was very wide, but it was much more tilted towards the Francesca Hong winning end of things than the Crowley. And I remember it was a bit like watching this Democratic Senate race come in here in Florida tonight, where just those early returns, you're like, whoa, this is Crowley's having a good night tonight. You're saying Nixon's having a good night.
Hassan, that Hong lost thing
came in quickly, and you're like, wow, this is.
These
not
guys
quite-
will never understand what it's like to believe in something.
Illinois,
It's so
Senate, not
sad.
the governor's race.
Senate, yes.
You only do things like that if you're like, if you just genuinely don't understand. Like, I don't take any of the victories for granted. Okay, it's amazing that we got a single fucking socialist elected to any fucking office. It just doesn't make any sense to just be like, oh yeah, fuck you, dude. Francesca Hong lost. Is like, okay, like, yeah. So did plenty of other candidates that I endorsed. Two of the candidates that I endorsed lost tonight. Who cares? You know what I mean? It's just like, I don't think these guys understand. This is an insurgency, okay? I never expected to see this level of success. Why are you surprised election people hate DSA? I think by 2028, they will have a very different outlook on DSA. It will not be considered, it will no longer be considered electoral poison at all. I think it'll be considered a benefit. But it's going to take time. We have to prove our legitimacy. You know what I mean? That's it. We have to prove our legitimacy. We have to prove that we can fight like hell. You keep trying to reason with people who don't believe anything, bro. It's just spite. I just don't understand. Especially because these guys sincerely think that I want either socialists to win or Republicans to win, which is not the case. And I've made that very clear. That's not me trying to be like, That's not me trying to be sweet. That's not me trying to like get in the good graces of the Democrats or anything. I don't give a fuck what the establishment Democrat thinks about me, right? I think it's projection from their perspective where they think like it's better for a Republican to win than a socialist to win. But from my perspective, I don't give a shit. If a Democrat is taking a seat from a Republican, I'm always going to be happy about that. Even if it's a Democrat I haven't endorsed, even if it's a Democrat that I don't particularly like. Even fucking Moskowitz, who's like the most pro-Israel, most right-wing Democrat, I'm sure that he's better than the fucking Republican, you know, even if he's like aligned with the Republican in like 90% of the issues, that 10% would still matter. And it's so interesting to me that these guys don't have that kind of mentality at all. They don't understand that I have like spent my entire life voting for dog shit Democrats over and over again. And it's an exciting moment to be able to boost candidates that I really like, candidates that I really believe in, even if they're going to lose. Cori Bush, her race didn't look too great from the start. I still endorsed her. I still fundraised for her. I still maxed out to her campaign, right? Because at the end of the day, my attitude on this is that I am a very pragmatic person. You admitting to voting for Hillary shut people up? I voted for Hillary. I voted for Hillary. I endorsed Hillary. I voted for Joe Biden. I endorsed Joe Biden. So you're happy that a genocidal maniac is going to get elected because they have a D next to his name? Did you not hear what I said? Like Jared Moskowitz and the fucking Republican have the exact same opinion on Israel. I'm saying that like overall, I'm never going to fucking endorse Jared Moskowitz. I'm never going to be in the tank for Jared Moskowitz. I don't give a fuck what happens. But if Jared Moskowitz wins his race, then I guess the 10% would probably be marginally better. It's the same with Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, I did not endorse. But at the end of the day, if Kamala Harris defeated Donald Trump, the country would definitely be in a better place overall. Like, I don't know what you think this is. Thinking one is worse than the other and being happy about the victory of a genocidal figure are two very different things. I don't think you understand. I have no say in that race. I have no opinion on this race whatsoever. This is a guy who fucking despises me. He is a genocidal piece of shit. Okay? I'm still saying that even if he's 10% better than the Republican, it'll be better overall. That's it. It's out of my hands. I won't make the harm reduction voting narrative any longer. I won't push for the harm reduction argument. I won't be like, oh, guys, you got to go out and fucking vote for Jared Moskowitz. No, I'm not going to do that. The only reason why I would ever endorse Jared Moskowitz is to fuck with him. Yeah. How relevant to the DSA's rise is the Trump victory, though? Haters laugh in your face about a loss if this is a natural outcome compared to the reality that the entire establishment, Republican and Democrats, are attacking you full force, and we're still squeezing out victories. So it's so sad and pretty pathetic. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'll let it wash over me. Seems like you've recently moved to a shift the Overton window left position rather than fuck all the politicians, bar a few. Yes. Yes, there's elections happening. So right now, we have an opportunity to change the makeup of the party. That doesn't mean that the party is good. That doesn't mean that the party is comprised of across the board anti-genocide voting candidates or anti-genocide voting elected representatives. So yes, win or lose, my attitude is running socialists in these races is ultimately a good thing. But ultimately, voting is not the end all be all. I've never said that. This string of DSA backed victories, this primary cycle has been incredible. There have been 10 flips on incumbents across the entire country. When people were talking about talking about the Tea Party, they only flipped 4 incumbent seats. Only 4. So far, there's been 10. Okay? So the idea that there hasn't been a huge... Yeah, Angie Nixon, a DSA or outspoken pro-Palestine voice, notches an incredible, amazing upset despite Windman outraising her more than 16-1. I don't expect running a socialist in Florida to go well, but it's undeniable leftists are having a moment in the Dem primaries. I mean, this is like probably an impossible race, which makes it actually much more interesting for us. But again, win or lose, I mean, Bernie Sanders' 2016 electoral performance was what created the resurgence of the American socialist movement. Okay? So, yeah, focusing on these runs, focusing on these races, trying to get people who are actually responsive to the needs of the masses. You might not see the impact of that right now, but I think you'll feel it 10 years down the line. Okay? That's my argument. So my attitude on this is trust the process. You might think, oh, you're a sheepdog. You're fucking bullshit. You're a DNC operative or whatever, when you literally have DNC operatives trying to assassinate me at this point. Like, they recognize the fear. They recognize the quote unquote danger of the broad popularity of so many of these left flank candidates, these insurgent runs, the grassroots funded, exciting, dynamic candidates that are gaining national attention. You might not, weren't you black pill spiraling an hour or two ago? I was annoyed from the morning, but it has nothing to do with these. It has nothing to do with my expectation on these results. These races, I expected all 3 of them to lose, but Angie Nixon winning is a huge gift. But my point that I was making earlier is this, okay? For example, Abdul El-Sayed is not a socialist. He says he's a capitalist. He's not DSA affiliated. And yet I'm still in the tank for Abdul. You might be wondering, why the fuck's that the case? Like, I thought we were only pushing for socialists. Abdul is running in a state like Michigan. It's considered a swing state. I don't believe it's actually a swing state. But if Abdul gets the consolidated support of the establishment Democrats, who will bring in some of these independents, some of the more moderate voters, some of the more conservative voters, and Abdul himself, with his left populist campaign strategy, ends up ends up bringing in low propensity voters, like activates them and gets them out to go out and vote, and actually pulls off a tremendous victory against Mike Rogers. Okay? That would prove that a socialist can win in a fucking swing state. That would prove that a socialist or a left populist broadly could win on values like Medicare for all and policies like Medicare for all, universal child care, increasing the minimum wage. They can win in spite of the tremendous amount of money being spent against them. the tremendous amount of money spent against them from the pro-Israel lobby. That is a huge victory for our movement, even if it's not a person from our movement directly. Do you understand that? That will have tremendous consequences. And many of you in here don't recognize that right now because, you know, what you see is what you get. A lot of you are younger, I think. Maybe some of you have only recently started paying attention to elections. I've been, you know, watching elections and offering commentary on elections for more than a decade at this point. I have a couple of these under my belt. I've seen a lot of defeats. And I've never actually felt this hopeful about American politics and the future of American politics until recently, because not only do we have fantastic candidates, but they're winning their races. And some of them that are already, you know, mayors like Zoran Mamdani are already proving that they're a different kind of politician. We are already associating democratic socialism with good governance in a place like New York, which is, you know, a matter of massive national attention, international attention, really. So there are events already set in motion that are going to have positive down ballot consequences, nationwide consequences for socialist electeds. And we've already seen those positive consequences. And you guys might not recognize this. You guys might not recognize this because your expectation is, oh, we got to get it now. And if we lose a race, then what the fuck was this all for? You know, we went out and door knocked. That kid that we saw earlier knocked on 3,000 doors. What was it worth for? Oh my God, Oliver Larkin lost or Elijah Manley lost. And here's the thing. Okay? Here's the thing. We build on every single victory and we build on every single defeat. Every single failure is still a lesson. Okay? Still a very important lesson. So you might not recognize the importance of what's being built here, but our enemies do. Okay? It's not a fucking accident that every AIPAC-backed candidate, every pro-Israel candidate constantly has my name in their fucking mouths all the time. Democrats, Republicans, doesn't matter. Okay? Why do you think they're doing that? Why do you think they're doing that? They understand that we're not going away. They're foolish because they think, you know, I have anything to do with the fact that there is this level of animosity towards Israel, right? That they think that, like, you know, candidates, I'm the kingmaker or I'm presenting myself as a kingmaker. I'm not. I've never have, right? But it doesn't matter. What matters is the reason why there's so much animosity towards DSA, so much animosity towards myself, is because they're fucking terrified. They are absolutely terrified. The establishment on the Democratic Party and the establishment on the Republican Party are abso-fucking-lutely terrified of this movement. A movement that places the interests of the working class over the interests of corporate profits. They do not want democracy. They want to continue subverting democracy to the best of their ability. And that's it. Anyway, being honest, I don't think either Vindman or Nixon would win, even though I really like Nixon. Rick Scott won by 13 points in 2024 and Rubio won by 16 in 2022, but I'm happy to see her win because it proves that left politics is possible in at least parts of red states. James Fishback has 100K less votes than has Twitter followers. Things can change between now and November. Things will change between now and November. Okay? And not only will things change between now and November, Okay? What you have to remember is that the Republican policies are odious. The party is in shambles. Trump is unpopular. And not only that, but also Florida is a very interesting state. Last time Florida was won was Barack Obama. And Barack Obama won the Cuban vote. But which Cuban vote did Barack Obama win? How did Barack Obama win the Cuban vote? A question many of you probably don't know the answer to. He won the Cuban vote because younger Cubans went out and voted for him. Okay? So anything is possible, especially when you think about the ballot measures that pass in deep red states like Florida. You never know. Perhaps the impossibility of this Florida Senate run and this Senate race will allow Angie Nixon to test out very unique ideas. Instead of trying to pivot to the moderate middle, instead of trying to pivot to the center, maybe she'll double down on some of these policies. She'll double down on her platform, and she'll really re-up her progressive bona fides. And then she might shock the world. People forget that Andrew Gillum, who, you know, nowadays we know him as something very different, but Andrew Gillum almost defeated Ron DeSantis. I mean, it was an unbelievably close race. Ron DeSantis almost lost to a guy who's now been in prison multiple times, I think, for doing meth and a bunch of other stuff. But, like, he almost won. That's just Florida for you, though. The issue is that since COVID, the demographics of the state have changed so much. A ton of conservatives and older white people moved to Florida from the Northeast and the Midwest. It's a lot redder than it was pre-COVID, but we can have hope. Yeah, for sure. The DSCC and Chuck Schumer quickly backed progressive Angie Nixon shortly after she defeated Alex Vindman for the Democratic nomination of the Florida Senate primary. Good. But they said that after Abdul, too. And today, Chuck Schumer said, oh, we can win without Abdul. So people also underestimate the potential of Angie Nixon as a black woman. Black women in this country are fucking furious. That's true. It'll be a nationalized race now. Fox News will beat her across the head with a Hassan Piker until she's forced to denounce you and DSA. I had never touched that race. I don't know Angie Nixon. She don't know me, okay? I can be a fan from afar. I don't know her. Never been around her. Don't know anything about her, just a fan. Senate Majority PAC just put out a $3 million ad buy against Rogers. Okay, that's good. I was worried that they were waiting. Bro, they were waiting until September. This is new. They said that they weren't going to start fucking positioning Mike Rogers and start defining Mike Rogers until September. I was losing my fucking mind, dude. It was so dumb. There were already Democrats in the state of Michigan freaking the fuck out. They were like, what the fuck is the party doing? Yeah, you had nothing to do with this. See my last about Angie joining DSA? An important distinction is Angie did not run a DSA campaign. I said this is probably her biggest spammer for weeks. She ran as a DSA-aligned progressive, strongly aligned, but never called herself DSA as far as I know. It's relevant because she chose to join the DSA and did not benefit anything from it. She could have just not joined. She didn't advertise it, as we see usually elect to shift from DSA as they get into office. So I think it's pretty significant. Yeah. I do think it's significant. I don't know why she made that decision, but she was cool already. She was cool on the issue of Palestine far before. There's a new Abdul ad. Let's see.
You think Washington is rigged now? Just imagine sending Mike Rogers back. When he left Congress, Rogers abandoned Michigan families and stayed in Washington, cashed in on the favors he did for big special interests, pocketing millions from big corporations doing business before his old committee. Rogers got so rich he bought himself a Florida mansion, complete with 2 luxury yachts, while everyday Michiganders struggle. Mike Rogers,
Dude, oh my God. Am I crazy? Why is the Democratic Senate, why is the fucking Democrat Senate majority PAC so good at their goddamn ads? Yeah, this poll shows Abdul leading Rogers, by the way, from TIP, Republican Commission poll, which is very significant, showing that El Sayed has a 3-point lead over Rogers and Benson has a 6-point lead over James. And yeah, this poll also shows liberals at plus 82 for El Sayed, moderates at plus 20, but there's 22% undecided on the moderate voter side, and with conservatives only at plus 69. So oh shit, why did I say it's 16-point lead? I apologize for Benson. Nixon polled 42% versus Moody 50%, while Vindman polled at 40%. She can pick up huge voting blocks with policy, and her being a black woman from Florida, it's just going to be very, very difficult. Never trusting the polls again. These are general election polls. Is different than these are no longer midterm primary polls. Okay, fucking primary polling is very different than the regular election. Yeah, the Mike Rogers campaign is hosting this guy while the media yaps nonstop about Hassan Piker.
Go back. That's the APAC building right there.
Yep. Lorenzo Sewell hosted racist activist Jake Lang at his church over the weekend. Sewell also hosted Trump, Tim Scott, and Mike Rogers for campaign events in 2024. Sewell is listed as a faith coalition coordinator for Mike Rogers' U.S. Senate campaign. Angie is speaking. The Hog from Dearborn tonight calling your name, not Kid Rock, by the way. We have Hassan Piker saying we're going to do things with your women. What the fuck? Bro, they're really trying to get me killed. Like, this is the type of guy who's going to probably fucking lose his mind and try to kill me. You know what I mean? Thank you, Republicans. Thank you, RNC. Thank you, Fox News. And thank you to the Democrats who are leaning into that shit too.
First of all, I want to say thank you. Florida, we did it! We showed the world what organized people can accomplish. And we showed the world what people of Florida are all about. Medicare for all. Universal child care. Real affordable housing. Fully funded public education. And an end to senseless wars. who stood up because they believed in the vision of a better Florida. We love you! I love y'all too. That we deserve to thrive, not just survive. To the voters that know we can have better and we can accomplish more for our communities, who believe that health care, housing, and child care are a human right. That we can take on the rampant corruption in Washington, D.C. that are driving up our costs and ripping away our health care and win. We have proved that everyday people are more powerful than the corporations and billionaires. Together, we went up against a political establishment, against millions of dollars out-of-state spending. We were outspent 16-1 and we won. This win is for the little guys and girls. They told us to get in line, but we knew better. They tried to intimidate us. They told us to step aside, but we knew better. And we, the hard-working, everyday people of Florida, sent a shockwave to the Washington, D.C. establishment. And they better get ready. Because they ain't seen nothing yet. In November, we are going to show again what happens when everyday people come together around a shared vision for our collective future across party, across race, across all 6 counties. To fight corruption.
That's crazy.
And to fight the greedy billionaires in Tallahassee and Washington, D.C. We are going to show what happens when we realize that we are not each other's enemies. When we realize that we are not each other's enemies, that we are all struggling with the same things and come together to fight what we deserve, what we all deserve, because there is enough for all of us. To the thousands of volunteers across the state who knocked in the, oh my gosh, who knocked in the hot Florida sun, the over 100-degree Florida sun, who made phone calls and sent texts to those who chipped in $5 to 33 cents to fund our fight. Y'all made signs. Because y'all know we ran out of signs. Y'all started making signs. Use your social media platforms to amplify our fight. And y'all even came up to me on the street or honked at the Vanjie. Y'all know we put a lot of miles on that van. Y'all know that's my personal van, and we put a whole lot of miles on that van. But your energy and your work are what propelled this campaign to victory. To my incredible campaign team, thank you for your tireless work, for the late nights, the too often thankless work. You embodied the statement, organize, organize, organize. And you proved that without a shadow of a doubt, organized people beat big money every single day. Thank you. We could not be here without each and every one of you. I especially want to take a moment to thank the people right here in Duval County. Y'all surprised me, Duval. Y'all, what was that percentage?
Do you think COVID was responsible for this leftist surge? No. Dude, she's a diligent state legislator with the entirety of the state's black support backing her.
To my big brother, Tony.
Like, she's from Florida. She's been around. She's a fighter. She's progressive.
JJ want me to say, don't he look fly? To my twin.
Like, the people that she's surrounded by, I think some of the people that she's surrounded by are like already like local black leadership, like statewide.
And to my baby, Miss Moxie McGriff, Natalie herself. My first love. Give it up for Natalie, y'all. I just want to say that your love and support drove me each and every day, and I will continue to work to make this state, this country, and this world a better place because of each and every one of you. I also want to take a moment to thank retired Lieutenant Colonel Alex Vindman. Alex has served our country with distinction, and I want to thank him and his team for their efforts to make sure that Florida voters know what is going on right now is not normal in Washington, D.C., nor is it acceptable. He and I both know that Floridians deserve better, and we can have better, and that we have to work and vote to make that happen. And we got to hold people accountable after we make sure. And so I look forward to working with Lieutenant Colonel Vindman.
Do we have Angie Nixon's numbers in Palm Beach, by the way? Because I doubt that I'm assuming the same districts that like Elijah, well, she definitely won the district that Elijah lost in, but I suspect that she lost Moskowitz's district. Yeah. Yeah, there's not. Vindman appeared to be confident that he was on pace to win Florida, so much so that he had a fundraiser scheduled for this Sunday in Nantucket as he prepared for a costly general election. That general election will now happen without him. Yeah, Vindman won 54,000 votes. Nixon won 43,000. To give you an understanding of the district's attitude. Yeah, minus 12 in Palm Beach, but plus 20 in Miami-Dade. Yep. So there were definitely a lot of DWS, Nixon DWS voters.
Where teachers are paid a thriving salary. Where children can read books that teach them all of our collective histories.
Yeah. That makes sense.
And where children can be exactly who they are.
Jared owned you on Twitter, buddy.
And where we the people truly have the power to create the future we know we.
Do we have Jared Moskowitz heads in here? Dog, if you know what Twitch is, you cannot physically be a Jared Moskowitz head. Okay? Because everyone that is a Jared Moskowitz voter is 950 years old. Okay? Unless you are literally Jared Moskowitz, which would make you the youngest Jared Moskowitz fan. Okay? Also, I need you to understand something. Jared Moskowitz winning his race and then instantly tweeting about me is worse for him than it is for me. I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. He is a congressional representative. Okay? Like, he had me on his mind and his moment of victory. That is insane. I guess Live and Learn podcast, these guys, yeah. Jared is a very kind man who had a friendly conversation with normal people like, I'm really important. He's called himself a DeSantis Democrat. He was on the Doge caucus. You fucking libtards don't even know how to be a libtard correctly. You guys are so stupid. It's so funny that centrist liberals are like, dude, I love the Democratic Party. I hate Elon Musk. I hate Donald Trump. And then you're like, actually, it's awesome. I love Jared Moskowitz. You are not even good at being a fucking libtard. Learn to lib. Instead of libbing and learning, learn to lib. Why? Why is your entire worldview anchored around what you think animates me? It makes no sense. I mean, I know you guys are like, oh, we got him to respond in a humorous manner. He's yelling, but deep down, he's laughing. But deep down inside, he must be so angry. He must be filled with rage. It's like, no, these were very tough races. That's the difference between you and I. You don't believe in anything. I believe in things. Of course, when you believe in things, sometimes you're going to lose, but it doesn't matter. Because all of those losses are still lessons at the end of the day. We're not going to stop. We're going to keep pushing. Between you and I haven't anchored my entire worldview around the resentment that I carry towards like a fucking content creator. You know what I mean? That's insane. Like if there was a point in my life where what animated me primarily was what I perceive is going to make a content creator that I don't like upset or happy, I would kill myself. Like I actually would. I would be like, there's no more reason for me to live. I'm just gonna kill myself at that point. You know what I mean? Like that's crazy. You're not living a life worth living if that's what you're doing. If that's like the only thing you care about.
They like to label us. It's easier to try to make voters afraid of me than to defend the choices they keep making to make our lives harder. They look at this movement and they call us extreme. They call us radical. But I think
2 years ago, Oliver Larkin in that district would get nothing.
let them define me, and I know you will always know where I stand. It's you, everyday people.
Yeah. Hassan Piker endorsed candidate wins according to Rick Scott.
So especially for those who are just
Yeah,
getting to know
he is a Hassan Piker Democrat.
a little bit more about what I think. We know workers deserve a living wage. We know health care is a human right. We know housing is a fundamental need. We know public education is sacred. We know child care is critical infrastructure. We know that our military and veterans deserve better. We know that immigrants are our friends, our neighbors, and part lobbyists, and the billionaire donors who think they can buy our election. If wanting your neighbor to afford their insulin is radical, then call me a radical. If believing a mother shouldn't have to work 3 jobs just to keep a roof over their heads is extreme, then call me extreme. But where I come from, okay, right here in Duval County, these things are not radical. That's right. They're not extreme. This is just basic human decency. It's caring for our neighbors. And I don't know about you, but I was taught to love my neighbors. That's what guides me. Some folks like Ashley Moody like to claim the mantle of morality, yet their actions tell a very different story. But we put actions behind our words. So Ashley Moody can call it whatever she wants. She can call us whatever she wants. But in November, she will call me senator.
Beast mode. Beast mode. Communist.
So let's get ready to organize harder and stronger, and let's get ready to win.
Has the big, beautiful heart attack happened yet? Asking for us Aussies waiting? What do you mean? How will she overcome making up the votes in the general? I mean, dude, it's a very, very tough race. It's an unbelievably tough race. Not a very high likelihood of victory. Let's be real. Endorsement tracker updated if you want. I just keep taking L's, man. L after L. Endorsement tracker updated with both Larkin and Manley losses. Tough night, but Florida races were long shots and continued a pattern of needing a national endorsement to be viable. Plenty of lessons to learn, but keep things in perspective. This is a 7-for-7 record where realistically all these races were difficult to win. A hell of a lot more wins than anyone could have dreamed for in years past, but the future is fucking bright. I agree. We end up with a 50-50 split here. 50-50 split so far. Get this man an endorsement. He's going against your BFF, Randy. Who? What? Eric Yawns? Bro, the New York City DSA slate was not added to that. Yeah, those don't count, though. Those are local. These are all, federal. These are all congressional or statewide office, like governor, and 1 Senate seat. The only one that isn't here that hurts the most. You are wrong. Justin also won. It's 8-7. Please highlight Heath Howard's race in New Hampshire 1. It's a split field and he's endorsed by a local DSA. In 2018, Florida Senate race was neck and neck with Rick Scott barely winning over Bill Nelson, 0.12. Nixon can totally do this. I think it's different. Oh yeah. This is actually 8-8. I just realized it's not 7-7, it's 8-8. Justin won. And Nita lost. So technically it's 8-8, not 7-7. But yeah, dude, Florida is different. Post-COVID Florida is very different. Remove the retweet from the from the Moskowitz tweet now that I quote retweeted it. Yeah. I had to quote retweet Jared Moskowitz. I still can't believe it, dude. I cannot believe that this fucking dumbass literally tweeted about me before he tweeted about his constituents. I said it's pretty wild. His first thought was a prominent critic of Israel before even thanking his constituents. Lamau really worried about his genocidal emotional support apartheid state. Bro didn't even tweet at Oliver Larkin. He just tweeted at me. Like he was just, this race was against me in his mind. It's also a blue wave year, though, and gas prices are about to skyrocket. It's Florida, man. I'm going to keep saying Florida. It's fucking Florida. 25 minutes and no results. Is Wyoming even real, bro? Dog. Look, I am not disrespecting the beautiful people who live in Florida. All I'm saying is it's not even normal by Republican standards. Okay? Also, yeah, what are you guys looking for in Wyoming? That one guy who's like kind of cool? You see this Jared photo? Stop. I have lived in Florida. People don't remember this. People don't know this. Florida is the first place I ever lived in. That's where I stepped foot. That's where I touched U.S. soil and lived on U.S. soil for the first time. I am intimately familiar with this state. That's where I lost my virginity. Okay? I understand Florida. It's not a normal state, man. It's not a normal state. Please. The U doesn't really count as a Florida experience, though. True. It was mostly Miami. But I went up and down the state. I've been to the motherfucking Panhandle. That's even worse. I saw the best parts of Florida and some of the other parts as well. I'm just saying, man. Some in the water down there. Some in the motherfucking water down there. Stop. Don't talk about Panama City. Oh, my God. If you guys have never been, stay away. To recap the night so far, progressive left-wing candidate Angie Nixon defeated establishment candidate Alex Windman Vindman by a double-digit margin in the Senate Dem primary after getting outspent nearly 13-1. Look, the two races, well, the Manly race is actually different. The Manly race could have gone totally different if there was a consolidation of black support behind Manly, or if there was at least like national congressional black caucus support for at least one black candidate in the race. If it was Manly, that would have been a very different race. But as far as the Oliver Largan race goes, I mean, that's the toughest. That's the toughest district for a DSA guy to win. It was a valiant attempt, but it is legitimately one of the, especially post redistricting, it became one of the most difficult fucking races for a DSA guy to win it all. The district was mostly old, 25% Jewish population, very pro-Israel. It's just not, you know. I know this user is annoying, but it's a very funny tweet.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Oh, God. What are they doing, a pedo off? To both Florida men. Both Groyper aligned. Why evil wins? How are you motivated? Anyway, Trump-backed Byron Donalds won the GOP nomination for governor. Groyper edgelord candidate James Smith barely cracked double digits. Incumbent Randy Fine, known for being unabashedly Islamophobic, defeated unabashedly anti-Semitic pseudo-Nazi Daniel Bilzerian. Incumbent Corey Mills, who was accused of assaulting a girlfriend and stalking an ex-girlfriend, among other things, lost renomination to Ryan Elijah. Trump-backed Catalina Lauf lost to Jim Schwartzel in Florida 19. This is actually very interesting. Is Florida becoming DeSantis territory now? Because that would be shocking. That would be kind of shocking because, sneakily, some of the Trump endorsements have been failing for like the last 2 weeks now. There was the one, Amir Hassan, where people were like, I'm not voting for a goddamn Muslim, right? And they voted for the other guy. That was a Trump endorsement that lost. Subtly, a lot of the Trump endorsements are getting cooked. You're one to talk. Yeah, I'm not the president, dude. I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. Yeah, my endorsements are losing as well. I'm a Twitch streamer. So it is interesting. It's interesting that the presidential endorsements are not getting as much favor in these races. And I wonder if that will have implications in the midterms. I wonder if that is going to mean something. Because, his approvals are still going down, which is kind of wild. I really thought this was it. We had hit the bottom. Right now, he has historic record low approvals. So, who knows? Yeah, 33%. It's fucking not great. You are the president of sex? True. Is it a result of the war? Trump endorsements are losing? I don't know. I mean, maybe not the war, but yeah, Michael Pillow, Lindsey Graham's sister, this one, Amir Hassan, the Iowa governor, a lot of them are starting to struggle in their own party's primaries. I mean, he went on a fucking tear. If you remember, he went on a fucking tear. I mean, he ousted Thomas Massey. But yeah, I don't think it's... Well, I guess Michael Pillow technically has not conceded, so he hasn't lost yet. right? Like, we can't call that, we can't chalk that up as a loss because I know he's going to investigate. I know he's going to figure out how they, how they stole that election from him. Obviously, stop the steal. We're with him. I'm with my king, Michael Pillow. Mark Levins keeps talking shit. Wait, Mark Levin, woke Reich isolationists and neo-fascists keep saying the president ran on no wars. No, he didn't. Play me the audio.
But I'm talking about these individuals, these woke Reich isolationists and neo-fascists. They keep saying the president ran on no wars. The president ran on no wars. No, he didn't. Play me the audio.
And I'm proud to be the first president in decades who started no new wars. That's very good. No new wars. Instead, I brought our troops back home. No new wars.
As Donald Trump campaigned for his second term, a promise.
No new wars. They said his personality will create wars. I said, no, my personality is going to keep us out of wars. Look at him, listen to him. He's going to start a war. Listen to his rhetoric. They thought I was going to start a war. Let me tell you something. I'm going to stop World War III.
And at his inauguration, he vowed to keep his promise.
We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier.
Inside the White House, he formed a team of loyalists. They'd help chart a different direction than the one he'd promised.
I'm a little surprised to see normie GOPers taunting Bilzerian and Fishback when people like this clearly have momentum in the GOP. In the very recent past, running as an openly anti-Semitic candidate in the U.S., a country that has never had a mainstream anti-Semitic political movement, would have meant 3% or less of the vote. Wrong. History Speaks is wrong. Arthur, whatever the fuck his name is, in Illinois. Wrong. 125%. American Nazi Party president ran on the Republican ballot, got 25%. No, not in the fucking 30s. No, in like 2018. Chatter said, oh, you mean in the 30s? No, bitch. Is it Arthur Jones? Yeah, in Illinois. Yep, Arthur Jones. Yeah. Great career for this guy. 10% in 2020. Not, okay, never mind. It's 10%, not 25%. Wait, I thought he had an even better performance. Oh, yeah, this is it. This is what I'm talking about. Yeah, 2019. Yeah. See? This is what I was thinking of. Or 2018, not 2019. I was right. Holy fuck. Holy fucking politics autism. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it was 26%, and it was in 2018, and it was in Illinois' 3rd congressional district. Anyway. But then he follows it up by saying David Duke might be cited as an exception as he got 43% of the vote in a general election for Senate and 39% of the vote in a general election for governor. But if you remember that Duke pretended to have repudiated anti-Semitism and raised him in his gubernatorial and senatorial runs, his rhetoric was coded. Nothing like Bilzerians or fines, though after losing, he reverted back to being an open professional racist and anti-Semite, which he remains today. That's such a funny way to... He went back to what he loves. Racism and anti-Semitism. Yeah. That's a funny way to put it. Yeah. Lamau Fishback said the same thing. Yeah, he said too big to rig. I mean, it doesn't matter. This fucking dipshit is packaging this up for a media career. Debbie Wasserman Schultz defeated 4 black candidates who did not consolidate despite some early efforts to do so in Florida 20, which is 39% black, 30% white, 23% Latino. DWS won over 45% of the votes, so it's not entirely clear consolidation would have worked anyway. DSA back Oliver Larkin got smoked by incumbent Jared Moskowitz in Florida 25 and Florida 27, a reach but winnable seat for Democrats. Local news anchor and local legend Elliot Rodriguez is in a much tighter than expected race, only up 54-46 over Robin Peguera, a former January 6th committee lawyer, with 72% reporting. Charlie Crist is somehow still around doing stuff and won the nonpartisan primary for St. Petersburg mayor. Yeah, he's going to be another Spencer Pratt. Well, probably not, because Spencer Pratt is pro-Israel. So he won't get like 50,000 likes. Yeah, Debbie also doesn't live in the district, and the district in which she and Jared Moskowitz reside will be rep by the most uninspiring charter school lobbyist who lives an hour outside of the district, which is the biggest in the state by area. Oliver losing by 4,893 votes is not bad at all. It's more than I thought. I mean, it's like fucking not a lot of people voted. The percentage is huge. Sad to see lots of dunks on Larkin, even from leftists claiming this was a waste of resources and attention. Some of these guys don't see the value in pushing for hard races, even when you lose. Yeah. I mean, it's not wrong. It is one of the worst districts for a anti-Zionist DSA candidate to run. It's true, but we're still going to do it. You know what I mean? But he's phenomenal. He's fantastic. And I think that he will hopefully become like a national spokesperson for DSA or something, because that would be great. So yeah. Yeah, he got redistricted too, which made it even tougher. Yeah, anyway is right. Chatters are right. It's anyway time. 7 hours and 31 minutes. Half day Hossie. There's still more races to come. We got Alaska. We got California for Ayesha Wahab. But yeah. We'll do community census before the month is done. I'll figure out when to do it. And what a beautiful upset victory for DSA aligned progressive candidates. Angie Nixon is a gem. She's phenomenal. And yeah, that's all I got. I'll see you.